A Niners! We're back, Smooth. Are you ready, Smooth? I said, we're back. The Italian stallion. Tony's back again today to bust it down one step at a time with every player. Tony, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Ronbo. How are you?
Oh, fabulous, man. I tell you what, Tony, though, I got to tell you, Mikuel Williams, I mean, people are just upset that he got picked. And I noticed yesterday, we weren't singing Joy to the World either. You weren't all that moved by that pick either. But then I'm looking at your page over on X. Tony says, quote, Mykel Williams' first step is a lot faster than people give him credit for. By the way, get on over to Tony Rengini, Renghini, on Twitter or X, whichever way to call it. He's got his big board displayed over there and everything. A lot of great stuff. Tony, give me some about what's going on with Mykel.
With Mykel, I think with the ankle injury, you get certain games and it doesn't look super great. No, I don't think he's like top tier athlete, but he's a tick below that. He's still a very, very good athlete. And the first step, you see him get off the ball and he's already in the offensive tackle's hands, right? He's in that area. Or other defensive tackles, for example, Darius Alexander. People say his first step is amazing. I was watching him today. Mykel is just a lot better. And I know they're different players, right? Darius Alexander is going to be around 300 pounds. Mykel's around 250, 260. But still, there's just a level of disrespect he's getting. And I think part of it is because he played through the injury. And he was wincing all those things during the year, and he fought through it and he played. So he's not my favorite pass rusher. He would have been my fifth guy if James Pierce Jr. and Mike Green were on the board. But he's still very good, and the pick makes complete sense at 11. You need run defenders to set the edge. He can kick inside on third down to pass rush while he learns. And so I think it was a good pick. B plus.
Hey, I tell you what, Robert Saleh, it's really funny because yesterday people were making jokes, saying things. I know the 49ers were not because they failed to trade up, right? I know the 49ers were trying to trade up to get Mykel Williams. I find out, yes, they were. In fact, Lynch was tremendously worried. Understanding Kyle Shanahan says that I told him, relax. He fell, there he is. And of course, Lynch is like, yeah, right. And they got him, right? But I'm thinking, okay, they almost drafted up. Now, if Mykel does not work out, it's kind of a blessing in disguise. They did not use capital to get him. And by the way, you mentioned Mike Green. He's still on the board with that other guy with the name that I cannot pronounce that you can, is still on the board as well. Tony, one of two. Mike Green and what's the African name? He starts with an E.
Zaire Thomas?
No, it starts with an E.
Donovan Ezaraku.
Yeah, they're still there, Tony. They're still, you know what? I can't believe they're going to be there by a pick. What pick do we have in the second round?
43.
Yeah. Would they go that, or would they go DT or O? Is a movement as far as what? Trade up?
Trading up. Like you said, DT. There's a couple guys here who I really like. Alfred Collins out of Texas. He's going to be your prototypical, just massive human being run stopper. And then Omar Norman-Lott is going to be your twitchy pass rusher. Maybe the best pass rushing defensive tackle in the class. But they're both so far in that one direction. They have very little pass rush for Alfred Collins and then very little run defense for Omar Norman-Lott. I mean, we talked about this on the mock draft episode. He got 80 snaps per year against the run. So, but those two guys will be good picks, and I think they might have to move up for one of them if they really like him.
Yeah. You know what? Looking at some of the names that, any name that I saw on the net as I was combing down through there that was mentioned more than once, want to get your feeling on a linebacker. I think did you mention Carson Swissinger?
Yes. Yes.
We're not looking for a day one starter. He's mentioned that way. He should jump at the opportunity to snag. Swissinger is a good athlete with elite production, 136 tackles, 4 sacks, 3 PBUs, 2 INTs. He's got a resume, Tony. You do like him, though, huh?
I love him. He was a top 30 player for me. I think if he's there at 43 and they picked him, you're happy with it. He is very boomer bust in the run game. He sees it and he goes. which is not great. He's going to need to get coached up there at the next level. And you might not play him on every single rundown his first year, but the coverage stuff, the blitzing is elite. That's why I was saying, I think with a team like the Vikings, for example, where you're either blitzing, you're mugged up on the line, or you're dropping back into coverage, and you have to turn your back, you have to drop into zones, things like that. He is amazing at those things. And I think day one, we have issues guarding tight ends, even slot receivers. I think he could handle some of them. So I'm a huge fan of his. Top 30 player.
And that's good because I want to see the 49ers. They're going to mold probably Mykel. He's only 20 years old. I'm thinking Robert Saleh sees something he can do with him because Saleh thinks he's the best edge setter in the game right now, coming out of college. Now, if we can train him on some other things, I thought it's like you say, his first step, saw him in the backfield immediately. I said, maybe it's because he's 20 that people just don't trust him. So we're going to see in the next couple of years what Robert Saleh molds him into. Alfred Collins out of Texas, I think you mentioned him yesterday as well. It seems that there's a lot of people that think the 49ers should be looking at him.
And they should. If you need a run defender, this is the guy to get. He's the best one in the class. And when Mykel Williams went to Detroit yesterday, he'd probably be the second guy you look at, but Alfred Collins is better. I had a higher grade on him, and I think the frame that he has, he's never on the ground. He eats up double teams. Stack and shed is textbook. I think at 43, if they took him, it would be an A-plus pick.
God, that for him to be there at 43, Tony, what are the odds?
I think it's pretty likely.
Yeah? Because who's a premium pick? I'm already making jokes about Sanders being picked up at the top of the hour. If he doesn't, it's like embarrassing to watch, don't he? Because the camera's going to continue to pan over to his suite. All the guys are running around in there laughing and making jokes, but nobody's amused. And Dion already said something about it. This is what's going on in Pittsburgh. And who was the other team? There was two teams: the Steelers and the Browns.
And the Browns.
Yeah, I see it. It's going to be bizarre. I can't wait to see the first pick.
Mike Green is going to be someone to watch today. He could go in the 30s. He might not go at all today. I don't know where this is with him in terms of what teams have. As far as I know, this was the situation with him. He had a sexual assault allegation before he went to Virginia. And they basically said, there's zero tolerance. If we hear anything, you're gone. There was a second allegation. The first one was never proven. He hasn't been convicted. Not to say it didn't happen, but legally, he's not convicted of it. Second one happens at Virginia, and they don't give him due process. They just say, hey, we told you it can't happen again. You got to go. You're expelled. And so that was two situations where if it happens once, it might just be like, they're trying to take advantage of him, but he's innocent. It was just wrong place, wrong time. Twice, it really makes you think. But he hasn't been convicted of either way. So it's interesting to see if teams take that into account where they say it's just too much. Even if nothing has been there, there's too much smoke around the situation. We'll hold off. Or if they say nothing's been proven, we're going to take a chance because he's a top 10 player. I'm interested to see what happens with him tonight.
I tell you, Tony, if anything, the 49ers are still shell-shocked from what happened to Reuben Foster. Now, Reuben Foster was never brought up on any charges of sexual assault, but when it comes to women, Reuben Foster has no common sense. So I'm worried about guys who get themselves in a situation like that more than once. What the hell's wrong with you? I say, dude, your future is going to be bright if you don't make a mistake between now and then. Focus. What do you want? This is the thing that kills me when guys make that kind of mistake over and over again. So I'd have a long talk with him. I'd interview him, and I know exactly what to ask him and what I'm looking for as far as an answer goes. You can tell the guy's lying or he's BSing you. So yeah, if he's Mike Green, you're right. He's on the list too of one of the best guys. He's still on the board along with. Let me give it a shot. Donovan Ezekwa. Ezeraku. Thank you, Tony.
Ezeraku, it's a tough name. I can't blame you.
The vowels and consonants just work. You do backflips, but he could be a really productive NFL player despite being a little undersized. He's 6'2", 248, though. Tony, nowadays, that quarterback, if I got quicker guys, it used to be the time when you 265, 270 was a minimum you wanted your edge rusher to come off that line at so he can take out offensive linemen or at least give them a lot of problem. If I can get around that big thug at offensive line, wouldn't that be an advantage?
I think so. Here's the thing, being smaller in terms of height is very good if you have really long arms. The issue is most guys who are shorter also have shorter arms. Not to say arm length is everything, but it does give you a higher margin for error when you're playing these massive offensive tackles. So his arm length, I believe, let me double check right here. I think it's on the smaller end of pass rushers. But he is so well schooled. He has the deepest bag in the class, best pass rush plan in the class, in my opinion. And he's a guy, if he's there at 43, you run in the card for him. You don't think about anything. You just say, you know what, Mykel, you're going to be my three technique on pass rush downs. And Ezaraku's going to be the end in the wide nine. Just go after the quarterback. And just doing that, he could be 10 sacks a year as a rookie. I really believe that. I'm pulling up his stats right now, but that's what I think of him, Rumble. I think he's
Hey,
awesome. I really, really like him. He was my edge two with Green and Pierce off the board.
two.
If they were on the board, he would have been my edge four.
Hey, it also mentions he's good against the run during his college career. If that's the case, he looks like the guy.
He was not dominant against the run. He is small, and you see that, but it's not like he was being moved out of his gap. Kind of like James Pierce. Like he wasn't getting himself destroyed in the run game. He was holding himself up, but he wasn't really making plays. He was just
No.
surviving.
Yeah, no,
But
no,
if
I
he's on
can't.
the
No.
field, you don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, they're talking about the draft yesterday. I said, "Are we on the clock now? We're not on the clock. Got 8 minutes, 10 minutes." Uh, yeah, that's the thing. Guys that are out there surviving, it's going to be worse by the time they get to the NFL level. Anytime you move to the next level, if you were just surviving in college ranks, now, like you said, he's going to be my specialty pass rush guy. If he's like you mentioned, though, Tony, I've already got this plan for Mustafa as well. Salad's got to get real creative with some of the bullets he's got for attackers. Mustafa does not. I was watching I loved it because I noticed you'd see a guy coming downfield, our defense is in pursuit. It looks like a lot of activity. Dust is flying. I mean, all of a sudden you'll see this, looks like what was shot from a cannon, just come in and just take the runner down. I said, what the hell is that? Oh my God, that's that rookie. That's Mustafa. I've seen it a couple more times. It says, hey, that was no fluke. He is that fast. He makes everybody look like they're moving in slow motion. All of a sudden, it's okay. See, if this guy's got that same capability, I got two of those. I know exactly what to do with that. And they're going to be in defensive disguises. Teams all over the league are going to be scared. I'm going to put them in a position where they can kill.
That's what I love about Mustafa. There's guys who don't test amazing, but then you watch them on film and they are so quick to come downhill. It's a mental thing and it's a physical thing. The 10-yard split is real. And Mustafa is just one of those guys where you're not outrunning him anywhere on the field. Unless you're Tyreek Hill and he's guarding you in press man coverage, which would never happen. So I'm looking at Ezaraku right now. His wingspan is 86th percentile, 84th percentile arms. So I think that's why you see him win a lot, because he's winning the leverage game. He has naturally lower center of gravity, right? But with the long arms, he can reach up wherever he needs to. So yeah, he was my edge two with those two guys we mentioned being off the board. And if he's there at like 35, 36, I would trade up for him. Him and Azarie Thomas, for me, are the two best players on the board. And then there's a drop-off from the rest of them.
Oh, no, see, we wouldn't have caught in that. So, I mean, you know what, from that alone, we can assume that the 49ers are probably aware of that as well. And they're probably not going to waste any time looking at any other position. They're going to go ahead and get these guys. One of these guys, it's going to be either Mike Green, Ezaraku. Anybody else in that mix?
In terms of edge rushers,
I just said
there's
Swissinger,
a
too.
couple more guys I like, but they're not exactly what we need. If we're taking a pass rusher right now, I want them to be an elite pass rusher. And I don't worry as much about the run stuff because Mykel Williams will be there on the rundowns, right? He can kick inside. So if I'm taking another edge this early, that's what I would do. Nick Scorton out of Texas A&M, he's another high floor run defender. who's going to have more of a pass rush day one than Shamar Stewart or Mykel Williams, but he's not an excellent pass rusher, right? So I wouldn't take him here, even though I think he's a top 30 player on my board. Braden Swinson out of LSU, he's more of your power rusher type, and he won in a lot of ways. Not the best athlete, but his hand usage is elite. He has one of the deepest bags in the class, and his speed to power for a guy who's not that fast is really, really good. After that, I have no more second round grades on edge rushers, and I'd wait until late 50s and the 60s to take another one.
Huh? And tell you, I see wide receiver. I really, because I'm so worried about the defense this year. I have no concerns about the offense. But Luther Burden, the third out of Missouri, what do you think about him?
So this is the hard thing for me because I left him off my board. There's a lot of the diva stuff that you can just tell right away.
Oh,
Doesn't really give a damn at all in the run game. He's not blocking anyone. When the ball's in his hands versus when it's out of his hands, it's a different game speed, which I don't like. And he gets lazy running routes.
oh
Some
no.
people will say, oh, well, that offense was really bad quarterback. Brady Cook, who will probably get drafted in like the sixth or seventh round, was his quarterback, and he didn't play well this year. And he got doubled a lot. My thing is, when he wasn't doubled and when he had good throws or the team was doing well, he didn't care as much as when he had the ball in his hands. So I know the interviews, teams gave him one of the lowest interview scores out of the prospects in that study they did. He's just off my board for me. If they were to draft him, he would be the second best receiver on the team day one behind Brandon Ayuk. But
Whoa!
we
All
don't
right.
need a receiver. We don't need a receiver. We have
No, we
Jawan,
don't.
Ricky, Cowing, Demarcus Robinson, day one until Ayuk gets back. And also, like, we saw what happened with Debo. We know what his full potential is, but he reached it in one season when he could put everything together. And that was in a contract year, right?
That's very accurate. That really is. Debo became the best Debo he could be in his first 2 years, didn't he? He never really climbed above that one plateau.
That was it.
Tony Nagatani wants to talk to us about what you see at DI. We kind of just touched upon that, though. Defensive interior player. We're thinking, Tony, you just mentioned, Tony, that after this round, we're not looking at that anymore because the rest of the guys fall off. It's like a cliff of the talent level from there. So we're going to go another order. So you probably caught that,
That
anyway.
would
I don't
be
know. Go ahead.
for edge rusher, I think that definitely. And those are the guys I was mentioning before. For D tackle, there's three guys here in this tier that I think are a cut above the rest of the D tackles. But the D tackles behind them, there isn't much of a gap like between those tiers, if that makes sense. Where edge, I feel that way. D tackle, we talked Alfred Collins and Omar Norman Law already.
Yeah.
Darius Alexander would be my third guy. Like I told you, comparing him to Mykel, he's a defensive tackle. He's way bigger. He's also 25 years old. His first step isn't great, but he is very powerful. He's explosive after that first step. He can move side to side really well. He's one of those players that I feel like because he's so old and there's rawness to him, I just dropped him down my board a little bit. But he is a perfect fit for what the Niners want to do, and he's going to disrupt from day one. So those will be three guys I'm good taking with at 43. After that, you get into the early third round guys. TJ Sanders out of South Carolina. It's more pass rush, but he's still good in the run game. He just isn't elite at anything. He'll be very good at everything from what I saw with him. I believe the Niners met with him at the Combine as
30
well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what other contact they've had with him, but I really liked him. And then a little bit more down the board, Joshua Farmer from Florida State. When you talk about Mykel Williams, for example, he gets his ass kicked on the line of scrimmage because they're putting him in a position like a 4-eye or a 5 technique where he has to get doubled every play. For Joshua Farmer, he'd be like a 3 technique and a 5 technique, but he was the only real guy on that D line. So he just got targeted game after game after game. And he's more of a raw player right now. He has all the tools, in my opinion, to be a good run defender day one and develop into a really good pass rusher. Great athlete, extremely long arms, big frame. And he's a guy to me that people are sleeping on. But he would be a pick at 75 that I love if we were able to get him there.
Tommy, I like the thought you say he's a little slow, but if you want a good run stopper, see, because the fact of the matter is, I kind of feeling it's going to be Nick. Grossmatos is going to probably start on the other side to start the season off as far as the edges go, with Mykel being sprinkled in as often as possible. Unless Williams just beats out Grossmatos. Grossmatos is a monster. Can't be understated. Yeah. So I got a feeling he will start next to Nix for a while, and then they're going to platoon guys in and out. The rotation is going to be hot. Robert Sal is. He wants fresh, angry bodies out there all the time. So they'll both get a lot of work, which is probably a good thing for Grossmatos because he gets hurt really easily.
Yes.
If you got this guy that's not all that fast but don't try to run, that's a perfect formula, T.
I think you're right about that. And we have the guys right now where we have a good foundation to make that happen, and we can continue to add guys in the draft to make it even better. So I like that. I do.
Yeah, and that's we'll see what happens. Robert Saleh, man, because when everyone was saying bad things about Williams, and then I found out, I thought when they said they were trading up, they were looking for something else. There was a fail, and then they said, they were trading. He tells them on the phone as he's talking to Williams. He says, "Yeah, we were trying to trade up to get you, but we fortunately you fell down to us, and welcome to San Francisco type of thing, right?" I was like, "What? Mm-hmm. Really?" I said, "Maybe I didn't. I needed." This is why watching college football can be a good thing and a bad thing. See, Tony, yesterday I appreciated when they called Williams because I looked at him. He's from where? Oh, I didn't find it until he's from Georgia. Get what? So because I got a lot of respect for the Georgia program. So if he played with those guys, it had a bad high ankle sprain, and instead of wimping out, he says wrap some tape on it and get out of the way. Let's go. Wow. It's my kind of player, Tony. That's tell you what, he's got a lot of heart. I like that.
And those are the guys you need to build your team around. We've talked about it. You get selfish guys in the room. Even if they're the best players ever, your locker room is going to suffer. So we need guys like him to make that happen.
They're like
I saw a comment. I saw a comment from Nagatani. Do you think Landon Jackson could convert to defensive interior? He's an edge rusher from Arkansas. To me, I don't know. Just in terms of the leverage game, he's very tall, which is not great. I think he's 6'7". Let me double check here. But I don't want my edge rushers to be that tall. He's 6'6", which they say 95th percentile. It's supposed to be great. It's not. I want my guys to be 6'4", 6'5" max. But his arm length is 61st percentile. So short arms, taller guy. My issue with him, he has one move that he likes, and that's all he does, and that's a cross chop. That's it. And he doesn't have a deep bag. I feel like if you put him over guards, he lined up anywhere from the 3 technique all the way out to a wide 7 at Arkansas. Yeah. I feel like he can do the dirty work. He's never going to be a true disruptor on the interior. And so I would keep him at edge rusher, even though I'm just not high on him to begin with. I have a late 3rd round grade on him.
Well, in that case, then, that height does kind of worry me. Pad level is always an issue in the NFL. I mean, really, seriously is. Cornerback Trey Amos, Mississippi. The 49ers aren't going to take a cornerback round 2, are they?
They might. I don't know. They might. Trey Amos is one of the safer corner picks in the draft. I have a 2nd round grade on him. I like him. To me, if you're going to take a player at 43, I want a little more upside, right? I want those guys that are going to come in day 1 and have a defined role in the defense or the offense and be elite at least one thing with the ability to grow into something else, right? With Trey Amos, it's like he's good in off man, good in zone coverage, fine in press man. There's no elite trait, and he has really stiff hips too. So that works in the Seattle 3 because you're not required as the outside 3rd player to have like the greasiest hips. But it's like, I think his max in the NFL is a CB2, or a guy like Azarie, to me, could become a CB1 in the future. But at least he's elite at press man coverage from day 1.
Who's responsible? Demo became the difference between Demo and when he first came and now is just miraculous. I mean, the thing is, he is who. Where did he? I understand Richard Sherman was tutoring him for a long time before he even came to the NFL, but that is the most advanced development I've seen in any player the 49ers have had in a long time. I'm going from square one to where he currently is right now. Who takes responsibility for that? Is this his own hard work? Was there coaching, combination of the two? How did he become who he is now? And I look at guys that might be marginal coming into the NFL. Do we have the personnel to actually bring that full potential out of these guys?
I think we do. I think it's 20 to 30% coaching and the rest is on the player. Because the player's going to put in the time outside of coaching to get things done. They're going to have the right mindset to know, okay, this play didn't go well. I'm just going to keep going because it can't get worse. It can only get better. And so those are the players that tend to rise up. Coaching is very important, but I think it's a little bit more on the player to make those things happen.
We've had some gifted guys come in. What's the long guy that just ended up with the Rams last year? I thought, what's his name? Every time I put the earphones in, I can't remember guys' names. The long receiver or cornerback we had, Mykel Witherspoon. Hey, yeah. Witherspoon had all the tools, Tony. When he came in, I said, look at this. Long. It's same with the last bust we had. We just lost him. He came in the same year with Demo. He's another guy, 6'2", runs a 4.3, long. He's got everything he needs. They busted, both of them. Witherspoon has gotten better. Who are you going to say?
Tarvarius Moore in 2017.
He came in. No, him and Demo came in at the same time, and he got cut last year. He's with another team now, and I didn't even know he got
Isaiah
cut.
Oliver?
No. He became
Sam
a big jump.
Womack.
No, wait. No, Womack's okay. He's a short guy. But listen, remember the play made against OBJ that year against the Rams? And he made that play.
Ambry Thomas. Yes.
Ambry, if I'm going to build a quarterback for Saleh's system, he's going to look like Ambry Thomas and Mykel Witherspoon. They're gone. And Demo. I actually was rooting for him just out of spite earlier when people were booing him. I said, come on, man, give him a chance. I was joking. Yeah. I wasn't really serious. I was concerned about him, too, because I didn't think he had the leg speed. He got beat every now and then. Now they don't even throw at him. They were throwing at Javarius Ward last year. And the year before, to be honest, more than they were throwing at Demo. What did coaches see? Listen, let's stay off of him. And they went at Javarius. Javarius started getting all kind of plays all the time. I'm saying, this is interesting. Why are they going at Javarius when they could go at Demo? Demo started picking things off and ruining chances for receivers. It says, he is that damn good.
He is. Demo, like where he doesn't have that Ambry physically has, he makes up for with his mentality. Ambry was a soft player, and that's why coming out, I didn't like him. Because if you want to be a press man corner, you can have the body for it, but do you have the mentality for it? Because it's the most boomer bust type of coverage you can play. I'm up on the line, and if you beat me, I'm guaranteed to be behind you, right? And so that's an issue that he had that Lenore just doesn't have, even though he's slower than him and he's smaller than him too.
I mean, as I say, I look at guys that have all the physical advantages, and Demo beat you out, and Demo just got a raise. What? How does this work? But I love it. Yeah, Tony, you know we're going to get a running back, right? Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. Listen, give me some of you. Tell me about Caleb Johnson, and if you're going to get a running back, who's it going to be, and when are you going to get him?
So the fit for Caleb Johnson, I think, is one of the best in the class because we need like a bell cow, a wide zone bell cow. Good vision. He can operate in tight spaces. He played the highest stack box percentage in college football last year, and he had really good numbers, right? My issue with him, there is not elite speed. He needs time to ramp up to hit his top speed. He's not laterally like super fluid and agile. So to me, he's more very sound. He's a really big guy. Think of like a Derrick Henry and the fact he needs ramp up speed. And when he's gone, you're probably not catching him. But there isn't like a lot of wiggle. On that topic of Derrick Henry, he's not nearly as powerful.
Tony, hold on a second.
Is it Milrow? That's my guess here. Jalen Milrow at 33.
Right. Oh, they just picked up Swissinger.
Love that.
Oh, God.
Great pick. He is, again, one of the most complete linebackers in the class. And Cleveland with Jim Schwartz, they blitz a lot. They love blitzing. And so he's going to be one of the best blitzers in class, maybe the best at the linebacker spot for them. I really like that pick. And again,
I bet you the 49ers did too.
What's up?
I bet you the 49ers did too. He looks like a
I think the
49er.
Niners
He
are
plays like a 49er. Look at that.
Look at him. Look at him.
Oh, quick, cat-like reflexes. Yeah, you gotta have that in a linebacker.
Exactly.
He looks like a first-round pick to me, though.
And Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah might be the best coverage linebacker duo in football. It might be. He is awesome. And they're loading up that defense, Ronbo. I would not be surprised at 36 if they take another guy here to build that defense.
You know, it's all about defense nowadays. If you got any collection of offense and you got the right kind of offensive coordinator, I would think that the Bears would be in the same. Well, the Bears have got one of the best offensive coordinators in the game. Their defense was so last year. Now I'll see what happens. It's going to be a different league this year, Tony.
It will.
No, hey, Dion Jr. He's still in the room. They're not picking him up yet. My God, when are they going to pick him? I thought they were going to do it first. Tell me more about Caleb Johnson, though. I was enjoying that.
So think of the way he runs is similar to Derrick Henry, and he's a bell cow. He's a big guy. He's almost 6'2", heavyweight, but he's not nearly as powerful. He's not as fast. He's not agile side to side. Pass protection is good, not great. I had a third-round grade on him, and there's guys I would take before him, including Travion Henderson from Ohio State, Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. Those are both second-round grades for me. And then a few more guys in the third round I have ahead of him too.
Well, I don't trust the 49ers with running backs anymore after watching how many left to other teams after not, first of all, being ignored, not being rotated in or played. CMC's going to keep everybody on the bench until something happens to him anyway. Tony, I'm real concerned about that. Overworking CMC. Nowadays, your best teams, best run game teams, they alternate. They got at least two guys. Mm-hmm. They don't overwork one or the other. So
exactly.
you look at Detroit, you look at Atlanta. Some of the teams that I really enjoyed watching, even Washington to some degree. I says, we got to be better than this. You don't have to run him all day, Kyle. Hey,
I'm with you. And they have Garendo, who he has the frame to be the bell cow, but he just gets injured too much. So that's why Caleb Johnson would be a good fit if they wanted him. Devin Neal would be another guy who fits that mold. Not as good of a player, not as fast, but he is a very good player too. You could get on day 3 most likely.
Oh, hey Tony, we're missing a pick.
Oh, Jaden Higgins. They need help at receiver. Tank Dell's probably out for the year. Stephon Diggs is gone. Now they can just focus on running Nico Collins on the outside and put Jaden Higgins in the slot. Maybe you alternate them there. He's a great prospect. One of the best release packages in college football. He has an answer for everything. The jump ball stuff is great. What I hated, I think 30% of his routes were go routes. And that's just misusing.
Has he got that kind of speed?
Huh? What?
Has he got that kind of speed?
He has good, not great speed. So, I mean, his release packages can be so good that he can stack you over top without that elite speed. But the go routes is what he primarily ran when he's capable of way more. Oh, Seattle.
Yeah.
Seattle
trading up.
They moved up from 50.
What are they going to do? They're going to take something off our plate. I guarantee you they're going to do it.
Oh, I think they're taking Milroe or Sanders here. They're trading up in front of Cleveland and Las Vegas. That's a context clue. They wouldn't trade up 17 spots unless
for
they were
anything
him
less
or
than a QB.
like Zaraku. Oh, man.
Well, yeah, you know what? It's a defensive-minded head coach. You're right. It could be a defender, but they definitely need to be concerned about the quarterback position. Well, Sam Darnold may not, and he got resurrected like Geno did in Seattle. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'll leave that to you, man. I have no idea what their plan is.
I don't know, because you don't need a quarterback right now, but Milroe's the perfect developmental guy. Donovan Ezaraku is literally perfect for what they do on defense. I could see them going with Nick Scorton as well. another guy who's going to project best as a 3-4 outside linebacker. He's bigger and better against the run, but not nearly as good in the pass rush game as Ezeraku right now. He has the potential to. It could even be someone that we're not even thinking of, Ronbo. It could
I was
be
getting ready to say,
offensive
because
line again, but I don't think that would be the case unless it's for Ursary, because they didn't take a tackle. They took a guard in Gray's Abel, round 1.
yeah,
My guess here would be Ezeraku or Jalen Milrow.
a lineman. Usually when you see the sexy picture, always when you go that high in a jump.
Exactly.
Well,
That's why I don't think it'll be a tackle.
This is gonna be wild.
Man.
But I just know it's gonna be somebody we
for a
wanted.
defensive tackle too. Oh, hold on. Hold on, Rombo. Darius Alexander, he would be a good fit in Seattle. He can line up all along their 3-4 front, from the nose tackle to the 5 technique. He's disruptive. He's powerful. No regard for the other guy in front of him. Could be him too. But I don't think they trade up because there's a lot of defensive tackles they could like and not
Right?
trade up 17 spots.
And not lose all that. I mean, how many picks do you have to give up? Man. This is gonna be
Nagatani is saying Eman Wari. I could see that. I'm not high on him. I have a 3rd-round grade on him. He's the guy, Rombo, who had the greatest RAS score of any safety ever at his combine.
Whoa!
But
Really?
my issue with him, he doesn't play to that on film because mentally he's very slow to identify things. Horrible tackling angles. Pursuit is a disaster. So he has all the traits to be elite. I could see why you trade up for a guy like him who's so physically imposing. But I just can't see him and Wari doing it here.
See, because keep in mind,
think
they
it's
traded up. This is a serious choice. Then everybody's either going to say, oh, they traded up for him, or, whoa, look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Lost
Someone
Smith, the
said
quarterback.
trading up
Lost
for
DK
Will
Metcalf.
Johnson.
It could be a wide receiver. Tyler Lockett's gone. You know what, Tony?
Ooh.
It might be hands. They might be going after hands,
might
either
be.
tight end or WR.
Okay, so not Jason. Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith and Jigba are the 2 receivers right now on that team. And there's a lot of guys here. I would not be surprised if we see Mykel Williams go off the board. I think consensus has him around 75, but he's top 35 on my board, and I think he's the 3rd best receiver in the class after Travis Hunter. He is incredible. Washington State, a local guy. I can see that.
They've been keeping an eye on him probably this whole time. What are you up to, Hawks? I forgot if they picked up Cooper Kupp, and Jigba's is developing, coming along just fine too. So yeah.
And Jigba's their number 1, but they have a lot of alignments where they're lining up tight. So having him and Cooper Kupp, who are both slot receivers, makes sense. But if you need someone to line up on the X, is it Cooper Kupp, Jackson Smith, and Jigba? I don't love either of those. So Mykel Williams is 5'10", but he plays bigger than that. He can beat every press that you see in the game. His release package is the best in the class. 4.3 speed. He is incredible. If they want more of a run blocking X receiver, I could see them going Alec Ayomanor from Stanford. He's great. I could see a guy like Jack Besh from TCU going off right here. He's another slot guy, but he's everything that McVay and that tree wants. And guess who's up there? It's a Shanahan scheme as well. So I could see those guys going. But again, you trade up 17 spots when there's this many receivers left on the board. I don't know about that.
And Sherm's coming out there. Sherm's out there for the Hawks.
Oh,
Hey,
red and gold.
Smooth says it'll be Johnson. It'll be Johnson, maybe.
I don't think so because of the injury stuff, but we'll see. I don't think they need corner either. They have Witherspoon and Woolen. I think they're covered there.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Ooh.
Tony called it. Tony Nakatani called it.
I can see why you trade up for him. That Kyle Duggar comp I just don't agree with at all. I think it's going to take him a while to be a good safety, which is good for us. They
Yeah.
wasted a third round pick to get up for this guy, and he's not going to be ready to play day one. I just did not see what everyone saw. Very slow, mentally just not sharp at all. Didn't know
Yeah.
where to be. Coming downhill, he missed tackles a lot. Pursuit angles were bad. So we'll see what happens with him. I'm glad Seattle took him because I don't think he's a great player, and
Okay.
they ended up trading a third round pick to get him too.
Huh? Okay. Look,
But
look,
to be
look, oh,
fair,
they got Murphy, Williams, Woolen, Witherspoon, and Manwari.
yeah, that's not scary to me. That the safety right there. Leonard Williams is getting older. He's good. Byron Murphy, I loved last year. I feel like he was worse than I expected him to be. I think we'll be just fine against them. I will say though, Mike McDonald, the DC for or the head coach for Seattle, was the DC with Baltimore when they took
And what did they
Kyle
do to
Hamilton.
us? Yeah. That's right. When he came over to the Hawks, I said, oh, Jesus, man, that dude, he had everything you needed to stop the 49ers that day. It was nasty. Yeah. Wait, 49er Brian says, just wanted to say thank you and to Tony for putting in the maddening hours of work this week. Much appreciated, fam. Brian, thank you. And by the way, we're enjoying this hard work. It really is a good time. So, yeah, you're certainly welcome. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it, Brian.
Oh, man. Well, you
Oh
know.
man, 36 here. Is it the quarterback? I have a feeling it's not now. I like if I had to make a guess, it would be Jalen Milroe would be the first guy, and Shador Sanders. Those would be my two guys here I think would go. But I could be
Yeah.
completely wrong. Maybe they don't want a quarterback. I just don't see how they don't take one here.
Or else they would have got one by now. They could have got Dart. Dart's a good quarterback if they just don't like Shador. Milroe, if they don't pick him now. I worry about Shador now. He may be a 4th or 5th round pick.
I don't think he'll slide that far, but
So just
whoa.
I was going to say, you see this pick?
Quinshon Judkins, I have a 4th round grade on this guy. I am, yeah, he is one of those players that you're going to love him or you're going to hate him. Everyone talks about his vision. I didn't really feel like he had elite vision compared to some of the other guys like an Ashton Genty, for example. I
Yeah.
didn't feel like it was in that tier. His measurables that he had at the combine look amazing. I didn't feel like he played that way on film. He can break tackles, but he's not explosive to the point where he can avoid them before he gets to the second level. But he's very, very, very tough to tackle when he's there with you. He plays angry. The pass game stuff is pretty good, not great. I think for a team like the Niners, if you wanted a bell cow, you could mix and match him, and that would be good. I just had a 4th round grade on him because I wasn't blown away by anything. And I felt like he was, for a dominating, powerful presence, you'd want him to be a tad underwhelming. But I can
Okay.
see why Cleveland likes him, having a guy like Nick Chubb, who is going to be
I,
on his way out soon.
'cause just watching from his highlights, I like the one cut. I hate dancing running backs. You know what? That's going on a style.
He's a dancer.
Pretty much no coach likes that anymore. If you got a one step, make up your mind and go. Damn it! Yeah, a lot of these guys.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the way it is now. with Most running backs, I think.
Can I compare him to somebody who was also a dancer from Ohio State, Trey Sermon? I think they're
Yeah.
different players, but it's
Yeah.
a similar type of thing, right? Powerful, dancing behind the line of scrimmage, and people call that patient. That's not patient to me. It's more like Ashton Genty's patient. He mixes up his tempo, but it's not to the point where he's hesitating or like dancing. He's just
Yeah.
waiting, and then boom, he hits the hole, right? That
Yeah.
that to me is patient.
And that's
But
going to work on the
Quinshon
defense a
Judkins-
lot better than anything else. You got to have, and that's where vision has to come in. I've always said running backs are born. You're not really. I don't know if you can really train to be a running back. I mean, you
It's
can,
hard.
but
Like you can do it. You have guys like Tyrone Tracy Jr. who convert from wide receiver to running back, who I loved last year, and he
Yeah.
played well for New York. But you don't get many of those. You have to have the
Right.
body for it.
and also you have to have the whole kind of mindset. Saquon Barkley's just can't be not good before they became. Saquon Barkley was probably as good as he nearly is now. He just had to discover that on his own when he was born. I mean, God, because
For real.
Barkley's a
His quads are
freak.
massive.
Oh man, and CMC is
Oh.
another freak. Some of the
Hold on, Miami just traded up Rombo.
I see that now. Now what are
Okay,
they
let's look at
after?
the teams at 38. We have New England, Chicago, and New Orleans. I think those are all teams that need pass rushers. But I don't think Miami needs a pass rusher here.
How'd they look last year, the pass rush? You know what, Tony?
Oh,
I got
you
a
know,
feeling.
it could be a corner Ronbo. The
Oh,
Jalen
what's that?
Ramsey situation,
Oh, oh,
Xavier Howard.
oh. You hit it.
Okay,
You hit
so
it.
I for what they like to do, I think the pick is going to be Darian Porter or Savone Revel at 37 here.
Tony, what's really burning me up, though, is I know the 49ers are making phone calls and they're getting brickwalled. You know what? This knocks us back, Tony. Every time this happens, we're getting knocked back.
But this is good. This is good. You know why? Because all these teams are trading up for players that I don't think we're necessarily going to take at all, which means more of the good guys are going to fall to 43, meaning we're more comfortable trading back, getting more picks, and still getting a guy we like.
Okay, I hope so. Because as I say, I didn't know we got stonewalled yesterday. Lynch is saying we tried to trade up, we couldn't get any action. And then you find out that when people said the 49ers are trying to trade up, I said, man, can you confirm that? Where do you guys get this stuff from? You know how we were looking at it and saying, man, people in the chat, every time, Ronbo, don't look at the chat right now. I said, what
Yeah.
are you guys doing? Because that happened last year. People were playing out all kind of counterfeit news. Oh, here comes it. Okay,
I'm going to get to that, Rombo. It could be Luther Burden. It could be Luther Burden with New England right ahead.
All right.
Oh, man. So Luther Burden or Darian Porter, those are my two that I think could go here.
All right.
They traded up for Jonas
To get a
Savaiinaea.
guard?
Okay, I'll talk about him, but I do want to address what you said because you're right about that. Like you hear things from the chat, but you don't know it until it comes from the horse's mouth. Here's what I think happened. The Saints were rumored to want Mykel Williams at 9. I think they called Carolina at 8, who wanted to trade back to come up with a deal, but they were scared if they went to 11, Tedero and McMillan was their pick, right? What
Yeah.
if the Cowboys jumped the Niners and went to 9 or 10 to jump in front of them, and now the Panthers traded back and don't get their guy?
See, you got to calculate these things so you don't shoot yourself in the foot. Mike's wearing normal clothes. I just love this bizarre.
Interesting. He is wearing normal clothes. He's a very, very like quirky guy, but I think he's getting back to normalcy after all the crazy things that have happened to him in Miami.
I know it really was bad. And Tyreek, is Tyreek? Nah, they can't trade him tonight. It's too late. If they were going to trade him, they would have already traded him. But it's Tyreek Hill, who, by the way, is starting to become a problem child. You know, when I look at guys like Tyreek Hill and wide receiver, cornerback, should I say, Jalen Ramsey, these guys whine and cry their way out of organizations. I think, you know, guys, I mean, I don't know if that's cool. I don't want to get this guy on my team. Well, he's going to do that to me, too. So I like guys that are humble and quiet. Cooper
too.
Kupp, the Rams screwed up there. I mean, I understand that Cooper Kupp kept getting hurt. But, man, is there a cooler wide receiver of that kind of talent in NFL history? I mean, Cooper Kupp never raised it. He never bothered anybody. Never said anything, stayed out of the media, and was one of the most dangerous wide receivers in the game for about a 4-year stretch.
I like with Cooper Kupp, the injuries, I get why they moved on. He was one of those players who never complained, did all the dirty work in the run game, in the RPO game. And so he's in Seattle now. He'll get a second chance here. I wanted to talk about Savaiinaea a little bit because they were asking about him. He's a guy that I was not super high on. I think I had a 3rd-round grade. He can maul you in the run game. He's fast enough to move into the second level for his own scheme. He's just a guy to me where if your game is power and you lack the anchor and the foot speed to recover and pass protection, that to me is scary. I think he can develop into that player. But right now, that's not who he is. And trading up for him 15 spots is interesting, to say the least.
You know, they saw I seen the comparison to Ayupati. the gorgeous Polynesian tattoo on the right arm. Tony, I'm real prejudiced when it comes to getting a Polynesian player. I'll take them over every player in the league. They're just kind of naturally built to kill. So if I could get one on my offensive line,
Exactly.
like we got with Pooney, can you imagine? I get this guy, but he's a guard though. Put him on the left side. I got two Polynesian guards starting.
Mm. Okay, so there's an interesting thing there because I could see Seven Aia just being so mentally wired the right way. The things I talked about end up not mattering. And Dominic Pooney, right? He was a third-round pick last year for a reason,
Did
but
you
he ends
have
up
him?
being really good.
Did you have Pooney around? Did you have been a third-round pick last year?
Yeah,
Pooney?
he went about where I expected him to.
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, like you never know. And those dudes are wired differently. It's just in their DNA.
Yeah.
They're humble, they're kind, but they're scary when they turn
Oh
it on.
yeah. I tell you, living in the San Francisco area, I knew so many. I had some buddies that when we were younger, punching headlights. The first time I'd ever seen anybody punch headlights out with a fist, I knew then that these guys weren't normal, and I was glad I was their bro. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
definitely.
that's a natural power. Hey, 49 Brian says, "Hey, draft someone for Trent. We're getting 10 games out of him this year." Trent Williams. Hey, Tony. What do you expect out of Trent Williams this year?
I don't know what to expect. He'll be there. A longer offseason might help him to be more
Yeah.
healthy for the beginning of the year. All I'll say, I don't want to reach on a tackle here, although we do need to draft one at some point. I think the third and fourth round is your sweet spot for tackles. There's only one guy I'd take in the second round, and I'm not really in love with him either, and that's Ariante Ursary from Minnesota, but he's more of a late second round grade for me. I'd rather wait till round 3. We get names like Charles Grant, Logan Brown, Ozzie Trapillo from Boston College. Those are guys
Oh,
that we'll
good school.
hear
Boston
definitely
College
called
offensive
tonight.
line. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, because the 49ers are not going to reach for Trent Williams because they could have last year. I don't know what they're waiting for, or do they have a plan? Williams is down. He's got less than a quarter of fuel left in that tank. So I hope they do something soon. Or you know what they might do, Tony? We bought Trent Williams. We might have to buy a left tackle, but I don't know who's going to be available next year, whose contract is running out. Because we got lucky to get Trent Williams. Joe Staley was like already a god at left. And then you got Trent Williams to follow him. Can we keep that trend going?
I don't know
Patriots.
if we're going to go from Hall of Fame to Hall of Fame tackle, but if they get a guy here, they might be able to develop him. Before they pick here, I think it's Darian Porter or Jalen Knoll. Those are my 2 picks here at 38.
All right.
All right, let's see the pick.
Tony, did you just call that?
Oh, Travion. Interesting. Okay, so this would be my third running back in the class. The best pass protection you'll ever see from a guy who's 5'10". He's the best pass protector in the class. He has easy speed. He's one of those home run hitting guys. The vision is not great, and that was something that bothered me. But Ohio State gave him such good running lanes, he can make anything happen. In the receiving game, soft hands, we talked about the pass protection, and he's one of those guys who can take a screen to the house. So he is elite
Whew.
in the pass game,
Woo.
awesome as a wide zone player. He's big enough to run between the tackles, although I don't want him there all the time. But he's one of the most complete players in the class. I don't want him like 20 to 30 snaps a game or touches per game. I wouldn't want that, but he's more in the 12 to 18 range is a sweet spot. He's a smaller guy. You want to make sure that he's fresh so he can make things happen with his legs. That's a great pick. They have Ramondre Stevenson, who's more of your thumper up the middle, who's also
Mm-hmm.
good in the pass game. Now you can throw him in there. It's really, really good for Drake May. This is a McDaniels running back through and through,
Ah,
100%.
tell you. Kyle Shannon, I hope
Look
you're
at that.
watching.
He's
Two
just
running
running
backs.
through
Two running
guys.
backs. If you got four in camp, you got to let two run. You know, when you mentioned that it's
Exactly.
a smaller guy, but and it mentioned on the screen elite pass protection.
Hmm.
First thing I thought about was Frank Gore. Gore was a small guy, but I don't
Hmm.
care how big you are. If you were coming after his quarterback, think
Yeah,
again. I
exactly.
had it on a loop. I lost. I got to find that file. Remember that big Chicago Bear? The dude was huge. He stood over Frank like King Kong. Frank was dealing with him, laid him on his butt. I said, "Oh God,
Yeah.
that's see." It's not the size of the fight in the dog. I mean, it's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog.
Mhm.
Damn.
Speak,
God, I love
Ronbo.
that.
Speak.
Woo-hoo, that was so much fun. So
Okay.
yeah, you just got to have a guy that just got a lot of heart. Well, here
Let's.
comes
Ooh.
Chicago. Can you imagine who the Chicago Bears are going to pick? They've assembled now a machine that's going to add more competition. Everybody looks at which is the most difficult division you think right now in football.
Ooh. You could go the NFC North with the Lions, the Vikings, the Bears, the Packers, but they all got bounced in the first round.
Yeah,
In
well,
the
yeah,
So I don't want to go there. Oh man, the NFC South was not great. NFC West was fine. NFC East, you have Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts, but it's only two teams. In the
yeah,
AFC, probably the West. I'd say the
yeah.
West is the best division in football. The
Uh,
Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers.
is
They're
that
all
going
going
to?
to be playoff
Oh,
teams.
that's right. That's the Chargers just came up. I think the Chargers in the second year with Harbaugh are going to be a lot better than they were last year, and they weren't that bad last
Mhm.
year. Yeah, that's probably about right. Anywhere the Chiefs are, everybody can. A lot of people already count the Chiefs out. I don't know. I just guys, what we saw was an anomaly last year. The
Mhm.
Eagles did look definitely scary. I don't know if that's going to continue. The Chiefs are going to bounce back.
We'll see. They have the quarterback and the coach, which is the most important thing. But
Yeah,
all the roster moves they're making, I don't see them getting better. They're trying to hold on, and that's where we were, right, the
yeah,
last few years.
yeah.
And I think it might come to bite them. I really do.
Tony, I'm going to get excited about it. Is Riku? Let's say his name again. Is
Donovan
no,
Ezaraku.
I'm gonna
He
get
could go,
excited.
Rombo. He
And
could go
no,
at
no, okay, but the
43.
thing is, I got one more pick, and I'm going to start getting excited. Well, you know what? I need two more picks. If he's still there, I think the 49ers are going to get him for everything you talked about. He fits like a glove.
With the Mykel pick, he fits like a glove.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If we took another player that's not Mykel, I would feel differently
Yeah.
because of Mykel. I want him. I want him.
Man, this is going to be scary. They're probably going to pick him up
Let's see
right
with the
now
Bears.
just because I said that. Oh, God,
Oh,
here we go.
you
Who's
know
this guy?
the Bears.
He looks like he doesn't know which way to go. Over here, dude. Yeah, here you go. You know what I like about that division? The rivalry's heated between Green Bay. Remember Aaron Rodgers used to antagonize fans in the stands
Yep.
against the Bears?
Hmm.
Cheeseheads are really taking shots at him, too.
Oh,
Dude, 2025 North champion. Luther
Luther
Burden
Burden
Jr.,
goes.
third.
Wow.
Tony, the wide receivers for Caleb last year, who were they? Can you remember them? I don't remember anybody that stood out last year as a wide receiver for Caleb.
That's
Loose, athletic,
scary.
dynamic yak.
as DJ's comp for him. Interesting. He's one of those guys, like I talked about, who's off my board for all the reasons about he's not involved in the game unless he has the ball in his hands.
Yeah,
His
that's fine. You
he's
got to
so
find
loose.
work.
They him one way and he's slippery, kind of like Jerry coming.
Oh, there you go. And great anticipation on that move. Okay, so the new head coach probably had something to do with that selection. He has something in mind because last year Caleb he was accused of what rookie quarterbacks are accused of all the time. He doesn't want to get rid of the ball, and I guess to find receivers that could get open quickly. And these highlights. Did we lose Tony? Williams, Moore. Oh, yeah, here we go. Luther Burden. Odunc. Odunza. Tony, are you going to? Hopefully, you're going to recover here in a second. We're still looking for you. Hey, Brian, for Saints next, then Bears again. Jets, then 49ers. There's going to be a lot of bloodletting between now and then. And the 49ers are probably trying to trade up even as we speak. Okay, this is it. This is it. The Saints are going to get Mrs. Sanders' baby boy. Tony. Chase DB Andre. He's going to get him the ball. He's going to eat. I promise you that. Oh, man. Can you imagine? 49ers aren't going to do it now, though. I think BA is probably safe. And that's no, Brian. We got 2 picks, or 3 actually. We got a second round pick and 2 threes. So we'll be adding a lot of bodies today. Yesterday, Tony wasn't charging. I wonder if his system ran out of juice. I know, Smooth. A lot of good players can be taken up in the next 4 picks, Smooth, but they can't take them all, no matter who we get. Boy, Packers was working that Bears so hard a minute ago. William Roberts, I feel you on that. Bleep the Chiefs, but they've been such a pain in the ass for us for how long? I just can't. When I see that KC and that red and Mahomes and Kelsey, I immediately it's just scary. We haven't beaten them, and it's been a decade. During the regular season, Super Bowl, just can't get past them. Is this going to be it? Shadir. Oh, God, no more shit. Oh, cornerback down himself. Oh, God. Oh, Tony, get in here, man. Get that thing charged up. Oh. Shadir must be getting a 3rd round grade. I don't know if he's even going to get picked between now and the 4th round. If you're going to get a quarterback, you don't wait till the end of the 3rd. Who is this guy? Tyler, what? The Cleveland Browns, it has to be all about Dion. I don't believe Shadir could be this bad. Ray Jr., yeah, no. We haven't picked anybody yet. We're coming up. Yeah. Well, you know, Niners need a tight end, a center, guard, field goal kicker. We need everything, basically, right? Yeah. But what order do you rank these guys in? I actually, center and guard, I'd put 1, 2. Tight end would be number 3. Tony, you're back. Good. Tony? He's still navigating.
You're cutting in and out. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying right now.
Okay, let me know. Let me know when it stops breaking. I'll keep talking. Then, can you hear me now? I'm still breaking up.
Still cutting out.
Okay. But you know what's so funny? Because
it's definitely on my end.
Okay. Because I can't believe my Wi-Fi is cooperating today. It was just terrible yesterday. Anyway, I'm gonna keep talking. Shadur just got disrespected again. I had to laugh at him, but he was slated to be a first-round pick. He's dropping like a rock in the second round. I don't even know who that quarterback was that just left. Of course, I didn't say anything, but still. Man.
Oh, the Bills and the Bears.
Oh, yeah. All right. Tony, I can hear you clearly, though. Can you hear me? Am I still breaking up?
Barely. Still cutting in and out.
Okay.
Oh.
Joey Bosa, you know what? I hope they grab somebody. Just because, you know what? That was chicken poop, man. You came all the way over there just to say, oh, thanks, but no thanks, guys. And your brother wanted you to stay. You know this. And your mom wanted you to stay. What did you do? You left. But I understand that Buffalo it's cold as hell, though. Pick is in. God, we're 2 picks away. It's going to really hurt if the Bills pick up what we were about to do. And Sharp, yeah, money hungry, but you would think Joey's signed these huge contracts for years. Yeah, I know, Brian. The same thing. 49ers, I can't imagine what the 49ers offered him, though. What would you... Joey's been out for the last 3 years consecutively. And would the Jets take Sanders? I love seeing Mike Green still on there. And Dezeiru, I hate trying to pronounce his name. Oh, man. They got Von Miller. Von Miller and Joey Bosa. These guys are pretty much on the downslope of their careers, but still. Yeah, they're gonna have to take. They're gonna take a rusher. One of these guys, between Mike Green. They scored plenty, but can't get a stop. And there have been games they had some shootouts. One of those edge rushers is gone, guys. Yeah, we're not. One of them is gone. Stop talking about you need more pass rushers. Leave them there. We want them. Get out of the way. 5 straight AFC East titles. How many? Well, the Chiefs can say the same thing, though, can't they? Okay. Here comes the announcement. Lee Evans. People trade up to go get a defensive tackle. 6'3", 297. The dude does not look like 297. I love guys that means this guy can move. And 297, I understand why you traded up. A 300-pound tackle built like this dude? This guy's got to be a machine. Tony. I know 95. Damn the Bills. You know we were going after him, don't you? I bet you everybody knows that's who we were targeting. We'll find out later. Oh. Damn. Tony?
Am I back?
I heard you last time. Yeah, I was the one cutting out. You couldn't hear me. I think it's still the same.
You're still cutting out for me. I can't really hear anything.
Hey.
Oh?
Tony? Tony, you know what you could do? Maybe use your phone, but leave your cam, because your cam is good on your laptop, as you say. Of course, you can't hear me. Let me see. I'll send you a note.
AI is old news, but apartmental intelligence, that's the future. Picture your perfect apartment. Watch this. This is in here, and now it's up there. Oh, apartments.com, a place to find a place. Ooh. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros. This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronxville, Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts? Closer than you think. Serving up deals, advice, more.
Hey, hi.
April 21st to 27th.
Let's take a look.
It started today. These K's are fire. Hey, D, you work here? Whatever, kid. Just take notes
They just don't lose.
If that's your jam, this is for you. Good Morning Football, Monday at 8 on NFL Network. Coming up Monday on The Insiders, we'll have all the news from around the NFL, plus live team reports and expert analysis as only NFL Network can deliver. Catch it all Monday at 7 Eastern on The Insiders. Let's check in on the draft buzz presented by Goodyear. Look at that picture that we're sending back to you from Wisconsin right now. Ian Rappaport, take it away.
All right. Tony, check out your Twitch message.
The Sanders who has not yet gone tonight. Start to look into your Sanders as a backup, not a starter. So the teams coming up here.
Ronbo, I'm going to try joining on my laptop. I don't know if you can hear me, but the other person in the room is from my laptop.
Okay. Yeah, 49 CFC says he's at full capacity. I just, when he said that, I said, oh man, I just hope he can stay at full capacity. The Jets. Shador, you don't want to go to the Jets. The Jets is another place where quarterbacks, where some of the teams that quarterbacks go to die. Look at us. We're standing there one step away. We could have used that tackle. I wonder if the 49ers were eyeballing that guy. Teams that quarterbacks go to die.
You there, Ronbo?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
There we go. We're about to pick. I need to be on my laptop for now while my internet. Did my internet just cut back on? There's no way.
It must have, because you can hear me, and I can tell. We've always been able to hear you though.
I'm on my laptop right now, so the reception, it's easier to get into it, but I'm also streaming the draft on here, and so I was worried it would take up too much bandwidth.
Tony, tight end Mason Taylor.
Yeah, he's good. I wasn't in love with him. And the Jets need a tight end, though. We were talking about Warren at 7 for them. It makes sense. He can do everything. Not the best blocker. He's a good blocker. Not the best receiver. He's a good receiver. He's one of the smarter tight ends in the draft from everything I looked at with the zone IQ, knowing where to sit, which is a quarterback's best friend. I don't think he's a top 40 player, but I really liked him, and I think he'll help them starting day one.
Yeah, from the highlights, he looks average.
He is, but most tight ends in the league are average. There's only a few that are a cut
That's true,
above
isn't
the
it?
rim.
Yeah.
So yeah, he'll be a good player. I like him, and I think
Oh, he's
in New
Jason
York-
Taylor's kid?
he is. Yeah,
One of the, every time I see a famous player and his kid finally gets up to the leagues, I was like, wow. Well, he's had all the training he could ever possibly need.
he grew up with pedigree.
Yeah.
Say that. He knows how to be a pro. I know the teams loved him in the interviews, which is probably why the Jets want him. Niners pick is in Rombo, so they're not trading.
I know. Oh.
I'm scared.
I know, right? You should be, because we've seen people get picked up. I still want that DT that we missed. Let's see what they do. The 49ers always have a contingency plan.
They do. There's like 20 guys on my board that I have left as second
Tony,
round grades are
Tony,
higher,
here-
and they're not gonna take
Tony,
them.
here it comes.
My guess here would be Alfred Collins or Donovan Ezeraku. Those are my two guesses here.
Take a look at the board, bro. You gotta say his name, because if you would have said any other name, I would have said, oh, we didn't get him, but we did. Oh!
I don't see it yet. Wait, we got Alfred Collins?
Oh, yes.
Go!
Bam, boom, ba, bam. Filling that defensive line, picking that. Oh my God! I got it. Let me see, give me some more highlights. Take him down. Ooh, a hornhead. I like that. Take it
He
down.
is the best run defender in the draft. 6'6".
Oh, get out of here! Are you serious?
Massive body.
Oh,
He sheds double teams, like they're little kids, Rombo. His stack and shed is textbook, and with his frame, he's able to do. He's not a explosive guy because of how big he is, but man, I think he has some traits you can work with the long arms. You teach him how to rush the passer, get him a pass rush plan. We could be talking about a top 10 defensive tackle in football in a few years, but the floor is so high, right?
Yeah,
the
yeah.
run defense, day one, he's going to be elite. So this is an A+ out of the park pick for the 49ers. I love it, man. I love it.
Hey, you got 3 coaches that can bring him right to the area you're talking about. He's still raw material. Let's see what he looks like after one season. Okay. We're still feeling that defensive line like they promised. But Tony, when are we going to start working on offensive line? I'm worried about you got to protect your quarterback or you're not going anywhere.
We have 2 hell starters in Pooney and Trent. We have an average starter in McKivitz. And then your left guard, Barch and Burford, are going to play around there. They love Brendel. I don't think they're going to draft a center.
They do. Chris Soren, Forrest just speaks volumes of nothing but glory. I said, Chris, are you watching a different Brendel than the rest of us? I've not heard anyone say the nice things about Brendel that you do.
He's not bad in the run game, but pass protection is where it completely goes off the rails.
Yeah, and see that's not good. He should at least be average. You don't have to be fantastic, but at least be average, especially if you're good in the run game. But come on, I've seen him seal off a few times. I was impressed with that, like you said, with the run. Him and Juice work pretty well sometimes. There's not. You know what's so bad about it? Most of us make this judgment call of there's not going to be an offensive lineman left if we keep waiting. But Pooney came in the 3rd round.
Here's the thing about this draft too. You have your best players in the top 15 picks for O-line. Then to me, there's like a 50 pick gap where there's a huge difference in the players you're getting. And then at pick 60 to 130, 140, there's a lot of quality players who could start.
But you gotta be careful because that's not a lot of volume for the amount of people that are left in that draft. And it's like finding a needle in a haystack almost. So you can easy to get the wrong one. We've seen a lot of failed offensive linemen down through the years. Tony, I wonder sometimes if it's every team in the league or is it us mainly who get these guys that should not be playing professional football on our offensive line? Because they come in and they don't even look like they have the slightest idea of what it's going to take to play in this league. So, I don't want to see that anymore.
The issue is some of these lighter guys with movement skills lack the mean streak. They lack the ankle. They lack the strength, which is why you get guys who look like they shouldn't be in the NFL. But when you hit on a player, you really hit because they have the elite movement skills that you need for the run game, and they're able to play well. So drafting for Kyle is boomer bust on the O-line, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you're right. I forgot about that. Kyle Shanahan, he wants you to be able to get out in space. You need to be athletic. You can't be 390 and be on Kyle's team. Mm-hmm. But ideally, that guy's hard to get around and better protection for the quarterback. We lost, the big guy that we lost to when we picked up Mykel Williams, that Von Miller just used to praise like crazy. We as soon as we lost him, we have been right on the right side since.
Mm-hmm. Anthony Davis, is that who you're talking about?
No, right tackle with the arms like an octopus. Brown. His last name was Brown. What was his first name?
Here, sorry, I can barely hear you. One more time.
Yeah, it was right tackle. I forget, his last name was Brown.
Trent Brown. Yeah, Trent Brown.
His first name was Trent. I just realized we got 2 Trents, Williams and Brown. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Had we had the 2T connection, Williams and God.
Oh,
okay,
man.
Here come the Cowboys to screw up. I can't wait. They're probably going to pick up another running back.
Let's see it here. Cowboys, I could see them going a lot of directions here. Yeah. I do think they'll probably take an edge rusher right here. Ezaraku or Scorton is my guess.
Just to piss us off.
With the Micah contract and everything, I could see them doing that.
They did it. God.
Ezaraku.
Knew it.
Knew it. It sucks he went off the board. He's the last elite pass rusher left right now. That also is not a complete liability in the run, but he is everything that they would want in a pass rusher opposite from Micah Parsons.
See?
As a number 2, I don't think you're going to be able to guard him, and I could see him being a 10-sack player year 1. Look at the bend. I love his bend. The long arms we talked about, the polish, just everything. He has the best pass rush plan, the most moves.
Look, look at spin. Oh, my God. It looks like a cornerback.
Look at, oh, man. I love this player so much. He was my edge, too, with Green and Pierce off the board, and they get him in the second round at 44. Excellent, excellent.
Tony, we're getting Mike Green next, right?
We'll see. I don't know. He's not typically a player that the Niners have historically taken a chance on. But
because I know that you're right. I know the Niners are going after this guy. Damn it.
Look at that. As a Rock, who's a Cowboy, I feel bad because his career is going to die there. But, yeah.
Probably. He'll be pissed off in 4 years because Jerry taking the time about paying.
Yeah. We'll see. He might get the opportunity to leave unless Jerry just pays him a crazy amount of money, which we've seen him do, which forces him to stay there, and his career definitely dies after that.
Man. I don't know. I just, you know what? I know it's evil, but I just hate to see the Cowboys get a really quality player. When they got Mike, I was sick for weeks, and now they did it again. Every now and then, Jerry makes moves that you have to give him credit for. And Tony, I don't like to give Jerry Jones any credit for anything. He should stop it, hire a real GM, and move out of the way. Because he's outdated. His thinking is outdated. He swears to God he knows what he's doing. This is my team, and I'll do what I damn well please. Well, Jerry, you know what? Go ahead, keep doing that. Because over in San Francisco, we love it.
Exactly. With Jerry Jones, when you look at the draft picks they make, it makes sense, but his allocation of contracts is where the issue comes, and he's just stuck in the past. He is. Let's see what the Colts do here. I think it's Darian Porter or Savone Revel. I think they go with another corner here. I don't know if Azaria is their cup of tea, but we'll see. Oh, JT Tuimoloau. So he was another guy we talked about in the mock. He's probably the second best edge setter in the class behind Mykel Williams. The longest arms of any edge. He is very stout versus the run. He turns into the Incredible Hulk against the run game. And he is one of those guys where he'll be in the league for 8 to 10 years. I just worry about the pass rush because he's not an elite athlete outside of his length, right? He's just not very explosive. A lot of moves he uses, but they just don't work. And he wasn't the craziest competition. So he's a high floor, low ceiling player. For what Indy needs, I think this is good. They need edge setters, and he's going to fit that perfectly.
Got Defoe.
Leatu, he's coming along. Second-year player, third-year player.
Moore, cornerback. Cam Bynum, safety.
Oh,
So look at that defense. Is that a good defense? That is, isn't it? It's decent.
It's not great. I mean, Defoe's worse.
Defoe's probably on the other side of his career now, isn't he? By now.
I mean, how old is he now? 32, 33?
Minimum. Because I think Armstead's at least that old. And Armstead's 1 year older than Defoe.
Defoe's in year 10.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Rams at 46, who do we think they take here? They need corners. They need them, Ronbo.
Yeah. Hey, guys, watch them go ahead and get they're going to get Williams. I mean, you know why? No, maybe not. Because Williams his stock just dropped completely out of the park. Poor guy.
Williams too.
Harold, Alfred Collins, defensive tackle of the pick, second round to 49ers. Yeah, that's right, Harold. We're building that defensive line, bruh. Yes. And Tony, this is high quality, man. I'm telling you. Nick's going to be delighted.
The run defense this year, Ronbo, one of the best edges already at defending the run in Nick Bosa. You had two elite run defenders in Mykel Williams and Alfred Collins. Now, here's what I think they're going to do. They're fine at DT2 stopping the run between Kevin Givens, Jordan Phillips. They'll be fine there. I think the next defensive tackle they take is going to be more along the lines of a pass rusher. Aeneas Peebles, CJ West, Omar Norman Lott, who we took on the mock draft. I think that would be the next defensive tackle they take. I would not be surprised if they take one today and they don't wait until tomorrow on day 3. But we'll see what happens. Your run defense is set for now. Now you need
Tony, I
to
think
get
you're right. I think they're going to continue to build that defensive line and everything else. Since priority one is to get some bodies in here to play defense because we don't have any, right, on that front line. So day 3 will be everything else.
Exactly. I think day 3, you could get really good defensive tackles, which is why I think they could wait till round 4 at pick 113 and 138 to get one of the guys I mentioned there that are just great pass rushers. Either way, the D-line is going to keep being built. It is so deep this year. I would not be surprised if they walk away with 4 or 5 defensive linemen. Which
I'd be
sounds
delighted.
crazy, but they don't have many on the roster right now. They just don't.
About 5 or 6 that are worth a damn that I can think of. Beyond that, I don't even know who they've got enough. They don't even have the bodies. They've got to add these guys.
Exactly.
The 2, 3, third round picks, defensive linemen.
The only places right now I think they have a big need that I feel like they would address. I don't think they're addressing center or guard very early in this draft because they have the guys there that they think are going to be good. I think outside corner is one of them. Free safety is another. After the D line, if you take care of those 2 things today or early tomorrow, I think they're set. This defense is looking really scary right now.
You know, Tony, because fact of the matter is, like you're saying, it takes continuity for an offensive line to come together and really be good enough. Now, those guys that have been pissing us off for about 3 seasons now, they should know each other well enough now that continuity should translate into being a good offensive line. If Trent Williams can participate. That's the only thing that worries me. Can Williams please be there?
True.
I don't know.
And that's what makes you think, do they go tackle soon? I don't think they do, but the fact he could retire next year, you have the injuries. I mean, McKivitz is always healthy, which is good, but he's also not like the best player. So maybe you think about tackle. I don't know if they do though, just hearing what they've said in their interviews and pressers.
Well, you know, the 49ers like to, that's a smoke screen. You know something else, Tony? They don't, see, the 49ers offensive line, there's another couple of, I lost that thought. It'll come back to me in a second. But anyway, I'm thinking the 49ers are going to make sure, because we're not seeing a lot of offensive linemen. Like you say, the best offensive linemen already left. But then there's those 45 or 50 that you mentioned that could help you, but they're spread out through round 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7th round. Can you imagine picking up an offensive lineman in the 5th or 6th round that's just an ass kicker? So, you know.
I think there's going to be a run on offensive linemen in round 3 for sure. And there's going to be guys on day 3 that are ass kickers, like you're saying. So I'm not worried right now. See who the Rams take here. At 46?
A tight end?
No. Okay, so here's the guy where it's like mutant type player, all the measurables, fastest player at the combine at his position, smooth mover, has the yak, all of it. He is nothing in the run game. I still feel like his hips are not as fluid as I want them to be. He's more of your like, I'm going to get down the field and be a vertical threat jump ball player. He can win deep. He's not this guy that I think is a second-round player. No way, no how. The blocking is going to be a real adjustment for him. I don't know if he'll ever get there. So if they want a field-stretching tight end, this is your guy. Round 2 is so early. But again, I'm not because we're
No,
going to
no.
play this.
We
twice a
want
year.
them to have that, yes.
At
You know?
46, I had a 4th-round grade on him. I was,
Really?
yeah.
The Rams
So-
had another tight end that got hurt last year that actually I hated to say anything nice about, but he bothered me.
Tyler Higbee.
Yeah. Higbee was
Ferguson's
always.
like 139 on my board, and they take him at 46.
And because Higbee would always sting you just when you didn't expect it.
Mhm.
Well,
He's like
You know?
full reliable type of guy. Terrence Ferguson might develop into that. I'm skeptical, but that's a good thing. Arizona, I'm worried about because I loved their draft last
hey,
year and the year before.
Tony, you're preaching to the choir, man. Arizona Cardinals. A lot of people don't think they worry me every year. Ever since Kyler showed up, every time we were playing them, so here we go. God, Jesus Christ, can we do anything with Kyler? Please, God.
They're close. They're really close. And Walter Nolan at 16 is a great step in the right direction for them. Will Johnson, so he goes off
Ah,
the board. Okay. So it could be scary. It could be. If he plays and he's back to full health, I can see why teams did not want to take that chance on him. Given the nature of the injury, his zone coverage, his reaction and instincts are incredible. You see the plays here, taking things to the house. My issue with him, think of like a Trevon Diggs. He's so instinctive, he'll act on everything. And he got picked on double moves. Think of Trevon Diggs with the Cowboys, where he had 11 picks that one year, but he also gave up the most yards in football.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
where you're getting Boomer Bust.
He's cut out of that mold? Okay. Because Diggs, I got tired of hearing about Diggs. Texas Boy was in the chat all the time talking about that. And in the
He's
following year,
definitely
he couldn't make
Definitely.
any plays.
He didn't make plays, you're right, but he just made right plays at the right time, and interceptions are all people care about. I think Johnson is a little bit better. He's a bit less like on everything, but he's on almost everything. So to me, not a player I love. I could see how Saleh would like him in the cover 3 scheme, but he goes here at 47. Good pick for them if he stays healthy. That one is scary.
Hey, Tony, from what they're saying about him, if his leg isn't hurt, he's not in this round being picked.
Oh,
So,
no,
yeah,
top
he's
20.
yeah.
He's top
he's
20
first.
without that. So.
Yeah. It was Houston again.
D'Amico, who did they take in the first round? I completely forgot who they took. Let me double check here. Oh, wait. This is the first time they're picking tonight, right?
Yeah, tonight.
No, they traded back to 34. Who did they take at 34?
Is that right? Was that them involved in that trade?
Yeah, because the Giants moved up with Houston to take Dart. Let me see.
That's right.
Who did Houston take?
I know one thing. Shador is not getting picked up by Houston. Where is Shador going to go? 48 picks later, Shador's in
I
the
could see
top.
him falling to round 3 with the Steelers.
Yeah, the Steelers got to take him in round 3. They got anything to lose at that point.
Exactly.
Watch him
round
somehow
3,
come in the
you can move
league.
off him next year if you don't like him, type of thing.
Oh, there you go. But Shador's going to be so pissed off. I got a feeling whoever picks him up is going to get an inspired QB. Shador's going to play his ass off because he's going to think, okay, you guys think I'm a 3rd-round pick? Give me the ball. And now you got this guy that's playing out of his mind. This Shador doesn't know it right now, but this could have been the best thing to ever happen to him. Now he's probably, even at this moment, he's got a chip on his shoulder that it would take a crane to lift off.
Yes. I think it could be the best thing for him. It might humble him a little bit, which is what he needs. But we'll see what he does.
Exactly. He
I
needs to
think
calm
the
down
Steelers
about
in
him.
round 3 is the perfect spot because there's no expectations. They can move off of him after a year if there's a better option. But if Rodgers doesn't come in, he can play day 1 and he'll be fine.
Right?
So I think it's Ariante Ursery, the tackle. They need tackles. They are so depleted after trading Laramie Tunsil.
That's right. Why would you trade Laramie Tunsil? Did he ask for too much money?
No, it was a character thing. They said he wasn't a leader in the locker room, which I'm
Oh,
not there
no.
to say what happened or what didn't, but that's why. That's the reason they gave.
Okay, that makes sense. Thompson came into the league with red flags, so that's not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, 49er Butley. Rams move up and take Sanders away from the Cowboys. Wouldn't that be special? I don't know. Jerry Jones doesn't have a lot of picks to waste, but just to let Dak know, if Dak's thinking that he's all that and $60 million and I won't have you sit down, you got another thing coming.
Exactly. Are you there, Rumbo?
Yeah, I'm listening. I was reading the chat.
All right. What do you think happens here? Where are the Niners going to go? They have pick 75 as their next pick, Rumbo.
We got a long time to go, don't we?
We have 27 picks unless
I
they
tell you, I'm going to
trade.
bet on another defensive lineman. It's going to be interesting. If in round 3 we're still picking up the best defensive lineman we can find, I said, Tony, this could be, as Lynch said, no, we're gonna build that defensive line in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
They've got no below average player yet. Some people are questioning Williams, but he's not considered by too many as being that low a pick. And then you pick up this kid in the second round. Tony, what would be available in the third round to be worth it? What would you be? Would you be looking at a nose tackle or something?
Oh, Rombo. In the third round, there are a lot of players you like. And really, at pick 100, guys like Jamari Caldwell and Jordan Phillips would be your run defenders. Aeneas Peebles, CJ West could be there at 100. There are so many defensive tackles I like. Let me pull up my big board here.
By the way, you check out Tony's big board is flying high. If you got an X account, just go to Tony Ringini. His name's right down in the description and click on. Tony does a lot of work on this. I dare anybody in the 49ers or any front office to tell me they're doing more work than Tony. You notice he hasn't missed a player yet. He can give you a complete rundown on. That's special.
It takes a lot of work, so I'm happy to be able to share it with everyone here.
We appreciate it, Tony.
See what happens. For defensive tackles, Rombo, we have 2 more second-round grades left. We have Omar Norman-Lott from Tennessee, the pass rusher I told you about. If he's there at like 70, I trade up for him easily. Perfect compliment to Alfred Collins. Let's see what the Texans do here.
Yeah.
Oh, the Raiders traded. Texans took Jaden Higgins, the receiver, first. I think they go corner. Or Ariante Ursary. That would be my first pick.
Tony, that's amazing how you do that.
I mean, they didn't take a tackle day 1, right? And so they have a huge need there. After Ursary, there's a big drop-off on the board. So that was one of the easier picks for me in the draft so far. I'm not a huge fan of him, but he played some elite players and shut them down. So
Yeah.
I felt like his level of play elevated when he played the better players, which is concerning, but also it means there's more in the tank for him to show. And he's a perfect fit in the outside zone system that Houston runs. So he was a target for the Niners at 43. Not my cup of tea, but I think he's good.
And it's funny because D'Amico, he learned a lot from watching Kyle. I look with him and Mike. I always keep thinking they're going to steal picks from us, because no matter what anybody says, Shanahan's offense was brutal when it was working right. Oh, D'Amico's loving it.
I don't know if you're like not talking or if I can't hear you. It's hard to tell.
Oh, no, Tony. I was watching. I wasn't talking. Can you hear me now?
Okay,
You can hear me
okay.
now, right? Yeah.
Honestly, I'm terrified. I have PTSD from all the cutouts we've had. So
I get okay. I can keep going. Because I was just saying, Mike McDaniel and D'Amico, I keep thinking they're stealing people from us. Because they learned a lot from Kyle Shanahan. And, they're probably passing that on. Everybody that worked with Shanahan. Because no matter what anybody says, we may not win the Super Bowl, but I'll be damned if we've had bad teams. I mean, we're it's always, if we're getting beat, we're not getting beat for 18. What's last year was an anomaly. We got beat up a lot, but still,
if
we lost.
That was the issue. And we had a terrible coordinator who never should have been hired. But
and guys are laying up on the IR, right and left. How many starters did we actually have? We had more rookies playing. Oh, here we go, the Bengals.
Is it Scorton? That's my guess here. Scorton or Darian Porter? Demetrius Knight goes at 49. So this is one of those boomer bust linebackers, Ronbo. He's
Okay.
massive. I think he played at 250 at
6'1",
South Carolina.
235. Yeah.
He is super fast, super rangy. My issue with him, it's a lot like Jalen Walker that we talked about yesterday. Everything has to be in front of him. When it's
Yeah,
in front of
okay.
him, he plays like a high second, late first round pick. When everything is in front of him. And he's so big, he just doesn't miss tackles. He's 25 years old. Anything behind him in coverage, I worry about. But at least he has the athleticism to try to make that work in the NFL. So I get the pick here at 49. It's early for me at a third round grade, but if you unlock his high end tools, we could be talking about a top 15 linebacker in football.
Yeah, the clip that just showed, he's vicious.
He is. He is honestly, the Niners would love him at 75. I think he could have been a target there, but he goes at 49, so he'll be off the board. Seattle picked 50, Rombo. Let's see what they do. They reached earlier with their first pick. They took Gable in the first round. He's a good player. I felt like it was a slight reach at 18. Eman Wari, like I told you, I thought that was a complete overpay. Not only are you taking him too early, but you give up a third round pick. But I'm not complaining. They're going to get worse because of it.
Yeah, no, anytime, yeah. Other teams, if they're doing the wrong thing, so to speak, yeah, let them do it, please.
I can see them going with a couple guys here. Nick Scorton, the edge out of Purdue. Braden Swinson, the edge out of LSU. Those would be my two picks here. I could also see them going with a different option here in Jalen Milroe at quarterback. I think that's also very likely. They invited him to draft night too. I feel so bad for him. They were never going to take him first round, and they're going to have him sit there. It pisses me off.
I know, it's just mean. But again, I keep thinking about, I mean, is the Sanders boy going to leave today? God, this is really unbelievable.
Hard to say. I think third round is where he goes, but he might leave without a team because of all the issues we've talked about with the character and the arrogance.
Yeah, and the
Deion as
father.
well.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't have Deion Sanders as your dad. And you know what? His whole shtick should have been a real humble guy, kind of soft-spoken, quiet. He'd have been drafted by now, I bet you there are character things that freak people out.
Mm-hmm. Keep in mind, 3 quarterbacks have gone off the board now.
Yeah,
3.
the guy. Yeah, we lost you. Shoug. I think Schaff. His name was
Tyler Shuck is how you pronounce it.
Shuck.
It's
Yeah.
weird.
Hey, Tony,
CK.
please explain that. Is he good?
Tyler Shuck, in terms of just the pure passing film, after Cam Ward, has an argument to be the best one in the class. He is a natural thrower. He processes things well, very accurate. He has enough zip on the ball. He can make every throw on the field. My issue with him is a few things. He's 25 with a decorated injury history. But more importantly for me, he has the worst under pressure plays in the class by far. I mean, it is like, it might be the injuries, he's in his own head. There was a play where he escapes the pocket, a clean pocket, mind you, guys running after him, and he like throws the ball like this, underhand up in the air, and it gets picked off. And no one can near him. And it just plays like that. I don't see it working in the playoffs. That's why he's my QB6. All the other stuff is great, but just think Sam Darnold, right? You can be a great passer, but when you don't have perfect protection, is that how you're going to play football?
No,
Not for
you
me.
know, it would take me 2 months to get over that. We've seen that a few times. Jimmy did that a couple of times. Just eat the goddamn ball. What are you doing? It seems like, just get this thing out of my hands. No, why would you do that? It's like you look at him, did you have a mind blank? I think I seen Brock. Brock may have done that once so far. But I think Kyle chewed him out so bad. Listen, we don't do that. If you can't see where you're throwing the ball, then don't throw it. Just go down. Oh.
And that's one thing with Brock, that he has a good balance. I still wish he would just take the sack a little bit more. But he does try to escape or throw the ball away. So He's a playmaker. You can't be mad at that.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? That's I was about to say, Tony. I don't want that trait to be taken away from him. I just want him to keep it under control. If there's no place to go, don't force a play. Just go ahead, throw it out of bounds, or do something. But let's just get another down in without any damage.
Exactly. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay, here go the Hawks. Another pick. Seems the Hawks are picking a lot here, Tony. Isn't this the third time we've seen them up at the podium?
The Seahawks, yeah. No, they have a lot of picks this year.
Before we start, I gotta say happy birthday to my son, Jedediah. Everyone say happy birthday. With the 50th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
The Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Arroyo, tight end.
Again, another reach. Like, I'm not mad at this number. No, it makes me wonder, what are they seeing from the other teams in the division for the Rams and the Seahawks to get the two best pass-catching tight ends in the draft after Loveland and Boren?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, what are they seeing? What do they think they can take care of schematically? But he's another field stretcher. He was really underwhelming for me on film because he's 250, he's 6'5", but his run blocking is horrible. Doesn't have the technique, doesn't have the aggression. And those are things I have real issues with. In terms of route running, he's smooth like Mason Taylor. I think he's smoother. I think he's faster. I think he's better than Terrence Ferguson, for sure, who the Rams took 4 picks ago. But for me, it's like, if you're taking a receiving-only tight end with low production, doesn't block for you really at all, like, it was really underwhelming. I'm okay with that as a Niners fan. I think that's a great pick for 49ers fans.
I love it, especially when you bash down on the Hawks and the Rams players. I mean, this is nothing but helping us. They're in our division. We're both concerned about the Cardinals. You know, and every year people say, "Well, we got to worry about the Hawks this year and the Rams." I say, "Listen, man, the Cardinals. People need to stop." The Cardinals, okay? Look out. I mean, Kyler Murray they start out every year, they win the first 4 or 5 games, they look like world beaters, and for some reason they tail off. This coach they got is a lot cooler than Cliff Kingsbury, and I think he's going to take them a little further this year than last year. So, yeah, I'm still worried about them.
Gannon, I think so too. I think so, Ronbo. I think we're on the same page there. They've been close, and they were almost a playoff team last year. So we'll see what they do. They have a really good roster. I think they can make it elite.
I didn't even see the Broncos make that trade.
The Broncos traded back. Okay, they needed more picks. That makes sense here. Panthers might be going, Nick Scorton. Okay. He was the second best player left on my board, Rombo. You look at the Purdue film. He was around 250, 255 when he played there. He looked way faster, way better. He was a top 10 pick at Purdue, right? Then he goes to Texas A&M. They make him put on weight. He was playing around 270, 275 this year. He looked way slower. And for a guy who wasn't an elite athlete with shorter arms, it really affected him in the pass rush game. But he's a very sound run defender. Another one of those edge setters that has a high ceiling as a pass rusher. I know Connor Rogers had it at his, I think, edge 3 in his big board rankings on NBC. So some people really like him. He was my edge 7, I believe. But I really like this player, and he was the second best guy left on my board. Great pick for them. They need edge setters in Carolina. They need to get better on defense, and they're going to do that.
I don't. Panthers are going to be a different team this year. They were coming on last year, Tony. They weren't that. They were just a gimme on the calendar on your schedule. They played a few teams really tough going down the stretch, and they beat a team they shouldn't have beat at least 2 times. I remember because I was shocked when I watched the highlights at the end of the evening. I said, "The Panthers, what? Wow!" And I was feeling good about poor Bryce because Bryce was they annihilated him the year before. He couldn't get any protection. He's not that big of a guy. I said, "Oh man, I bet his mom is probably not watching these games." My God, Bryce! Oh. Get up. No, wait. Stay down a minute. Ooh, he got some hits.
It was one of those things where him sitting, I'm never a fan of it, but it worked. And whatever they told him, whatever they talked to him about, after he got benched, he came back and was one of the best quarterbacks versus pressure
Hey,
in
you're
football.
right. He did get benched. That's right. For about
For
2 or
Andy
3
Dalton.
games.
Titans here, I could see them going corner again. Oh. Oladejo goes at 52?
Is that too soon or what?
Way too soon. I had a 4th round grade on him. I know people love him. And what you see on film, Ronbo, he has the size. He's a converted linebacker, off-ball linebacker, to edge rusher. The issue with him, he has NFL wins. When he puts it together, they're awesome. It's like he can win this way in the NFL. The power game, the hand usage. The issue is he has really long streaks where he figures something out, but then he doesn't figure it out. And he goes long periods without making a difference. If he had another year to develop in college, he might be worthy of a top 50 pick. To me, he's about the 100th best player on the board in this draft. And they reach for him. They're going to bet on the upside. You love the person, love the character. I know everybody loved him in the interviews they had with him. So that's really what this is. A culture pick with high upside that you hope you can develop. I'm glad that they took him here, though, because I was scared that the Niners would take him at 75.
Really? He was at, I don't know. The Tennessee Titans, I'm trying to think of Derrick Henry. They can't pick a quarterback to save their lives. They might get it right this year. And I've always, the Titans are an interesting team in a way that they could be better, but there'd always be something short, just barely falling short. You're in a tough division. Wait a minute. The Titans are in a division with who?
The Texans, the Colts, the Jaguars. They're not far off.
There's only, the Jaguars are. Hey, Tony, the Jaguars
are gonna
could be a
good, though.
better team.
Ronbo, think about it. New head coach, great head coach, Liam Cohen. I really like Gladstone, their GM. He's only 34, but he gets it, right? And I don't think you need to be old to be intelligent and know what you're doing. I think being young can help you sometimes. Travis Hunter, Brian Thomas, the good O-line they have, the good running backs they have, Trevor Lawrence. I think it'll be a top 5 offense in football with Liam Cohen as their head coach. We saw what he's done with Tampa Bay and Baker Mayfield. I think they're a dark horse to win that division.
You think so? All right. Make that division interesting. Because, in fact, right now you need a younger coach because the league's evolving in a way where some of the old school stuff is not effective anymore anyway. So, yeah, I can understand that thing.
I love what they're doing. Who's picking next here? Tampa. Okay.
Hey, I just realized we're picking what number next?
75.
Okay, we got a long way to go. See, Tony, this is what kills me. We're going to watch. Well, we've seen a couple of players that we're not going to worry about. Actually, we've seen more than that. You've only really got excited about 2 or 3 guys so far since our last pick. They just went to another team. And this guy here, yeah.
Sorry, what did you say?
I was amused by the fact that you've only gave high praises to about 2 or 3 guys since the 49ers picked. So we're not losing premium talents out there, not yet.
No, there are still, let me see. There are 9 players left from my top 40 on my board. We still have 21 guys with the second round grade or higher on my board. Given 2 of those are quarterbacks, so we won't take them. So it's really 19. Azarie Thomas is my last first round graded player left. He could fall to 75. I don't think he will, but if he is, you run in the card. I love Azarie Thomas.
Yeah, we got a lot of picks left, Tony. Do the 49ers put that together for somebody really special? And I'm thinking the next round, have the 49ers been famous for trading up in the later rounds, though?
Round 3, they traded up. They traded up from round 3 into round 2 for Dante Pettis. They traded up for I think they traded up for Jair as well.
I think I remember that because the 49ers were freaked out because somebody was supposedly putting the rumor out there that Dante Pettis was going to be taken by the Cardinals. I think that was the Cardinals. Anyway, you're right. We got Dante Pettis, and it's another black mark against the organization that's never going to go away. You know, Pettis had great moves, My God, he had talent, but he's a wimp.
And he didn't
Man.
love football. And he came out and he said that. Like, you
Yeah,
can
he had other
what he
interests.
wants to be.
I remember that.
He had incredible talent. And we saw his rookie year with bad quarterback play. He looked really good. But
You couldn't
need to
cover
have
him.
the fortitude. And he just didn't care and he didn't have it.
Yeah. And he made the mistake, as you say, of letting other people know, I entertain other interests in my life and blah, 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 blah. And that's when everybody knew, okay, Dante, you could have kept that to yourself, okay?
Exactly.
Man.
Ronbo, do we see Mike Green go off the board here? I know
I
they
bet you.
signed Hassan Reddick.
It's way
to a
past
one-year
time. But I think some of the character issues you're talking about are what's standing in the way. Because if Mike Green's anywhere near, he's listed high on most boards. He's listed as one of the best
Oh, yeah.
edge rushers still left.
By far, he's one of the best. Let's see here. Okay. Benjamin Morrison, not in love with it. He's another one of these guys who played through an injury this past year. I was not impressed with his ability to mirror a man coverage. And he's a man coverage corner, right?
No. He cannot. You cannot say this about him, and he really is a man coverage guy. And if that's the case, he's got a problem. Maybe like you say, he was injured.
He was injured. So it's hard to really evaluate these guys this year. I didn't watch his 2023 film where everyone said he was a first round pick. To me, the short area and intermediate area stuff was good, not great. He is twitchy in the short areas and he can plant and drive really, really well. But the deep speed, to me, it's not great. The mirroring skills, I felt like he was late to mirror a lot. And the zone instincts, I just wasn't super impressed with it either. So to me, he was a third round player. I know some people have him in like top 30 on their board. So he's really one of those guys where it depends on the games you're watching. It might have been better in other games, but the ones I saw from him, I wasn't super impressed. He was a third round player for me.
Okay. And I really wonder if the 49ers are really interested in getting cornerback. 49ers, you can tell when the 49ers are just filling up draft picks if they have any left. They'll pick up a corner in the 4th or 5th round, maybe. You can tell that was just an afterthought. They're going to just try him out and see if they got a gem. Even the 7th round pick of Brock Purdy. Well, you know what? I did find out later about that. Well, all of us did. The 49ers were going to pick him up as a UDFA, which is pretty much going to be the plan. They picked him at 7 just because they had one pick left. So, Brock Purdy was possibly going to be UDFA. I wonder if he would have shown the same thing had the 49ers been looking at him the same way, and would we still be looking at things as they are now?
It's hard to tell. It really is. I hope they would have, but you never know.
Yeah. Because what he came up against, he came in against Trey Lance. Jimmy Garoppolo was still there. Was there anybody else? It was just those three, wasn't it?
Yes.
Garoppolo, Lance, and Purdy.
And Beathard and Mullins, but they don't really count.
Was CJ still with us?
Oh, no. Sorry. I'm
At that
looking
time.
at the Packers here, I think it's Savone, Revel, or Darian Porter. They
All
need
right.
a corner. Jordy Nelson back on the mic.
Was that his Jordy? I haven't seen you in forever, dude. Look at that crowd, Tony. My God, Green Bay is serious.
Wow, that's early.
Is that an early pick too?
He is a mauler. He is like, Ronbo, he can put you on your butt. Like, he is so powerful when he puts it all together. For my liking, he was a little bit slow for the wide zone, which I don't like. If you want a mammoth left tackle, this is your guy. I think he might play guard in the NFL, depending on what teams like from him. He was on the ground a lot for a bigger guy, which was an issue for me. But he can also put you on the ground and absolutely flatten you. So, again, like they're saying on here, struggles versus speed. The movement skills, I just didn't love it. His lateral agility, I didn't love it. But if you're head up on him, like, good luck. It's going to be hard to get through. So I can see why they like him in Green Bay. He's just not really my cup of tea. And another third round grade I'll add it as well.
All right.
Wow.
Look at this workout. Trent Brown was doing this. And they said he was actually pushing up an incline. He says, you take a human being pushing up a heavy vehicle up an incline. I'm impressed.
Definitely. It takes real strength to be able to do that, Ronbo.
Oh, your legs, everything. I mean, everything has to get into play for that. That's going to develop real strength, though.
William Roberts, bruh, you don't like nobody, LOL. Hey, William, we're getting all these third-round players on my board getting selected in round 2. Just wait when the draft starts to correct itself and we have all these second-round guys on my board that I absolutely love. It's just teams that are graded differently than me, and that's okay.
Yeah.
What will the Chargers do here? They took Omarion Hampton round 1. Could they go Darius Alexander here? He's a Harbaugh guy to me.
Do you think they're still looking for offense?
He's a defensive tackle, but they could go
okay.
Tate Ratledge maybe from Georgia. Wow.
They took it out. More offense.
So here's another guy with drop issues and hands issues. He had one of the highest drop rates. He's big. He's fast. He's your true X receiver, and there's very few of those in this class. I know Brett Coleman had him as like wide receiver 3 on his board, which is too rich for me. Again, this is another third-round player on my board. I think the high-end potential is really, really good. And taking him at 55, I understand it for what I like in my receivers. He's just a little bit too big, a bit too, not as fluid as I want him to be. But if you need a ball winner on the outside who can stretch the field vertically, which is what Greg Roman would want, it makes complete sense. He's a nasty run blocker too, so I really like that from him.
See, that's you score points with me when that's the case with a receiver of any type. That means the diva thing is not that serious, if at all.
I don't think he's a diva. I think he's one of the few that you could see being a stand-up player for his team.
Yeah, but Harbaugh going for all this offense. You got Justin Herbert. You got to get him some weapons. And if anybody,
I had McConkey, right, who was really good last year. He's a slot receiver, and ideally he's a number 2. Trey Harris is one of the few guys I see that could develop into a true X number 1. But it's going to take a lot of work, and we'll see if they can get that done.
Man.
Nate Diaz in the house, you know it, man. That was a great comp. Is that my player comp, Ronbo, if I were in the draft? Nate Diaz?
Nate Diaz? Wait,
the
who is Nate Diaz?
He's a boxer with the buzz cut and a little beard patch right here.
I'm not going to go find Nate Diaz. There you go. Yeah, some of the comments are smooth. This draft is so deep that we need for our squad nobody else. Our squad, let's focus on us. And you see how fast Niners are picking, not waiting pick, and they know what they want. Remember, 20 players looking at, the 49ers have learned so much down through the years, especially Kyle and John have went through the school of hard knocks. They've made some brutal mistakes that I imagine they did take notes, and they're not going to make the same kind of mistakes again. Here's Bunab. I haven't seen it in a long time. Hey, why do you think the Scatterbo hasn't been selected yet? He's an all-purpose back, a little bigger than McCaffrey. I asked you about this yesterday, Tony. Where would you pick up Scatterbo?
I have a third-round grade on him. He's my RB7. I like him better than Caleb Johnson. I will say that. I think the top speed is what scares teams. The amount of carries he took in college, I think he has the most snaps out of any running back coming out in the draft this year. So you have the wear and tear. He's already super physical. He will lower his head every single play if he has the opportunity to. So you have to think long-term, is this going to last? For me, I don't have big concerns about that. He's a complete player. He's not really elite anywhere outside of his contact balance, but he does a great job everywhere. And he has the mentality you want on your team, hard-nosed football. So if he's there at 75 and they took him, I would completely understand, and I think it would be a good pick. But in the second round, for me, is a little bit rich, given the reasons I just gave you.
Well, thanks for that contribution. Good question too, because everybody Scatterable became I mean, what might I call Scatterable? Scatterble's like he was that guy that everybody just sort of gravitated toward and wanted to see him play. Maybe because of the name. I mean, is there
It's
a
a
better
cool
name
name.
for a football player? You know?
Attitude. I like that.
Shadir, I don't know, man. They're not even putting the camera on you, man. It's bad.
Did they kick him out of his house is the real question. Did he say, I'm being embarrassed, get out of my house? It's fun.
I don't, maybe. If they did, I wouldn't have blamed him. It is embarrassing. They showed him, it looked like he was outside the last clip they showed, and that's been about an hour ago.
I think, you know who could take him? Cleveland at 67. They haven't taken a quarterback.
You know, at that late in the draft, Cleveland or Pittsburgh should be ashamed of themselves if they don't even take a look.
Mm-hmm. So the Broncos just traded back Ronbo twice.
Wow.
And they're picking at 60. Detroit's at 57. This could be the corner. This could be where we see one of three guys go off the board. Azareye'h Thomas, Darian Porter, Savone Revel. Those are my top three corners available right now. And they're three of the best 5 players remaining on my board. I think Azareye'h is everything they want in a corner, and that would be a good place for him. But I really want him to fall to 75. That would be – that's what I want.
You know, you mentioned, I just wonder, what is Denver up to? That they don't see anything that's going to make them stop. And they may if they trade back again, how many picks will they have accumulated? They're just wanting volume this year.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what it is because they didn't have a lot of picks for whatever reason. So they're going to trade back, accumulate more, and load up in a really deep draft class.
Yeah.
I'm surprised some of the teams have moved up so far, to be honest.
You know, and if anybody knows about picking gems late rounds, it's the 49ers. So the 49ers are probably just sitting pat. They're not making any moves.
Who's this? Is that Roman Reigns? I didn't see it.
Nah, it doesn't talk like Roman Reigns, but he definitely looks like him. The funny thing is, I'm loving the Bears fans are coming out and taunting the Green Bay crowd. I love it.
Look at the guy with the sombrero. That's great.
He's laying it on thick. This guy's WWE all day. He's not even thinking about calling the pick. He's just wanting to work Green Bay.
Oh. I don't agree with that. Caleb Williams is not the best quarterback in the NFC North today.
You know, that would be me. If they were holding the draft at the Rams Stadium, somebody'd have to get a hook and pull me off the stage. I would be trashing the Rams. I forgot what I came out there for.
Exactly.
God.
Ronbo, I just had a stray thought. What if the Eagles take Mike Green at 64?
It would make sense.
Oh, man.
Here it comes, Tony. This dude.
Oh, so this is a player, Ronbo. I like him a lot more than consensus, but I feel like it's early. Think of Mike McGlinchey a little bit. Where
Oh, no. It even looks like McGlinchey. He
he's
looks
massive. Say he has shorter arms. I know McGlinchey had longer arms. They're
Yeah.
players that they have anchor issues, but they're bigger than the typical 6'8" tall right tackle. They're a little bit bigger. He's 315. I feel like he has a really high floor. He's very well schooled and well coached at Boston College. You don't see the high end
It's a good
potential.
offensive line school.
It is. And I love Drew Kendall, their center, as a day 3 pick, number 66. I love his tape so much. I hope they get him on day 3. But Trapillo was another guy that I really liked. and he's perfect for what they're running. Ben Johnson, another Shanahan scheme that they run up there. He's going to play at left or right tackle. I'd probably play him on the right side. They can move Darnell Wright over to the left side. And again, a great high floor player that just went a little bit too early for me, given some of the other guys available. But he is the second tackle left on my board in terms of like my ranking for them. So I get it. If you need a tackle, get your
Guy's huge. You know what? I guess you can't be too tall to be an OT OG. I really, man, I always wonder about the smaller guy that can get underneath the pads of these guys, but you don't see them getting knocked on their ass too often.
My ideal offensive lineman would be 6'2" with like 36-inch arms.
Yeah, you know, right? Weighing about 280 or 290, because he's already gonna be as strong as hell. Oh my God. Raj, I thought you weren't working today. I haven't seen Raj. He's really taking it easy today.
He just came out for the first time since like.
This is the first time, isn't it?
Yeah. I think the pick here is Azareye'h Thomas Ronbo. I could see them going with Darius Alexander. Braden Swinson is on the board. He would be really good for them. The best remaining edge on my board. Interesting.
The Bronze Star Medal and the Purple Heart. Christopher grew up in Michigan and was a lifelong fan of Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could.
How does the NFL find these groups and these people that like particular teams? I guess you just scour the cities.
I'm sure they have connections to people, and
Yeah, I forgot about. And then there's that. Yeah.
Like we have to remember the people working for the NFL are still people too, so they
Yeah.
have connections to other things as well.
Yeah.
I'm going Swinson or Azareye'h here. Those are my two picks for Detroit. Although I've been off today, Ronbo.
Yeah, you know what? You started off and you were just hitting right and left. Oh, have you missed a couple here?
Today,
Yeah,
I
well,
missed
actually,
a
you
lot.
didn't. But you didn't commit on. Oh well, no, you did commit on this last couple of picks. Who you picking here?
It's Azareye'h Thomas or Braden Swinson are my
All right.
picks.
All right.
27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tate Ratledge guard from Georgia.
Another okay, interesting.
Offense, Tony. The momentum's picking up on offensive linemen.
Yeah, no, this-
Another guy, huge, 6'6",
For being a
308.
run. In terms of pass protectors, he is one of the best pass protecting guards in the draft.
Oh.
Walter Nolan absolutely obliterated him. Aside from that, he played really well. Great anchor. He can play in a gap scheme and in his own scheme. He's not an elite athlete, but he's a
Yeah.
big athlete, and he takes up space. One of the more refined players in the draft. This athleticism score 98. You don't see that on film. I thought Jared Wilson, his teammate at center, was the far superior athlete, but because of his size, he's going to have inflated scores there. But
Yeah.
he's versatile, great in pass protection, good in the run game, but he's nasty. He's one of those nasty finishers, Ronbo, and that's
Yeah.
what Detroit likes.
He cuts
Rip your kneecap
trees
off.
down. You know, Tony, well, you know what? As I say, offensive lineman, I don't know. I know the 49ers are going to pick at least one or two. But these guys with high grades going now are, like you're saying, it's kind of worrisome.
Going to see a run on offensive lineman here, which means the Niners could take one at 75 if they feel there's only a few guys left in
Yeah.
the tier that they like. Wow. Just got the hiccups out of nowhere.
It's stressing out over this draft. The 49ers, I can't see them trading up again. The 49ers are going to stay away from that apparently if they can.
Given the board I have, I would sit pat at 75. Savone Revel here makes sense for the Raiders, Rombo, at
Okay.
corner. Although I could see them going offensive lineman again. If that is the case, you look at Charles Grant from William and Mary, and you probably
Yeah,
look at
I've
Logan
heard
Brown
him.
from- It's early for both of them, but I could see it. Or do they go receiver here?
The
No, I'm going
Raiders?
to go Alio Manor, Stanford receiver here, or Savone Revel, Eastern Carolina corner. I was wrong. Jack Besh, we talked about him earlier, Rombo, for
Ah,
Seattle. He's that slot receiver type, nasty blocker,
yeah.
excellent in the short and intermediate game. Really, really great hands. He's able to get upfield in one step. Really, really great. Yak, one of the best yak receivers in the class. This is perfect for him with Chip Kelly. This is one of the best, I think, picks all night in day 2. I'd say Alfred Collins.
Really? That much? Oh, got it. That's
He's
saying
one of
something.
my top 5 picks so far. And the player value, the scheme fit, where he's going. I love this. Jack Besh, man, the GOAT. I didn't really like him until this past week. He rose on my board like 30 spots this past week. You hear him more in interviews. You consider more of the role he's going to play versus how good he is right now. I really like him, Rombo, and they're getting a special player for their quarterback, Geno Smith.
Well, he's ready to go, too. He's pumped. He's fired up.
He's another second-round guy, Rombo, that just went off the board, him and Ratledge. So we have 19 guys with the round 2 grade or higher left going into round 3.
Because, Tony, you and I both know Kyle Shanahan does not leave a draft without at least one running back and a wide receiver. And who could
Rombo,
they
there's
possibly be?
some good running backs left. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee, Jaden Blue from Texas, Bashal Tootin from Virginia Tech, Cam Scattaboo, Caleb Johnson.
Don't let us get Scattaboo. Oh, my God. Bring the lights down. Oh, yeah. Because everybody, guys become the people's running back without even having a snap one in NFL.
Man, Rombo, round 3, we could see them fly off the board. Like you said earlier, you're just born a running back, and there's so many guys who are born running backs that are going to be here round 3 and 4.
And you figure that out as early as high school because there used to be guys. I was a cornerback, rover. I tried to play safety. That didn't work out well. But the thing is, running backs when they break the interior line, it was always like your heart would jump because if he gets downfield and you got a charge, he's got an advantage. I have to come to him, and he's gonna do me, and I hate that embarrassment because everybody's dead. Woo! Oh my God!
Yeah.
That's a guy that nobody taught him that. That's him. I mean, he probably polished his craft, sure, but still, that he can do on his own. So you've got to be down low, and do not take the wrong angle, or he's gonna embarrass you.
Talk to him, Rombo.
It brings back horrible memories. But running backs are boring. I'll stick with that. Wide receivers to some degree too, but that takes a lot of technique too.
Wide receiver, I feel like it's one of those positions where you don't need to be a crazy good athlete. It's all about your craft.
Yeah.
And Jack Bash is one of those, Rombo. It's all about his craft, and I love his game. He's great. Let's see. I'm looking at the Ravens here. I still think they need a true X receiver. I really think they do. Zay Flowers is a slot guy. Rashad Bateman, he's a number 3 slot outside, but he's not like great at either. I think the pick here is going to be Alec Ayomanor from Stanford. Aside from that, like maybe they go guard here. They could reach for a guard, take Wyatt Milam from West Virginia. I think it's going to be receiver if I had to guess. I'm just surprised that there's so many good corners still on the board. They don't necessarily need a corner, but they could take one here. Azaria Thomas, Darian Porter, Savone Revel, Trey Amos, and Dorian Strong. All 5 of those guys have second-round grades on. And so they're still on the board.
Maybe the 49ers may break trend with that 70-something pick?
Should. At 75, if the first 3 guys are there, even the first 4, if Trey Amos, if those first 4 are there at 75, I'm taking one of them. Obviously, my first choice would be Azaria Thomas, but Darian Porter would be my second choice there. He's an alien, Rombo, Darian Porter. He's 6'3". He is just super long, but his long speed, his mirroring skills, his lateral agility, He's an alien. No one moves like him. He's just 25. The issue with him, he didn't get to start until year 6 in college.
What?
Think about that. He was a special teamer for 3 years, backup corner for 2 years, and then he just started this year. And you watch him on the court, you're like, Matt Campbell, like the head coach, why are you sitting him for this long?
Well, I was going to ask you, who was playing in front of him? What did he look like?
Not great corners. Like, they had some okay guys, but not great corners. He's the best they've had since he's been there, I can tell you that much. So it really makes me think maybe he wasn't developed the way that he should have been. And he could be a force by year 2 or 3, like an elite island corner. He has all those skills to make it happen. One of my 5 favorite people in the draft as well. So I think if he's there at 75, you run in the card. Azaria Thomas, you run in the card. There's also a guy here, Andrew Makuba, the safety out of Texas, who I took in my mock. He has not left yet, Ronbo. I would love to see him at 75. Free safety nickel type of player.
Well, this is exciting because our secondary, I'm actually not really real worried about them. So
Yeah.
if we get some cream to add to this pie, it'll be nice, you know?
I just think about what Salah had in New York with DJ Reed, Sauce Gardner.
Oh, Sauce, I know.
And their nickel corner, right? So
Yeah.
you want to get a guy like Sauce in the outside. DJ Reed is inside-outside versatility, which is our Diamador Lenore,
Yeah.
right? I just
Yeah.
want to get an inside guy to pair with Renardo Green. But
You know,
nothing need, I think it is a need.
yeah.
So
The Niners are definitely going to get a cornerback. Yeah, but I just don't know when because they're not leaving without a cornerback. I can't imagine that. Tony, I wonder about the linebacker spot, though. Zay Flowers. They're talking about. Yeah. Tony, they're going over the same ground you just went over to. Zay Flowers may not. I don't. Jeremiah doesn't have any wide receivers.
I would go Alec Ayoman would be my first pick. I think Savion Williams could also be there. It might be early for some people, but Savion Williams' best film is a top 30 player. It's just he has crazy drops. He's very inconsistent. He's the guy from TCU, Ronbo. He reminds me of Cordero Patterson, Jack Besh's teammate. And so if you take him at 60, even though he's lower on my board, I do have a 3rd-round grade on him, and I do think the pick is worth it because the upside is top 3 in the class, easily for me. But again, is he refined? Is he consistent? He has some of the worst drops on film, so you have to take that into account. But man, I think they go receiver here.
Because Lamar was throwing the ball a lot last year. I mean, and he has Henry, and he's still throwing the ball a lot. He didn't run as much as usual, though, did he? But he shouldn't have been.
He didn't run much.
Well, that's good for his health. I mean, you got to stop running, Lamar. You got Derrick Henry on your team. Why would you be running at all? Give him the damn ball.
I mean, the threat of both of them is so scary, right? Like,
Well,
and
And it didn't work. They lost to some teams they should have never lost to last year. It was crazy.
they shot themselves in the foot. That's what happened, Ronbo.
On several different times. And you'd see Henry stand on the sideline wondering why he's not in the game. And they'd go ahead and lose that game. And I'd say, and what did Harbaugh say? Well, no, we didn't bring him here. We weren't going to make him a bell cow anyway. I said, well, why do you bring a guy like Derrick Henry there for? That's what he is.
Yes. Oh, it could be Harold Fannin Jr. here, Ronbo. I have a hunch about that. Let's go Alec Manor and Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end.
All right. Tony's picks are in. I like that.
The ninth pick for the Baltimore Ravens. And with the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens have selected Mike Green.
Oh, boom. So he goes off the board.
Right aside. You guys did. You guys got Mike Green, and Mike Green breaks down into tears at his house.
Ronbo, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. They run a 3-4 scheme. He's going to be a stand-up player. He's a top 10 player on my board with the character concern.
And here's the thing, this is like Patrick Mahomes is probably sitting home. Oh, Jesus. Because they've escaped the Ravens how many years in a row, And now Patrick saw what blood tastes like in your mouth for a whole Super Bowl. I mean, God.
This is I'm looking at their depth chart right now. I did not think they'd take him just given their culture, but their starting outside linebackers are Kyle Van Noy, who's a coverage guy, Tavius Robinson, who's fine. He's not great. Then you have Odafe Owe and David Ojabo, who can't stay on the field as pass rushers, right? Yeah. Mike Green can come in as a starter day one, be good against the run despite his size, but an elite pass rusher. That's what they needed. Wow, that might be the best.
Tony, you knew he was gone. I mean, your two favorite guys from earlier, both now gone. Mike Green and the name I hate to pronounce. I just, damn.
Donovan Ezeraku.
Oh! Well, they got
that fired me up.
It's okay, because I'm telling you right now, Tony, whoever we pick up is going to be special because they always are. And he's going to pick up in the 4th or 5th round. And we're going to be thinking things like, okay, here he is. Week 6. Damn, we did it again. Look at this guy.
Again.
It's
Here's
like
a guy
Mustafa last.
I'm going to give you guy day 3, Ronbo, that I hear no one talking about after this Broncos selection.
All right.
Oh, they're going to go running back. Oh, could they go Bashal Tootin here? Cam Scattaboo? Those are my 2 picks.
No, don't get Scattaboo. Well, we're not going to get
Tootin and
Scattaboo.
Scattaboo.
Denver's going to get Scattaboo. And I bet you're right. It's right now. Who's their running back now?
Jaleel McLaughlin and Audric Estime. RJ Harvey. Okay, so this is where the running backs start to go. Here's a guy that a lot of people saw as like a top 3 to top 5 running back. He's my number 8 guy, I believe. For me,
low to the ground, good fishing.
He's not good in the pass game as like a true receiver, but his contact balance elite. Lateral agility might be the best in the class. He has home run speed. It's not Jaden Blue or Tootin speed, but it's that next gear, like a Jonathan Taylor level of speed, Ronbo. He is so fun to watch. He's one of those guys that can make you miss in a phone booth. I wish he would catch with his hands more, not his body. But the Broncos needed a running back badly. He's by far the best running back on that roster day 1. Again, a 3rd-round pick on him. I love the player to scheme fit with what they have in Sean Payton and the Broncos.
That's going to be a competitive division next season. It was going to be no matter who they picked up in this draft because they started coming on last year. Bo Nix was shocking.
I mean, he's a perfect fit for that system, so I wasn't like super
surprised
shocked that he did well. But it's still better than anyone could have expected for sure.
I remember Tony from the Atlanta Falcons fan. Tony was a huge Bo Nix fan before the draft last year. I didn't know what he was talking about because I didn't see any Bo Nix. But man, after seeing him play, okay, now I get it. Yeah. He's an older quarterback though, isn't he? How old is he? Yeah.
I think he was 24 coming in. Commanders, I'm going to say Porter or Revel. Let's see who it is. They need a corner. Oh, Trey Amos. So they did go corner. Not the guy I was thinking. He's probably the safest corner pick of the draft, Ronbo.
Really?
He's long, tall, good in man, good in zone. He's a boring guy to watch because he's always in position. He's just not crazy to me. Stiff hips, good mirroring, not great mirroring. Good click and close in zone, not great click and close. So he's going to be a CB2 in the NFL for a long time. He's what they need, a big guy to go up against A.J. Brown in that division. So I really like the pick. I had a 2nd-round grade on him. He's a really great player, and he's exactly what they need with Dan Quinn's defense. I think he's a great scheme fit, and more importantly, it helps with their division with what they have to deal with in A.J. Brown.
I just realized, if you say that they're isolating on a big guy, he's covered him perfectly. How tall is this guy?
he's 6'2". So
Yeah,
like it's boring.
that works. If you got skills, AJ Brown can't really kill you like he does most receivers out there. Brown, he just dwarfs guys as they're running downfield, and then he's so strong at the peak of the leap. You've got no chance. Brown's gonna beat you. He's like a smaller Anquan Bolden. Remember, Bolden used to be just brutal. I mean, even Richard Sherman wouldn't mess with Bolden back in those days. Anquan would leave guys laying in the dirt, and unlike basketball, you can't call a foul. You'd be wondering why the guy was laying there in the dirt as Bolden trots off into the end zone. You wonder what happened.
Exactly.
He got Anquan.
There's like a thickness to them you can't replicate with Bolden and AJ Brown. They're like so dense for no reason, and they don't look as big as they are, but they're huge.
I remember I was laughing at that time because you looked at Navarro Bowman's arms and you looked at Anquan Bolden's arms. Bolden's arms are bigger and more cut. He's a wide receiver, for God's sakes. Whoa! So, yeah.
He's built more like a running back tight end.
See, that's why Debo, we got cheated with Debo. Debo's a big dude. I remember that time I was looking at a clip when him and Javon Hargrave were walking out of the facility toward the field. And I said, you look at Debo is wider across his shoulders than Javon. That's crazy. I never knew that. So, Debo should have been a little more powerful. But Debo did prove that on occasions. When he was running downfield, after he broke downfield, got midway down the field, you had to make a professional decision as to whether you want to step in front of Debo. He laid guys out right and left. So, but he sort of, he lost interest the last couple of years, Tony. He wasn't the same Debo.
Because he got paid. He got paid, Ron.
I know everybody says I worry about that because that means the next guy we see that we really appreciate get paid, we can say, okay, well, that's it for him.
Well, Jawan Jennings, he got paid. Guess what happened? He had his best career year. Those are the guys I want him.
There's a good example. I feel reassured. JJ's one of my all-time favorites. I've already put him on top of my list. Some of the things he done out there, some of the plays he made and catches, and 2 and 3 guys, they double-teamed him at the end of the year. How flattering is that? Teams double-teamed him through the last 3 or 4 games.
I mean, it's interesting to go from a 7th-round pick who got cut his rookie year to being that guy who's getting doubled. It must really be
I know.
surreal for him.
And the 49ers got a bargain on him that they called him in. He was a restricted free agent, unrestricted, yeah. And the 49ers had to pay him, and they did. And it wasn't that much money. And he came in, like you're saying, he had a great year. Now, he should actually be paid at least as much as BA's getting paid. His worth would be that much to me. He is amazing. 3rd down, look for him. He'll get it done.
I agree. I love Juwan. We could talk about him all day.
Oh, God, yeah. Awesome. Personality. I love the way he antagonizes other players or defenders. Although the Cardinals, I can't wait to play them again. I think Juwan's got a score to settle with a couple of guys on that team. Juwan Jennings was how close to having a 1,000-yard season. But the Cardinals double-teamed him. They did everything they could to piss him off, and he got thrown out of the game for just defending himself. And I still want that ref investigated. God,
I agree.
It's a bad call.
Ronbo.
Wow.
We need that.
Jesus Christ, who paid him? Well, yeah, that's right. Next year, we'll see the Cardinals again, unfortunately. Tony, I really don't like playing the Cardinals. People think it's not cowardice. I just don't like playing them. Kyler Murray just gives me I
was at the game at home this year. I was so upset. Moody gets hurt. He can't stop James Conner on the last drive.
Conner. They've still got him. Tony, you remember when Kyler Murray's running in the end zone? He's not running. He already beat our defense around the corner so badly that he's jogging into the end zone, waving at the crowd. I was livid. I was saying, there's got to be a new strategy for Kyler Murray, guys. I don't want to see that again. God, that bothered me. Jogging and waving at the 49er crowd. Whew. Whoa.
Yeah, Kyler, he can kick rocks. We have
Jesus.
Oh, the Bears are picking already?
Oh, okay. I love it.
I'm going to go
antagonize the crowd.
Darian Porter or Braden Swinson.
The Bears, all of them worked on what they were going to do to the Green Bay crowd.
Oh, he goes early. Oh man, he is. That whole Texas A&M defensive line, they were held back by coaching. He was one of those guys to me where the film wasn't amazing, but you see all the traits there. The athlete, the hand usage to me was underrated, and he's a guy where I had a third round grade on him, but I wonder how much of it was I can't see him putting everything together on film. Like, he has some disruptive plays, but it wasn't all the time. But also, he's not a huge guy, and he's getting doubled a lot with bad coaching. So
Tony, he's not a huge guy. Didn't he say he weighed 293?
What do you mean?
Just this guy they just picked up. The
Yeah,
Bears,
he's below 300. He's your prototypical, like, I'm going to attack the gap as a 3 technique. That's what he is. And the Bears are going to do that. They run a 4-3. So I would have picked other defensive tackles. You have Omar Norman-Lott, Darius Alexander on the board, and then Joshua Farmer, like I mentioned. But I honestly wonder how much of him was capped off from the horrible coaching that whole A&M line was getting.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Didn't they fire that entire? Oh, that was USC. No, I was thinking Texas.
I wish they would fire their D-line coach. Nick Scorton and Shamar Stewart looked like bad players because of that coach, even though we know that they're better than they are. And I think he's in that group too. So I'll give that pick a B+. Chiefs here, I could see them going Azaria. He is exactly what they need. But I could also see them going with different Braden Swinson, edge rusher maybe. So I'll go Azaria and Swinson. Here's where Omar goes, Ronbo. Man.
Oh Jesus! You said it just before he did.
I was hoping he'd fall to 75, but this is one of the better players left on the board here for me. He is that guy who's not getting many snaps in the run game, like I told you, 80 per year, but he reminds me of Mykel Williams, the way he moves. He is so explosive, maybe the best pass rusher in the class here, and his motor never stops. Great hand usage. He is so laterally quick that he can go from your right shoulder to your left shoulder in an instant. This is a great pick. And it's scary.
So now Chris Jones has got
a good line.
now like Chris Jones got a running mate. Mm-hmm. Oh no!
No, you're going to see Omar come in as a 3 tech to a 5 tech, anywhere around there on third downs, and he is so good one-on-one with the blitzes they run. If they're even just sending 5 people, him and Chris Jones, you can't block them.
I'm saying, what are you going to Chris Jones? Andy Reid, somebody should call the police about that shirt, though. that's oh no. You know, God, Chris Jones has got some real legitimate help next to him. We'll find out though. Damn it.
Yeah. Man, Ronbo, that one comment about I don't like all the players. You're starting to see my guys come off the board.
Yeah.
One by one.
And I think a couple of mistakes have been made prior to this. That dude that just got through the Chiefs just grabbed. I mean, that's like a battering machine.
Yes. The Chiefs, I love Omar Norman-Lott. And I think he could develop into a good run defender, elite pass rusher, like a Mykel Williams who just got paid $26 million per year by New England. Here at Philly's spot, there aren't a lot of players I think make sense for them. What if they went Jalen Milroe? They did a similar thing with Hurts.
Hey, who's their backup quarterback anyway? Nobody knows. Who's their backup quarterback? Oh.
Tanner McKee, Stanford. And he's a good backup, right? But I just look at this here and, like, they don't need anything. Maybe you go outside corner to replace Slay. I could see them taking a chance on Savone Revel, who's a top 32 player for me, but he has the ACL he's recovering from. I'm going to say Revel or Milroe here. I'm going to go dark horse and say they're taking a quarterback.
Tony, you just mentioned Darius Slay, though. Is Slay gone?
He has one more year in his deal, I believe. He's getting older. Quinyon Mitchell's on the inside. Cooper DeJean is your slot defender. For me, I think taking a guy here who you can develop makes sense for them. But also,
like
you
said,
need anything. You could develop Milroe. And then Hurts is gone after 3 or 4 years, and he's your quarterback.
You predict Hurts he's not going to be a career Eagle. I mean, Hurts has got, well, this is probably his last. You're right. He's probably not his last contract.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting another one after this. But Milroe, the same thing. Jalen Hurts came in. Remember, Carson Wentz was the starting quarterback coming off an amazing year. And they said, we just believe in the player. And we're going to use him as a tight end, as a running back. We're going to get creative with him. Jalen Milroe, he could honestly, Ronbo, become a running back if quarterback doesn't work out.
Is he built like that?
He is 4.37 speed, elite vision, elite contact balance.
But he's a
just has
quarterback.
to play running back because he's a quarterback. But they can use him in those ways for a couple of years while they develop him.
Yeah, I got it. And that Milroe's still on the board is pretty funny, because I thought that he was going to get picked ahead of Shador,
Oh,
and he still might.
wait. Someone's saying Darius Slay is in Pittsburgh. When did that happen?
Yeah, I thought Slay left.
Oh, let me look at their depth chart here. I'm mainly going off the top of my head, so I'm glad to get things wrong here.
Yeah, because the thing
So
is sometimes
I think
deals are made.
Ringo is going to be their starter on the outside, who I was high on coming out. I think Savone Revel's better, but he'd be a great guy to be behind there. So yeah, I'd say Revel or Milroe here. Who was it? Oh, they haven't picked yet.
No one picked yet.
I saw them flashing their Jahad Campbell pick on the screen, and I thought that was Revel for a second.
Hey, Campbell's already been picked up, right?
Campbell went 31 to Philly.
Yeah.
Man, he was the number 6
Wait,
player.
whoa! Campbell went to Philly?
Yeah.
See,
We
that's
were talking about it last night.
See,
They keep
I
doing
just
it.
realized that was. See, I was so traumatized. I blacked it out yesterday. How does the Eagles just get blessed?
They get blessed because they take chances on people that most teams can't take chances on because they don't
And
have a good
also,
roster.
and also, people fall to him now.
Mhm. Let's see. Oh no! Why does he have to go there, Rombo? Oh, they do
Safety.
need a free safety.
Makuba.
He is the second best safety in the draft for me. Like I told you, the instincts, the coverage skills are first round. He's just very small. He's 5'9", shorter arms. His ball skills amazing, instincts amazing. He's like a kamikaze missile. Even though he's small, he makes every tackle, and he is just running downhill at full speed. He was one of my favorite players in the entire draft. And somehow, some way, he goes to the Eagles at 64.
See,
I can't believe it.
this is what I was talking about. People just
Cannot
fall to
believe
the Eagles. God. It's like God's wearing an Eagles jersey for the last 2 years. I mean, you know what? God, they all this lucky. Just fall into them.
Now, for me, there's only one safety worth taking, and he's not even a true free safety, Kevin Winston Jr., who I really like, by the way. But I think he's a strong safety, and you could pair him with Makuba, but he has some injury concerns here, coming off an injury. I don't know if I'd take him at 75 for that reason, even though I have a second-round grade. But Makuba was the guy, and he's not there anymore. Wow. I don't see a way we're beating that.
Thanks,
Combo.
Smooth.
Any given Sunday applies to 31 teams in the NFL. Not
I
the
know.
Eagles.
Yeah. See, and we've seen that demonstrated. We could prove that. Games that we should have walked over teams, we came out with a beat down. That was really prevalent last year, Tony. It was making me crazy. I was feeling a lot like 2015-14. When Chip Kelly left, I got to tell you, though, I thought Chip Kelly should have stayed as our OC that year after they picked up John Lynch, because I said, you know what? Kelly, I don't want him as my head coach. But as far as putting points on the board, Chip Kelly could get that done. But then they got Kyle Shanahan said, whoa, okay. So we're going to see this.
The Giants pick here. I don't know exactly what they need, but I think they could go receiver again. They do need offensive line as well. They just drafted Jackson Dart. I'm going to go with the dark horse here. My second-rated player left on the board, Marcus Embo from Purdue. He played tackle, but he'll be an interior player at Garter Center in the NFL. I'm going to go with him and Braden Swinson.
Swinson, what position Swinson
I
plays what?
can't do that. They picked Abdul Carter. I just remembered. Okay, it's
Yeah.
not Swinson I'm going to take here. I'm going to go Marcus Embo. Ooh, this is tough. And I'll go Chris Paul Jr., linebacker from Ole Miss. Those are my 2 picks here. Although I have no clue what they're going to do.
You don't. If they're smart, we've seen their quarterback get destroyed last year. We've seen that happen for a few years. The Giants got to start thinking about getting an offensive line. Just start putting it together now. They may not be worth a damn this year, but at least get them together so they can start to grow.
I'm with you. I'm with you. They need to at least.
Yeah.
With Russ and Jameis, you can get away with a little bit more, right?
Yeah,
With
yeah.
Dart, you need to protect him.
Yeah.
And so he's a young player. I didn't like his plays versus pressure. In college, one of the few things I'd want more of from him. So the O-line makes sense here for me.
See, and you can't have a young quarterback coming into the league. He's running for his life all the time. I worried about Brock Purdy about that for one, but Brock Purdy handled that. And he doesn't get enough credit for this. When Brock came in that year against the Dolphins, after Jimmy went down, and the Dolphins said, blitz this rookie's brains out. And Brock welcomed it. He took him to task on that all day. The following week, the Tampa Bay Bucks were already known to be brutal. They did it to him. Brock took him down. I said, you know what? I don't know about who this guy is, but I'm impressed. All right, Giants.
Oh, Oh, so one of the better players left on the board, defensive tackle. I would have loved him at 75. So all of my second round DTs are off the board. Again, he's 25.
Oh, a late bloomer, excellent agility, impressive Senior Bowl. 6'3",
He is
308.
Like the first step
What?
is great. The lateral agility and the power, the raw power is awesome.
And the
I think he had a
athleticism.
great Senior Bowl. I didn't watch the Senior Bowl, but for me, as an attacking 3 technique, he'll be fine against the run, and he has real power to push the pocket and be disruptive on pass downs. This is a great pick.
Reflexes too, Tony.
Here at 75, but he goes to the Giants.
Reflexes too. I just seen him jump up and pick a pass off. You know how quick a guy's got to be at the line of scrimmage to be able to see that ball in time because it's coming on the quarterback's hands.
Yes.
He's only got a split second to come up with a move, and he did just now. Look at soft hands. He caught that ball really easily. Denver Jeremiah's best available. Quarterback Sanders is the top of the list. Hey, Edge, L. Jackson, Arkansas. Who's that, Tony?
Landon Jackson, did he go?
No, not yet. He's still on the board. I was just looking at
comment.
defensive lineman.
So this is okay. Before I'm going to say the Chiefs are taking Azarie Thomas or Braden Swinson, and then I'll get to the Landon Jackson question right after.
All right.
Wow, that's a bit early for him, but he has a real power profile, Ronbo. I
Edge.
really like his tape, and
That's
I'm
true.
higher on him than consensus. He is one of those guys to me. He wasn't able to utilize his full arsenal because they lined him up as a 5 technique, just like we talked about with some of these other guys like Mykel Williams, where you're going to get doubled a lot. But in true pass sets, he had one of the best power profiles in terms of his speed to power, his push-pull swim move. I really liked all those things. They need an edge to complement what they have there, just a rotational guy. And I think that's a good pick. I prefer Swinson, but this is a guy who, for me, I think was a late 3rd in terms of my grade. And so I see what they're doing. They like the power profile guys that just can push the pocket that way. With Landon Jackson, Ronbo, he is super tall with short arms, and his only move is the cross chop. That's all you see him do. And so
Wait, I've heard you say this before. This must be the guy you were telling. I think we talked about him earlier tonight. That
Yeah, we
same
did.
description. He's got one move. I remember you saying that.
And when it works, it's pretty good. It's not great. He tested really well, but I didn't feel like he was this elite athlete. I feel like he's more linear. I didn't feel like he had great bend. So we're going to see what happens with him in the NFL. He was also a guy who got the unfair treatment of we're lining you up over the guard or directly over the tackle, and you're going to get doubled, and they're going to kick your ass. So
Yep.
I want to reserve some judgment. But even in the wide 7 sets he would run, I was not like – to me, he's a fringe 4th-round player. I put him in the 3rd just because I know the run game he'll do pretty well, but he was a fringe 4th-round guy for me.
Well,
Oh, it should Dorgo here, Ronbo, at 67.
oh yeah, because if the 49ers pick him, I'm going to be sick just from what you just said. So, my
Can I
God,
make a
Niners.
bold
Oh,
reaction
please don't get landed. Ah,
I'm going to say that we have Milrow and Shador in whatever order going in the next 2 picks here. That's
yeah,
my
okay, there it is. Tony's committed. He's got Shador finally finding a home, possibly, or Milrow. I put my money on Milrow. There's something that is running people away from Shador. I can't put my finger on it. I can't imagine. I didn't see him play. I don't understand how the guys that went ahead of him already are supposedly, the way they were talking about Shador, like it was going to be Cam Ward number 1. Look for Shador to go somewhere between 2 and 5. And I said, here we are approaching round 3, and Shador is still looking for a job.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it was always his ceiling is like late 20s, round 1, a team comes up for him all the way to the end of the 3rd. If he's not, or if he is available after today and he's not taken, I would be.
Ooh.
But end of round 3 was
Ooh.
my floor for him.
Tony, you know what, though? I'm not. Wow. If he doesn't get to round 3, I'm not picking Shador in round 4. That's too much pressure. Every
Yes.
time my quarterback makes the slightest mistake, come on, get Shador in a game. I don't want to hear it. Shador should have been gone by now. Tony, there's really a risk of seeing something really, really nasty happening to that poor guy. He's got to go. You're right. He's got to go in this round, too, even if it's late.
I don't see a way he falls out because he's not a 4th-round player. Now, the character stuff and the arrogance and Dion, everything there, it could scare a team. I think you're in round 3 to the point where you're not going to give him expectations to be the leader of the franchise. And if it doesn't work out, you can get a new guy next year. However, you get him in the building and you see if it works. So I think he goes here to Vegas or Cleveland, and Milrow will be the other pick. I could be completely wrong and neither go here, but that's kind of my.
I think Cleveland's absolutely avoiding him on purpose. Because you can't tell me Deshaun Watson and I got Flacco. I mean, why? I don't get it. I really don't. I feel like the Sanders family now. They don't understand what's going on with Pittsburgh and Cleveland. That was just put out there yesterday. Last night I read that on some social media.
It's good leverage, though, because teams are going to want to move with them or move up either in the beginning of the 1st or top of the 2nd round because they have picks there. So using Shador as leverage does make sense.
But, Tony, we're seeing now, nobody's going to ask you for Shador. I mean, I'm not giving you any picks for him. You can't auction him off. Let's see what happens here.
Harold Fanning goes here. Interesting. So he's my tight end 3. Think of like Delaney Walker, Ronbo, where I know Delaney was fast, but he's not the fastest guy. The athlete is small. It's not what you're really looking for in terms of the body, but he makes some crazy contested catches away from his frame. He has some of the best
hands. He's got hands. You need that.
He was a guy that they use as like a wildcat quarterback, kind of like Tyler Warren. They just spammed everything to him, but he is not a guy you'd expect to be as productive as he is, but he just gets football. And he is, in terms of the fluidity, he's like an alien. He was a guy for me that I wanted the Niners to take at the top of round 4. I had a 3rd-round grade on him, but he is a weapon, Ronbo. Even
That's
with
interesting.
all the being as bad as they are, I feel like at tight end, that's the position where it matters the least. And he's going to be a really great pro in the NFL.
Yeah. Because they've still got Njoku, who I've been lobbying for about 5 years. Because Njoku was unhappy in Cleveland at one point. I said, Njoku and George Kittle, are you kidding me? Get him, Niners! Get him! They didn't do it.
Njoku, he's a different type. He's more the vertical receiving guy, where Fannin, he can do the receiving work, but he's more like your move tight end, where I'm going to get him on a pull block. I'm going to put him in the backfield. I'll be creative with him. And that's something that every Shanahan team wants. Raiders here to be Revel or Porter. Let's see. Honestly, Porter is Carroll's type of corner. Revel is his type of corner too. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, because Pete, I can't believe he's not going to get secondary. He's probably going to use last round picks.
Ooh. There's Porter. I wanted him at 75. I don't like the Akello Witherspoon comp because he's just a much better athlete. Even though Akello was an amazing athlete,
But
Porter's one of one. He's
look
much
at the numbers, right? 6'2", 195.
so yeah. I disagree. His ball skills are way better. And you'll see him. He was a former receiver, and that's what you saw there, where he was converted and he kept all those same skills. He could be a top 10 island corner by year 3. That's his potential. He's still very raw. He's much more physical than Akello, but he
Oh.
does some tackles in the open space. But he's a guy that I fell in love with him. He was my 30th overall player. And Pete, they're killing the draft, Rombo. Genty, Jack Besh, and Darian Porter.
I know quietly, aren't they? Yeah, I know.
That was my third best player available. He's now off the board.
Hey, Pete
Make
Carroll
me
and Tom
sad.
Brady. You got two guys that understand this game of football deeply. So
Yes.
I'm not surprised. Shouldn't be surprised about this draft. I wonder how much participation is Tom having in this draft. Probably a lot because he's an opinionated guy. He's gonna look at that player and say, "Nah, he sucks."
Man, Rombo.
Jesus Christ, he can run that. You know what? The 400 meters, I ran the 400 meters. You know, you need endurance and power and speed. That is one of the best builders. Just run in the off season. If you can run the 400 meters and you break around 48, 49, you could be an excellent football player because that builds incredible core strength and stamina.
Exactly. He's a track star.
Yeah.
I don't know if they showed that on the screen. I'm just
They
remembering.
just did. He's a
Okay,
400
yeah.
meters champ. Yeah.
Oh, John Cena's making the pick. What does New England do here? They took Travion Henderson and Will Campbell. Ooh, Braden Swinson. I like that pick here. Or Alec Ayo Manor from Stanford, the receiver.
Cena. Oh, this guy's. Yeah, he just almost said, I've seen this guy in a lot of things. Cena just beat Rhodes the other night. Last week, I loved it.
Yeah.
Cody Rhodes, what a clown.
Oh no! Why him? All my favorite players are going off the board.
The Debo clone, as they call him.
Oh,
But why
Mykel
do they call
Williams
him that,
is not-
Tony?
He's not Debo. He's not as thick as him. He's 5'10", but he's one of the few 5'10" guys, best release package in the class. He can win from any alignment anywhere. The only knock is his route running gets a little bit lazy sometimes, but I think that's more coaching. He has breakaway speed, take a slant to the house type speed, can win at every level of the field. For a guy his size, the contested catch stuff is awesome. He was a wide receiver 3. I don't know how people don't like him as much as they should. And he goes to the Patriots. That's perfect for Drake May. What they're doing in this draft, Rombo, I love every pick they've made. One of the best drafts so far.
Travion Henderson.
Wow. Why'd they have to take my guy, Rombo?
Tony, we got how many picks? We got 5 picks to go. We're going to see some more bloodshed. Tony, to Drake May, though, is that a good quarterback? Because they didn't even let him. They didn't use him last year.
He had nothing. He had nothing around him. He had Demario Douglas as his wide receiver 1. So they added Stephon Diggs. They have Mykel Williams. They look great. Travion Henderson. Man. Lions here. I could see them going Azarie. That's their type of guy, Rombo. Azarie or Swinson. They still need to take an edge rusher. Ooh, it could be Swinson here. Or Josiah Stewart from Michigan. I'm going to say Josiah Stewart from Michigan, edge rusher, or Braden Swinson, edge rusher, LSU.
Well, they traded up for this, Tony. This is serious.
Isaac Tesla from Arkansas. Here's a mutant, Rombo. He's going to be a big slot in the NFL. Think of a really, really, really juiced up Jawan Jennings and the way he wins. He's going to be short,
Oh,
intermediate,
oh, God.
awesome
What?
run blocking, but he made some crazy plays and the production just was not there. His teammate Andrew Armstrong was the producer, but I like Tesla a lot more. He's a guy, if we needed a big slot, he probably would have been way higher on my board, but his RAS score is, I think, top 10 all time. And that's the type of guy you're getting there. Great hands, great feel for zone, and just a mutant. He really is just a mutant. So I love this pick
God.
here. He is a guy where I'll be curious to see how they use him with Amon-Ra, who's already a slot receiver. But
Hey, that's right. I
he
forgot
is
they've already
just
got a premier slot receiver. Well, yeah, Amin Rock could probably move the edge outside as well, though.
I don't know. I feel like Tesla would be the first guy to move outside just based off of his size. But we'll
And
see
there's,
what
yeah.
kind of condensed splits they run this year. They might want two slot receivers, like what Seattle's doing with Cooper Cup and Jackson Smith and Jigba. But man, Rombo, he's just the typical gritty white guy that they love in Detroit.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
Rat, another one of those guys who they took at guard at 58. I'm
Tell you,
surprised they moved so high for him, though, given some of the guys on the board that I really like. Jalen Knoll, Alec Ayomanor, both second round grades for me at receiver.
and don't you know what about Detroit? Since they lost the All World OC, I'm wondering what they're going to look like this year, though.
We'll see. I feel like Ben Johnson, he's great. He became a tad overrated. Everything he did was just
I know everybody was
slice.
I know he rave reviews on every. That's true. Yeah, there's always that guy in the NFL where no matter what they do, they're singing as the goat. I said, do we get carried away sometimes on these
Yeah.
assessments? I mean, they were playing the Panthers, okay? Because a lot of times I see the competition what teams are playing, and you see a masterpiece done by a team. Washington, though, I had nothing to say bad about Washington last year because,
Yeah.
I guess this is to be expected now. Anybody that thought that Jaden was going to come in and what is it? Is Jaden? What's his? Is it Jalen or
Jaden
Jaden?
Daniels.
Yeah, my God, Jaden. I mean, the guy came in the league looking like he's a 5 or 6 year vet. I didn't see that coming.
He
Now I know
was,
what BA was talking about, wanting to go over there.
I mean, Jaden was my third ranked player last year, so I saw the vision. But for him to be as good as he was year one, that did surprise me a little bit.
That was amazing. He was always calm, even in the
Mhm.
playoffs. They just met a better team, but he wasn't. He didn't lose composure.
Exactly. Not one time. And you could see that at LSU too, which is the reason why I loved him because of the poise. He'd been in the big moments before. He was a
Uh,
fifth year player at LSU last year. So he's been through all of it, very mature player. And I just didn't see a way he busted in the NFL.
yeah. Well, next year, look out because I'm telling you right now, Dallas ain't in it. As long as Washington's looking like they are. Adam Peters, he does not get enough credit. I think we really became the team we were mainly due to Adam Peters, if nothing else, for him being in the FO. My God, the Broncos were tough, and they sort of went downhill after Peters left. And I still don't know why Elway, I know him and Lynch are good buddies, but Elway called Johnson. I'm going to send Adam Peters over there, help you guys get things off the ground. I said to myself, why would you do that? And Adam Peters came over, and the 49ers program got off the ground in 2 years. 2017, we got Kyle Shannon comes on after he leaves Atlanta. 2018, we're so-so. 2019, we're in the Super Bowl. Good Lord, that was fast. And then we went through a few lumps and bruises. But yeah.
I feel like Adam Peters is a bit overrated.
But Tony, how? I mean, everywhere he
There
goes, nothing but glory.
there are things he did, right? But I think John Lynch has been the better talent evaluator. There's just two names I know connected to
Okay.
Adam Peters, Ambry Thomas and Trey Lance. And he went to Washington, and they're like, oh, he had an amazing draft. You take Jaden Daniels at 2. That's a no-brainer. And then at the end of the first round, you take Johnny Newton, or I think it was pick 36. And
Yeah.
it's like he was a great player who was injured. So that's a no-brainer, too.
Yeah.
Then it reaches for Ben Sinnott, Mike Samerstill, and we talk about them having this amazing draft class. It was good. It wasn't amazing. I thought the Niners had a better draft given what they had.
Oh yeah, no, the Niners were like I think ranked number 6 last year as far as the best draft after the year. So they made that assessment after the season ended, as the performance from the rookies.
Yes. Let's see what the Saints do here. I could see receiver. Alec Manor does exactly what they want on offense. They could go running back here. I could see Cam Scatterboot.
Come on
too.
now, let's could you like Shador, Tony? Pull for
Oh,
Shador.
Vernon Broughton at 71. He's a good player.
Oh God.
He was Alfred Collins' running mate. And I think what he lacks in the run game, he's a fine run defender. I think he brings real juice
Ooh,
in
6'5".
the pass game. You see him, like, he has long strides, and that's why people think he's, like, kind of slow. But when he gets up there, he has long strides. He'll get to the quarterback. He's another guy where he's just so aware of everything happening in front of him.
Oh,
He's a
he
very
just-
well-coached player,
Ooh.
and he made Alfred Collins' job a little bit easier. Not to say Collins didn't do a great job, because he just was incredible in the run game versus double teams. But there were plays where Broughton was doubled too, and he was able to give Collins a runway. So they were great teammates. They worked really well together. I love that pick for the Saints, where you're in a division with the Falcons, who have a great run game, with the Bucks, who have a great run game. The Panthers, not so much, but you're not worried about them, right? And so I think it's a great pick to go against what they want to do there. I love Broughton. He's a third-round pick for me, but he's still really good.
And Tony, I have a feeling from what you're just saying, I didn't realize Broughton might have been 75th pick too for the
Maybe.
49ers.
I don't know. Like, that's a bit early for me, but I think he was the best D tackle on my board. Oh, no. Joshua Farmer was the best one, but he was only 3 spots below Farmer on my overall board in terms of, like, overall ranking.
Tony,
So-
getting close, man.
He might have
72.
been.
72. We got 3 picks to go. I gotta go to the bathroom before our time comes.
Landon Jackson, this is... If there was a Bills pick, Rombo, this would be the most Bills
Wait, I gotta.
pick
Tony, what did we just say about
Bills
Landon Jackson?
ever.
At least we're not gonna bother with him.
I mean, it's just the high floor run defender that they love, who
Yeah.
he has some athletic traits that you like, and he can line up all over the D line.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he is. He's just the prototypical Bills pick. This is why they're going to be average in the playoffs. They're going to beat Kansas City,
Again.
and they're not going to be able to win. So yeah,
Back.
I know some people have him top.
It's more fun trashing these guys.
I feel bad because these are real people and he's a good guy, but I just have to be honest with my analysis. Let's see here. So who's next? Who's on the board at 73? I'm really interested to see who's there. I think Azaria Thomas, if he's there at 75, you run in the card for him. I think there's a clear separation between him and the remaining corners in the class here, outside of Dorian Strong, which they could take him too. He reminds me a lot of Renardo Green from last year, where it's very boring, but the sticky man coverage, the ability to play press, I love all of it. So we'll see what they do here. Who's at 73? The Jets here. Oh, who are they going to take? I could see them going with another receiver here. Jalen Knoll or Jalen Royals are my picks here for them to take a receiver. Let's see here. B.A. Thomas goes off the board. My last first round graded player. That's no fun. He is.
Oh, isn't that one of Tony's guys? Oh my God, get my phones on here.
They lose DJ Reed.
Tony,
they
didn't
need
I hear you
that
mention this
presence
guy's
and press
name?
coverage. What?
Didn't I hear you mention this guy's name earlier?
He was my 14th or 13th player on the board. He is everything you want. The best press man corner in the draft. Aaron Glenn, the head coach, is going to want those big, tall guys. They have Sauce Gardner. They lost DJ Reed. Man, this makes so much sense for them. But I was hoping he'd fall to 75, Rombo. Oh, man.
You know, this happened last year. I remember we saw some of your primetime picks go just minutes so before we got a chance to get on the clock.
They've been flying off the board, Rombo.
This
like
happened
today,
last year,
the
same
last
time
15.
too. Second round.
So I have 10 non-quarterbacks with or second round grade left in this round. Or two of them have medical red flags. So,
Really?
man,
No,
Zare, so
no red
close.
flags. Oh,
Noel Williams and Revel are still there. Revel has the medical red flags, which is why I wasn't including him. Although I would take him at 75, 100%. He's my 32 player. And Noel Williams, I have a late third round grade on him. Another press guy, but just not as good as Azaria. The technique needs work. Not as good in zone. So we'll see what happens there.
oh,
If
God,
any goes off, I'd expect it to be Dorian Strong.
oh, God, because
The Broncos.
see,
Oh, you know who the Broncos could take?
who's it gonna take?
Jalen Royals out of Utah State, the wide receiver. I think in terms of what they need, the inside-outside versatility, the toughness, the run blocking, the screen game, I think it's going to be Jalen Royals. I could also see a world where they just want juice and they take Jalen Knoll. That could be a real thing too. But remember, they took Jahdae Barron in round 1, best player available, and then they took RJ Harvey at 60, their running back. So I think they could continue to add at tight end, but all the guys they would take are off the board. And then your receivers, right? I feel like the receivers, you have a lot right now. That would be a good value. Mainly those three, Alec Manor, you have Jalen Royals, and Jalen Knoll is the top receiver on my board that we have left.
Tony, are these guys, are they through defensively though? I mean, they got to one of the best. Another cornerback, premier cornerback that we were trying to remember the rumor going around halfway during the season. We were going to pick up. What's their premier cornerback?
Patrick Surtain.
Yes, we were going after Surtain, right? And I was laughing, man. We're not, guys. Stop. But Surtain is not going to come here and put on a 49er uniform. It's not going to happen. It's too good. So, and we were going to get rid of Debo. Who was in the trade package? It was hilarious because Debo was the worst citizen in Santa Clara for a while there. For about 3 week stretch, people trading him for everything. I said, we've got to stop having these knee-jerk reactions, guys. Surtain's not coming. I was hoping, though, when Robert Saleh came over, maybe Sauce would come with him. That's not going to happen. That's science fiction,
I was hoping
too.
so, too. Man. But it didn't happen. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Like I said, just everything for a reason. Yeah.
75. Niners are picking. I'm going to make a wild guess, and I'm going to give you two players. Alec Manor, the wide receiver. Yes, wide receiver, I know. I don't want to take one here. I feel like it could be him. Marcus Mbao. He is an interior O-line, perfect for zone schemes. He was my 30th, I think, ranked player on my board. He is funny when you watch him. I can't wait for him to go off so you can see the highlights. It's like he's trying to cross you up, but he's playing defense. It's the weirdest thing. But his feet are so nimble. He's a finisher. He gets up to the second level. And his lateral agility to mirror things was so impressive for me. I think despite his anchor not being amazing, just being a naturally lighter guy for movement, he's going to do great in pass pro. So he'd be the first guy I want here at 75. And we'll see what happens. Him, Braden Swinson, we talked about an edge guy, where Ezeraku at 43, if you need a pass rusher, I think Swinson could be here at 75, another guy who was top 30 for me.
Hey, Tony, by the way, do you want another edge? Do you want an interior lineman? I guess by now we got to get another DT.
Looking at the DTs on the board, I would rather wait. Joshua Farmer and Jamari Caldwell are those are the two guys who are left with third round grades. And they're more to late for me. I'd rather take Mbao, the interior O-line guy, Swinson, the edge, Savone Revel, the corner with the injury concerns, and then Jalen Knowles here. Like, that's just BPA in terms of receiver. You don't need him, but if they took him, I'd understand. He is.
But I agree with your point, though. At this early in the draft, you can take get the sexy skill picks now. You can get the Trenchman next round. Yeah, you're right.
There's some great guys I like, Swinson and Mbao, who are higher on my board than Knoll. Knoll would be like your super juice Cowing. Like, if you wanted Cowing to be a number 2 receiver right now, that's what Jalen Knoll would be.
Whoa.
So
maybe. Because I don't think Cowing. I don't.
Oh, Sean Payton, you do this to yourself every year. You take the ball winning X receiver who's not that good, Pat Bryant. I know people are gonna love him. This is too early for him. He doesn't
Which
create
is-
separation. He relies completely on the jump ball for my liking, which
Yeah.
in the NFL, you're going to go against better
No,
players.
yeah, you're not going to win that. Yeah, in fact, it's a 50-50, especially as a rookie. It's going to be
Yeah.
40-60 for the most part that you're going to lose.
I like his yak and I like his ball winning, but outside of that, he's not creating separation. He's not a nuanced route runner. He's not massive. Like, he's not this 6'5" Chet McMillan that we've talked about before. We'll see. The Niners, are they celebrating here? I can't tell.
Oh, they're going nuts. The Denver
they are?
Broncos? Oh, yeah, they're loving it.
No,
They
the
think they
Niners.
just struck. Oh, no, Niners, yeah. Niners are still on the clock. I mean, still getting ready to come out.
So there's
I tell
three
you,
guys.
you're just a little faster than I'm getting it. So wait a few seconds. I want to feel this one.
Okay. Mbao would be the first guy I want. Swinson would be number 2.
Yeah.
And then after that,
Mbao, Swinson, who else?
and then Savone Revel, the corner, but he has an ACL he's recovering from. But those would be my
Yes.
3.
Here's a 3. All right, Tony. Just hold tight. I want to see if you're right. So I can. Tony did it again. But not yet. Wait, hold
I thought you were saying that for a second.
on. No, I was just saying because I was thinking I want to be able to say that. You've been on a hot streak for 2 days. Oh, Tony! Oh, we got a linebacker. Tony, get in here, man. Talk to me, man. I want to because I've been wondering if the 49ers get a linebacker. Missed 7 games in 2024. Knee. Tony, they just made a mistake, didn't they? He's
I'm
5'11".
going to trust their track record on linebackers, Ronbo.
I know, right?
Here's my thing with Nick Martin.
A knee?
There are guys on the board still that I loved way more. There are linebackers on the board that I liked a lot more than Nick Martin. I think I had a 4th or 5th round grade. Let me check my board on Nick Martin here. Let's see. He was early 5th for me. There is an attitude to his game you like. He's going to come downhill. He's going to hit you hard, and he's fast. And they like that type of player. So I get it. I understand why you make the pick. But there's players on my board that I think are just better for that type of guy. Like Chris Paul, to me, is a better version of Nick Martin. He's going to be a goodwill linebacker. He's incredibly fast. He has the motor. He has the range, all those things you like. I was not impressed in zone coverage. I think if you're lining him up as a man guy, he can keep up with any tight end on the field. But if we're talking zone, I was underwhelmed. I was. So I don't
Tony.
know. This could be a guy where I'm just completely wrong and the Niners made the best pick and they have a great track with linebackers.
For linebackers, that's true.
I feel
But
like
Tony-
it's early given a lot of the other linebackers on the board.
Wow, you don't draft special teams people. Tony, he had a knee injury. Is he okay now?
I think he'll be fine. There wasn't.
I mean,
a
the way
crazy
Salah
flag.
and the guys were celebrating just
Oh.
then, they were just delighted.
Savone Revel to pick out.
This last year, just as soon as you say somebody, the next pick would pick him up.
Every time, Ronbo. Zaria 73, Savone Revel 76. Every time without fail.
Jesus. I mean, I think Robert Saleh had something to do with that linebacker we just picked up too.
Yeah, no,
because the first thing they did is went over and he just was celebrating.
To me, that's a C plus B minus pick. If any team is going to make it work with him, it's the 49ers. He's
Yeah,
their
that's
type of-
true.
I had other guys graded higher that I liked a lot more, that were more consistent without some of the question marks in coverage, better run game. But if that's who they want, I'm going to trust them here, and I'm going to roll with it. I loved the Alfred Collins pick today, so I'll give the benefit of the doubt with Nick Martin.
Okay. And we got to have faith. Just like you said, Shanahan and Wentz, they do a good job with linebackers. Our team's become legendary as far as keeping the best of the crop in San Francisco. So we'll see. I really want to know, though. I can't wait to see him on the field, Tony, to see exactly what it was they're talking about.
If you can fix his tackling, he's worth a third-round pick.
Oh, okay.
some work on the zone stuff, but the tackling for me, he was off balance too much in the run game. And we'll see what happens there.
Well, he's gonna get some coaching, so I just
Ooh,
realized because I thought he's a little small, but then again,
Dre is smaller than him, so I'm not concerned.
okay.
Princely Mykel, this is one of the best pure pass rushers in the draft. He had some character issues, I think, which is why he fell to 77. I still kept him on my board, but in terms of you need a third down pass rusher, he has everything. Great speed to power, a lot of different moves he goes to. And this was a guy I would have liked for the 49ers if they took him at 75. You bring in Mykel to DT on third down, and you throw in Princely as a designated pass rusher. Although there are a lot of DPRs still here in the draft that I'd be happy with, so them not taking him is completely fine.
Oh, and this dude is strong. That's a
Yeah.
2, 4, 6. That's a 700. That's at least a 700-pound squat.
I wonder, Ronbo, does Braden Swinson have a medical thing? Because he's not a third-round player. Unless it's just the wrong teams are up to pick him.
Yeah, because
I don't know.
you were talking about the linebacker we just picked up, right?
No, I'm talking about the edge, Braden Swinson from LSU.
Oh, yeah, the guy. Okay.
I'm going to update my board right here. I'm very behind on the guys I haven't taken out here.
Man.
I'm so sad, Ronbo.
Just-
Aurier went
you-
2 picks before. He would have been perfect.
this time last year, same thing, round 3. All the names you'd been talking about and looking forward to, just melting right before our very eyes, going to other places.
Every single year, without fail.
Well, it just goes to show you're picking out talents because they're leaving way before we get a chance.
Man.
David Hodge says, I don't think the 49ers are going for a cat lover. Well, that's Dante Pettis. David, how long ago did you make this comment? We must have been talking about Dante back at that time. No more cat lovers.
Dante Pettis, that guy, yeah.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
Pettis
happy
is-
though about though, Rombo? They didn't take Jeffrey Bassa, the linebacker from Oregon. And I know a lot of Niners people love Jeffrey Bassa. I did not like his film compared to the other guys in a weaker linebacker class. So I had Martin ranked above Bassa. So that's a good thing. Because I know that the Niners reportedly had heavy interest in Bassa. There's no way they take him unless he falls to like round 6 now, from my point of view here.
Hey, do you think they would use another pick for another linebacker? We got too many now. I mean, you still got 2 guys in camp. 1, 2, 3. Well, maybe not. You could still get one more and let it be. Darwin's theory is always in play with the 49ers. Survival of the fittest. So,
Yeah.
all right, smooth. Hey, bro, you and Ronbo, all you do is respect Martin Fitz. What Robert Saleh wants the pick. When we see Greenlaw, Fred Warner, stop it. Just stop it. Ronbo Martin. What we need, he fits the system. Our system just a state. Hey, Tony, you mentioned that, and you said you wouldn't trust the 49ers. Smooth thinks that we picked this guy up, that linebacker, for a reason. Tony, frame it, though. Why would we pick him up?
I like the man coverage. He has a relentless motor, and he's blazing fast. And they like that, the guys who come downhill with no regard for their life. And
Greenlaw
they don't care what you
was
think.
like that.
The man coverage, he has good man coverage against tight ends and things like that, which I'm really big on. But my issue with him is the missed tackles, right? Drake Greenlaw, for as small as he was a sure tackler. And he made a big difference on the team because he can make those plays and not let it get farther than him. And the zone coverage, too, I was underwhelmed with the eye discipline, the feel for zone, just being in the wrong spot. So, yeah, Nick Martin, they can develop him, and he's one of those guys who's low floor, very high ceiling. And I'm going to trust them here that they made the right pick. It's just not exactly what I had in mind if they were to take a linebacker this early.
All right. As long as this linebacker wants to play, we good. Last year we couldn't even get a guy on the field. That's why
You're not going to have those issues with it.
Yeah, but I'm still a D Winters fan because I love the way D went all out to make sure this receiver or this runner knew if you see me, get scared. But Winters almost killed himself trying to take people out with every shot. You don't need to do that on every shot. Pick and choose, lower but don't go torpedo. Get your head out of the tackle. Coaches teach you that in junior high school. You can break your neck doing that. Okay, here we go.
Jordan Birch, Oregon, another guy I'm a little bit lower on than consensus, but in terms of running a multiple front that they like to run in Arizona, I think he's a great fit for what they're going to do. They can line him up at 3 tech all the way out to a wide 9. For me, he's a work in progress, and he really benefited from Harmon and Jamari Caldwell up the middle. But for a team that needs to stack the D line to keep up with the Niners and the Rams running attacks, I think this is a good pick here for them. Nolan Johnson Birch, that's good. That's real good.
No, it's not Tony because he's with the Arizona Cardinals. I want them to do poorly. I've told you I have a fear about that team all the time. If anybody they get that you give a good grade to, I'm already concerned. Oh,
man. Honestly, as long as they have Kyler Murray, I think we'll be okay.
Kyler does self-destruct. It takes about 6 weeks, though. I hope we don't. If we could play the Cardinals after week 7, maybe play them in week 7 and week 14, I'll be happy.
Me too.
I don't want to catch them when they're fresh coming out of the gate. They seem to play. Man, they're good in the first 3 or 4 weeks. Jack Dog, Shador back to the portal. Tony, number 80 is coming up, and the Shador's not getting picked in the next 5 or 6 picks.
Ronbo.
What you just mentioned him?
Goes off the board. What a steal for them at 79. This guy's twitched up, explosive. Think of like a Christian Kirk, Jacob Cowing, where they're going to line up mostly in the slot, but they'll stretch you vertically. Excellent route running, excellent hands, excellent ball control. The Yak, pretty good, not amazing, but just what he does, he opens up an offense. Think of him like Tank Dell's not here this year. He's going to be Tank Dell, but even better. Look at that.
I'm looking at the highlights now.
That ball in double coverage.
2 defenders couldn't stop him.
But yeah, he was the 38th player on my board, and they get him at 79. What a value.
I forgot they had Mixon at running back, too.
Oh, yeah. Joe Mixon. They got him last year, and he's good. But I would not be surprised if they take another running back in this draft here.
Oh, you got to. You got to have 2 running backs that can help you because one is not guaranteed to play 17 weeks. And also, you need to be able to pace those guys.
Exactly.
Which I wish Kyle would do. Because, I was so entertained by the duo in Detroit last year, Knuckles and Sonic. I love that name. My God. Yeah, even when they switched, I didn't know the difference. I said, my God, both these guys are trouble.
Yeah. At 80, interesting. So I really like this player, Ronbo. And you've probably never heard
cornerback
of
Justin
him.
Wally? No.
I had
you
him
talked about
around
him a
the
little while
100
ago, I
to
thought.
110 range. This is your guy. Think of Diamador Lenore, okay?
Yeah.
He has inside-outside versatility. You would like him to live in the slot, but he has that. He comes downhill in a hurry. He's a sure tackler, excellent instincts in zone coverage. He's very sticky in man coverage, great ball skills. As you saw right there, the peanut punch. He's always looking to make a play, but not to say he's not a sound player because he is. I really like that player as an early day 3 guy. I think consensus is like 180. I had him 110, but to me, you think of Sam Womack, who they picked up from us last year. He's going to be a similar type of player for them. I like the pick here. The spot's a bit early for me, but I really like the player, and I think they're going to make it work.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anybody, because as I say, Demo is like, to me, one of the most special stories. Came in looking, and he'll be here a couple of seasons maybe. Now we find out, he's still here. And he makes a difference.
Touchdowns against the Eagles in 2021. I don't know if you remember that. The beginning of the year.
Wait, what are you talking about? What?
Diamador Lenore against the Eagles. He got twice over top. His first game's playing outside corner.
Yeah. But also, Yeah, he was like a liability for a while, and then all of a sudden, that game that we played against the Cowboys, and he picked Dak off. I said, was that luck? Because I didn't know yet whether he was going to be as what he was, and now I'm saying,
Yeah. It
no,
was
he
not
had been
luck.
polishing his craft the whole time. All right, Cincinnati.
Dylan Fairchild, the guard out of Georgia. He's one of the 3 interior offensive linemen that will go today. Jared Wilson probably goes at the end of the round here, their center. But Fairchild, he's not as big as Ratledge. He's going to be more of your zone mover type. I was not super impressed with this film. I did not trust his anchor. He's very athletic, but that's really about it for me. He was good in pass pro because he's well schooled, but the anchor concerns me. The run game stuff was good, not great. So I think for a team like Cincinnati, you need to protect up the middle. The pass pro is going to be good day one. He has the lateral movement to move side to side to make that work, but he's not like he was a day 3 player for me. Let's just put it that way. Early day 3.
But do you see this? This guy's a wrestler. Offensive linemen that have taken wrestling, that's an advantage.
Yes.
The technique, the how they move around and get leverage. Look at this guy. He's just mauling this. Oh, yeah, that's an advantage.
Love wrestler. Zach Frazier last year, Steelers center. I know a lot of fans wanted him at 31. He was a wrestler too. Rand Barton, wrestler, and I loved him last year. I think he was the 14th player on my board, and he ended up being one of the 3 best rookie linemen this year with Frazier and Dominic Cooney.
Yeah.
So wrestlers, it's real. If you can find one, put them on your O-line. They're going to be
Oh
great.
God, yes. And guys aren't going to know, but they're getting technique and they don't even understand what's going on. Because this guy can move his feet around and his body coordination. There's a connection between his brain and his entire body. God, it works well.
Man. Oh. I'm just thinking, Ronbo. There's still some great guys here available at 100.
Is that our next pick? Because this is round 3. That's right. We got 100 coming up, yeah.
I can see them moving up for a guy they like. The guys for me that I would have top priority for right now. Marcus Mbo, however you pronounce it, Purdue, the interior O-lineman, priority 1. There's a clear separation from him and the rest of the O-line available on my board. Then you go Swinson, the edge rusher, right? He can be your designated guy in the beginning to pair with Mykel when he kicks inside on pass downs. Kevin Winston Jr. He's more of a strong safety, but him and Mustafa can both do both spots. He has an injury, which is why they probably won't take him, that he's recovering from. But he'd be the next guy for me. Then after that, let's go corner. Dorian Strong from Virginia Tech. Reminds me a lot of Renardo Green last year.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a true number 1, but you're going to have a team full of number 2s with Strong, Green, and Lenore.
It's okay because the number 2 can raise his level. You see, if he's number 3 or number 4, he's just a guy that we're going to put on special teams. He'll get in the game if need be, but not before. A guy at number 2, I'm okay with that. Because I don't even know if Demo was a 2 when he came in. I think Demo was just, I don't know why the 49ers picked him in the first place that year.
What I mean
But
by
I do
number
now.
2 is that's like the skill level they are, like a number 2 starting cornerback on your roster. I think all 3 of those guys are at that spot if they were to take Dorian Strong, which if you can't get a 1, the best next thing would be to get 3 number 2s.
No, I see what you mean. No, yeah, that's right, because you saw Skyner's in yours. Yeah, that's true.
So, but yeah, those would be my guys. If they take a running back, Dylan Sampson and Jaden Blue would be my first guys. As much as I love Jaden Blue, Dylan Sampson to me is RB4, and it's not close in this class. I hope they pick him soon. Hopefully he goes to San Francisco, but at Tennessee, they have a spread out offense, right? And so you're not seeing stack box percentage like Caleb Johnson, for example, because they spread out the receivers so wide. It's really just so easy for the running back to read, but he had some games this year against tough competition. The contact balance, he has the best spin move in the class by far. In the run game, I was just floored with him. The speed, the lateral agility to make you miss. He's one of the few guys with that speed that ran primarily between the tackles, which you don't see a whole lot.
Yeah,
Good pass
because the guy you're talking about is always looking for the edges.
Exactly. I think he can be an outside zone player, but the fact he had the gap scheme stuff at Tennessee makes me feel real good about him. being a full-time player for San Francisco.
Titans are back on the clock. It seems like they've been there so many times.
There's Kevin Winston. Again, the Titans, they always have a way of drafting safeties. Elijah Molden, Lonnie Hooker, Kevin Byard, now Kevin Winston. I really love his game, Ronbo. He's a top 50 player for me. He's a bigger guy, sure tackler, very smart player. He can run man, he can run zone. He's not elite speed. He looks weird. He's like bow-legged when you watch him run on film, but it's not slow, and he has good recovery speed. You just saw that play right there. A dude's holding his arm, and he's still able to throw
Make
him
the
off.
play. Yeah.
Play.
I love guys who don't give up on the play. No matter whether somebody's cheating or not, you still need to make that play.
He's a high floor player, and I really like what he brings to the table.
I love it. Vader asked the question, do you think Sanders will go to Pitt this round? Hey, Tony, you know
I
what?
think Sanders is getting picked right here. That would be my guess.
That's it. Hey, Vader, here we go.
I think Sanders goes here, and if he doesn't go here, he could go to Cleveland at pick in the 90s.
Come on, Tomlin, save him. Don't force him to go to Cleveland. Nobody should have to go to Cleveland. All-world wide receiver. Dude, haven't seen you in forever.
Oh, man.
God. Well, the greatest of all time.
Looking to be dominant once again. Select Caleb Johnson.
Oh, this is the perfect place for him. Arthur Smith's run game. We talked about him earlier.
Caleb
But they
Johnson.
moved Harris. And what do you replace him with? A zone running bell cow. That's what this guy is. I think he's better than Najee, though, coming out just slightly. He's a bit faster, and my issue with Najee was always he's too slow.
Yeah, Najee took too long to hit the and Najee you're right. Najee couldn't hit the hole fast enough. For a running back for as good as I thought he was gonna be. I really wanted him for the 49ers that first year. Bobby Turner was calling him every day from what I heard.
Caleb Johnson, this is the perfect pick. I know the Niners would probably like him at 100. I just think Dylan Sampson, Jaden Blue, Bashal Tootin, Cam Scattaboo, and Damian Martinez are all better players. Maybe not Damian Martinez. I'm looking at my board. He's 2 spots lower, but still. I mean, that's when you talk about scheme fit, there's no better scheme fit than what they're doing with the Steelers. Hard-nosed football between the tackles, but the zone run game with Arthur Smith. Great pick by them.
Vader, there's the answer to your question. Shador, he's about to become an orphan.
I like that. I like that.
Poor guy.
At 100, Ronbo, I'm going to give you 4 names, okay? 4.
Yeah.
If they're there. Marcus
Okay.
Embo. I've
Okay.
talked about him, O-lineman. Braden
Right.
Swinson, edge. Then Joshua Farmer, the defensive tackle that I've talked about that I think can develop. He's just raw, and he got his ass kicked at Florida because nobody else could do anything. And then Dylan Sampson at 100.
All right.
Jacob
One of-
Parrish.
is that
best player
5?
on my board. What's up?
Was that 5 picks possible?
I gave you 4. Jacob
4 picks,
Parrish,
4
this guy
possibles.
I just said, went
Alright.
to maybe the best nickel in the class after Jahdae Barrett. The stickiest man coverage you'll get. For a guy his size, he is so physical. I love him so much, Rumbo. Maybe you worry about the down the field verticality. Can he play that super well? But he is just can't miss at nickel. The man coverage is elite, and that's one of the big things I look for. Do you have the common brain?
hey,
Do you have man coverage?
Tony, Jacob Parrish.
Oh, KC traded up with the Raiders.
That was Tampa Bay just now. But hey, Jacob Parrish, did you have him anywhere on your board?
He was top 50 for me. I think he was player 50. So another great player leaving the board, sadly. Kevin Winston, Jacob Parrish back to back. Right now we're down to 6 guys with the second round grade.
It's that time, Tony. You know it's coming, man. You're going to see you guys flying off the board right and left now. It's just
Chiefs, I guarantee you, they're going to take one of my guys. They're going to take I think they take Swinson here. They took Gelati already. I would not be surprised if Swinson goes here too. So they could take Sampson. Hold on, that would be a great scheme fit for them. No Williams, one of the few press corners left, Ronbo. From Cal. He rose up
from
on
Cal?
I didn't
Tony,
really
but is
think-
it any good? I have this thing about anything Stanford and Cal. Stanford, I like Stanford a little better, but Cal, and I've noticed I haven't. Well, we'll probably see his name later on.
Ronbo, he's a kamikaze on the outside with
Is
great
he?
press man.
Is
He's
he?
not as good as Azarie, not as refined, and certainly I think the ball skills are not as good, but he has production. And so he's a guy to me who's a late third round player. This is where he should go. They love their press corners. You know what they do in Kansas City with Jalen Watson and Charvarius Ward, L'Jarius Sneed. They love physical press man guys. He fits them perfectly. Again, another scheme fit that's just going to be great for them. And he could start day one as a number 3. I really believe that.
And you're right. And people don't understand the importance of that. A guy could be all-world, best player available, but he doesn't work in our scheme. So he comes in and he becomes mediocre. We don't have time for that. Nobody does. No team that plays a very strict way of doing things can just go get anybody.
Exactly.
That crowd is really. I understand the weather's turning to crap out there too. From what one guy was a Chicago Bear said, some guys, how do you put it? You insulted him for being out here to endure this weather.
Yeah.
Oh God. John Bull, I will LMAO if the Steelers take Milroe. You know, Milroe and Shador have got to be sitting there wondering which one of us is going first. The other one's going to be embarrassed.
I feel bad because at least Shador's at home, right?
I know, right?
Milroe's here at the NFL draft. Why would you ever invite a guy? They said we want to be very careful and only invite guys who will be here on day one and get drafted. I hate that. NFL teams should be ashamed of themselves for putting his name in as a guy who will go first round.
I know, right? And especially they came from a long distance to get there.
Exactly. That pisses me off. It should have been another marquee player who was up there.
Yeah. So Shador gets embarrassed like hell.
Milroe to 100, Ronbo. I have a second round grade on him. Let
On
him
who?
develop. Bro.
Well, you got a second round grade on who?
On Milroe, late second round grade on him.
Well,
I just believe if he goes to the right team, they're going to develop him and make him like the Jalen Hurts story all over again. That's what I feel. Except he
Because Tony, we're on our way to round 4, and both of those guys are filling out applications to do something else. Because if you figure at 4, it's a real possible chance that they won't get until 5. Well, you know what? Maybe not. 4 will probably be it because now it's not a risk.
it's possible.
I mean,
Or
if
like, they need to fly off the board in the 4th round if they're still there. Shador, where's he going to go, Ronbo?
I have no idea. The Browns do not seem and Pittsburgh, both teams don't seem to even the slightest bit interested. I mean, they've had opportunities where they wouldn't hurt themselves if they picked them too soon. But I don't understand Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Neither one of those teams what did they see on the film, Tony? I mean, they watch Shador on film. They know what they're looking at, right? So to speak. And they know what they want and don't want.
No.
What do they see that they did not appreciate?
I don't think it's the film because he's firmly a second round player. To me, it's all the character stuff we've talked about.
Yeah.
And that's holding back. He shouldn't have been so loud and so arrogant.
Yeah, you got to be coachable. You got to be coachable. It freezes coaches up. You remember that year that Kingsley and Kyler Murray got into it? That was really embarrassing. Murray's coming off the field. Kingsley's yelling at him. He's yelling back. I said, oh, my God. I've never seen that at this level. So, yeah.
It is what it is.
That's
We don't need a
wild.
quarterback. I hope a team would take one, but we don't need one.
Nah. Feel sorry for him, though. He had such great expectations.
I agree. We'll see where he goes. Chargers here. Ooh,
Melvin Gordon.
be an Alec Ayo Manor spot here. Ooh, another defensive lineman. So he's a guy. He's one of my 15 Gold Star players. Ronbo. Jamari
really?
Caldwell. He was with Derek Harmon, right? And
Yeah.
he was the guy who he just did all the dirty work. And Derek Harmon did dirty work, but Caldwell was all the dirty work all the time. He is, for his size, very
Yeah,
explosive.
he's huge.
He's like 330 something. So he's short but stocky and a good build and good enough arms.
He's
To
an
me, I
MT,
think
Tony. It would be perfect. We got Givens, but man, if
I
there's
think we
another
can go
monster
pass
like
rushing.
this when we get to 100, I don't know, Tony. It may be a good idea to get a guy that causes so much violence. He's got to be double teamed.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't think in the pass game he's that guy. In the run game, he's great. In the pass game, there's a lot to figure out. Like, he would not win one-on-ones all the time.
Yeah.
But he has the build. If you get him in the film room, you get him with good coaching, you can create a pass rush bag for him. I think he could be a 5 to 8 sack player. I really like that pick, but it's more for the run defense that you're going after him for.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Because even that kid, Evan, is his last name Anderson?
Evan
You know,
Anderson, yeah.
Yeah, he shocked me last year because the camera would like double take and go back down. I say, "Who is that? That's that UDFA."
Yeah.
Hey, I was so you're pleasantly surprised. Look at that. He made a couple of plays. Okay. And he's a year into the system now. If things were moving quickly for him now, maybe not this year. Anderson and Givens could be all we need at that position.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, hopefully he gets some more. But I want to see what Anderson, how far he develops. Givens is Givens. We know what he's going to do, what he's capable of.
Anderson, I'm
I want to see
excited
more of this
about.
Anderson.
Yes, I'm with you there. But Givens is your typical okay run defender, okay pass rusher. He's a good depth player.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I know what Givens is going to give us. But Anderson, I don't think we're through seeing all of what he's capable of doing.
I agree with that, definitely. I'm with you
He's
there.
he's really big and he moves well. I mean, way better than I anticipated.
Who do they take here? I could see another edge go off the board. We haven't had an edge called in a while since Ashton Gelati from Louisville. Is it
Okay, who you
Swissinger?
got still on your board that's worth a damn though? Because that may be for a reason.
Oh!
Hey, Tony, wasn't he one of your four guys?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't on that list. But what I will say, he is Cordero Patterson, and he has the ability to develop into a true ball-winning X-receiver with crazy good change of direction, crazy good start-stop, elite speed. Like, this guy, out of all the receivers in the class, we could be talking about him as the best guy to come out in a few years. This is
Whoa.
a great, great player for Green Bay because they need a true X, and he can develop into that. He doesn't have the pressure of it because he's a third-round pick, but elite in the return game, elite in the screen game. Yak is incredible. There's just some plays like you see him here catching it up in double teams, and then he drops some of the easiest balls ever. So needs some more nuance in his route running, need more consistency. Catching passes, one of the highest drop rates. But in terms of the top end talent, if those things weren't issues, he'd be a first round pick, in my opinion. He is a great player. That receiver room, I think one of them is going to get traded, Ronbo. Savion is your replacement for Christian Watson, in my opinion. And so we'll see what they do, but there's no way they keep all five. I think one of them is going to get traded on draft night today.
Because see, now we're at the point in this draft where anything weird could happen. How many picks are left in this draft? Or the third round? That's 100.
We go up to 102, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, 102. The Jaguars, let's see what they do here. Do they go running back? Caleb Ransaw. So this is another guy tested really well. He's going to be a nickel in the NFL, a zone nickel, but he has the traits to be good in press man. He fires downhill, Ronbo. He is so tough. I love his tenacity. The same way we talked about Justin Wally at pick 80 to the Colts. This is a guy who's going to be a developmental player in the slot, and maybe you can develop him on the outside a little bit. He is purely traits, and that's what you're picking here with him. But if we're looking at the high-end talent, I felt like he was a bit slow sometimes to identify things, but he has the click and close, the kamikaze missile mentality. He just needs to put it together mentally, and I think this could be a really excellent pick for them at 88. Higher than I would have taken him for sure. He was a late fourth-round player on my board, I believe. Let me see here. No, he was a mid-fourth-round player. So
Fourth round
think,
pick, yeah. All right.
But he was a guy that even I had higher than most boards because most people haven't seen him yet. But he is a true zone nickel day one. He can start for you with all of these elite athletic traits. And you see that on the screen, the tackles for loss numbers. He was in the backfield making plays because he has that kamikaze mentality that I really, really like from him.
All right. Bad thing about those kind of guys, though, Tony, they always get hurt. I remember Dringon almost killed himself. He changed his technique a little bit. Hufanga was the worst. He had to change his tackling technique. But I always worry, but when guys at this level, you're having to be trained on how to tackle. I'm a little concerned. Can you get that done and still be as effective as you were? Because part of how good you were was that Hail Mary thing that you do every time you launch. Just like, dude, you're not going to survive that hit. God. I mean, I understand the attitude, and coaches love that. But let's get the technique down so we don't have to hurt ourselves on every shot.
Exactly. That's the issue with Hufanga and Jair Brown is they come downhill, want to make the tackle, like they want to be there, and then they don't make the tackle.
Yeah.
And they're out of position. Like Nick Sorensen last year, he was an idiot. He was like, yeah, I don't really see that as an issue if our guys are firing downhill.
You remember when he said that? Oh, Nick.
Tackles, what are we talking about? Yeah, like there is risk reward to it, but not in the way that we were doing it. Missing that
And they were
many
still
tackles.
missing tackles. That's the thing, Tony. They were still missing. Are the Jags back up?
They're up. Yeah, they're back to back because they traded back from 70.
Oh, okay.
Wyatt Milam. So here's a guy who got absolutely toasted at the Senior Bowl. He dropped down boards. He has short arms. He's a tackle in college. Will be a guard in the NFL. What they say here was the first thing I'm going to say. Nasty finisher. He's a taller guy with shorter arms. But man, does he finish, Ronbo. He cares so much about ending the play. And I just feel like with him, he got unfair criticism from that point in the Senior Bowl. Now, I did have a third-round grade on him. He's a good player, not a great player, and he has anchor issues, and I really worry about that in the NFL, especially for these taller guys. But in Jacksonville, if you want a starter who can come in day one, I would say, honestly, higher floor, lower ceiling. That's what you're getting out of Wyatt Milam, and they want to win this year. You see the offense they're creating.
Oh, they
really
got to. Yeah, Jacksonville's got to stop embarrassing the entire state of Florida.
Yeah.
I mean, you went and got the top quarterback in the draft a few years ago. You paid him a fortune, and you're still getting your brains beat out. That's embarrassing.
This is a way you help him. You get him protection. And Wyatt Milam, I don't know. The pass protection is good, not great. I really like him for the run game and how he finishes things. Like the pass blocking is good, but it's not to where I'm like, oh, yeah, he's worthy of a higher pick than this. I think pick 89 is about fair value for him.
See, Tony, what worries about what you're saying about this guy? Now, if we're going to go for offensive linemen, and Wyatt just got pulled, and you're not real high on him, other than the fact that he's really serious about finishing, which I do like. Are the 49ers going to tell us at the end of the day, well, we didn't see anything in this draft that's any better than what we have in camp now? Kyle, you said this last year, okay? maybe then if you guys get an offensive lineman a little earlier this time, or next year, I should imagine, the 49ers do kind of alternate. I imagine next year they're going to go offensive lineman. They're going to put a little more emphasis on that because they're going to need to. We're losing Trent Williams by next year, if not physically. If not by age-wise, physically, Trent Williams is done. I already can feel it.
Honestly, though, Ronbo, I've heard the tackle class next year is going to be really, really good.
Okay, good.
And we have to remember, too, they have scouts, not just scouting players for this year, but literal freshmen in college, right?
Well, I heard it goes way back farther than that. Yeah.
If they don't take tackle in this class, it might be a mix of we like what we have today, but also in the future, it might be a deeper class. So I'm going to trust with the D. I would want D lineman here at 100, whether it's Swinson, David Walker, who I haven't talked about yet, Josiah Stewart. Those three could be great designated pass rushers day one, although Swinson could be a good run defender too because he's just that good. I think there's a medical thing going on with him. I just can't fathom him dropping this far. And then at D tackle for me, Joshua Farmer, CJ West would be fine picks at 100. Or CJ West day one will probably be a bit more explosive. He's a smaller guy, but he's like that pass rusher that you like. And I know Chris Sims was really high on him. He liked him more than Walter Nolan, who went at 16. I'm not there, but he'd be a good pick. And then Farmer, we talked about him. At Florida State, he just got his ass kicked constantly because he was the only threat in the D-line. But he has the traits, the length, the size, the athleticism to develop into a great three technique at the NFL level. So,
and you're saying what would he look like if he wasn't being double teamed? See, anytime I see a guy doing a lot of work like that, and like you're saying, if anybody else on the line was of concern to that defensive or offensive line, wouldn't it be interesting to see how good he'd be one-on-one?
Exactly. He is. We talked about Jamari Caldwell a little bit, where he's getting double doing the dirty work for Oregon. Think of Farmer in the same way, except he was always doubled. And when he did finally get the one-on-ones, the pass rush plan was raw, but he was figuring it out, and he was winning more than a Caldwell without the refinement, and he's just a superior athlete. Yeah. The Niners, what we've seen from them, Ronbo, what do they like on the edge and on the interior? They like length. They like arm length, right? They like your size. How big are you? I mean, this dude is big, Ronbo. So I think Farmer, underrated guy who would get picked at 100 if he were there. We'll see if he is. I don't know if the Niners love him because we just don't know. There might be another guy they like, but he would be my pick if it's not Marcus Embo or Braden Swinson at 100.
Hope so, because you know what? I really felt so sorry for Nick last year. You know, actually, the defensive line on occasion was having a good day, but they were inconsistent, right? So I'm watching Nick get chipped, double teamed, and sometimes three guys on him. That's all you had to do to stop the 49ers pass rush, right? I said, you know, hey guys, if I was a defensive lineman playing next to Nick, I'd be apologizing to him after every game. God, would you guys, there's got to be something you can do better, right? Because the offensive linemen have no respect for you around the entire NFL. Are you serious?
Not at all.
And Nick's getting beat his brains out. They got 2 and 3 guys on him. Nick's on the ground making plays because the offensive linemen have already pinned him. But the dude is so crazy. Nick's still making a play from the ground. How do you look? Where were you in that play? Oh, I was so mad last year. God, Jesus.
They literally could just one-on-one everyone else. Oh, Josiah Stewart goes. Man, this team is good at drafting, Ronbo. Josiah Stewart is very, very small, and he's one of those few players where you watch it on the film, he can set a firm edge at his weight. He weighed in at 249. He doesn't look that big on film, but
249, and he's an edge rusher. That's in itself is already special. He's probably quick though.
It reminds me a little bit of Samson Ebukam, where he could set a firm edge, but he wasn't the biggest guy. But Josiah Stewart, he's a good, not great athlete with a deep pass rush bag. And day one, he can come in and get you sacks. And that's what they're bringing him in for, right? He's not your edge center, but he's going to get you sacks. And to me, he would have been a guy at 100 that would have been a steal at 100. Let me see where he was on my board here.
You know, I don't know. I don't appreciate the Rams, but the one thing I must say is they built that defensive line up quick. 2
Yes.
years, and then they're picking
I
up
mean,
this guy.
last year getting Jared Verse and Braden Fisk. Are you kidding me?
How did they do
Byron
that?
Young the year before. Man, and they lost Aaron Donald too. They lost him, and they still became a great D line.
And I remember that guy's stand. I remember that photo. Not that photo, but the camera was panned on that defensive lineman. He was built just like Donald. I said, what in the world is that? Hey, maybe that's one of the. I got to go look back because I remember they had exactly the same physique. No, that was a still. That was a photo of him in the gym. Guy was huge and cut like chiseled. I mean, my God, who is this? And where did you guys find him? Wow.
Oh, that's early. I don't know about this, Ronbo. Corey Jones.
Is he one of those guys? This reminds me of the Hawks that year. They picked up that famous right tackle they were all excited about that wasn't worth a quarter.
I mean, this is a guy who's going to be a guard in the NFL, in my opinion. He just doesn't have the lateral agility to be a tackle. He is, for the gap run game they have with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson running the read option, like, he's going to fit that. He's a powerful guy, but, like, I don't know. I was underwhelmed with everything from him. I did not feel like his power was overwhelmingly good. I felt like he was a slow player.
Okay, see, Tony, you know what? That means when Kyle comes in and announces to the media, we just didn't see any players in this draft that were anything more than what we had already. And then that usually sets people on fire, right? Because for some reason, everybody thinks everything you need is in the draft. Go get it. You know, but it's not. I'm not. Next time Kyle says that, I'm just going to go ahead and just hold it myself. I'm not going to comment because he might be right. Because, you start reaching for offensive linemen, you got to go through all the trouble of getting rid of them. And as a rookie contract, you got to pay him the whole contract.
Exactly. Honestly, the best position to overdraft is offensive line because they always get paid. You saw what Aaron Banks got. He's not worth that contract.
Because
the Niners told you they felt like they had two better left guards on the roster.
Right? So, it's hard to make that mistake. And the 49ers spent a lot of time and energy trying to develop him. From the first year, he was too fat, or whatever that case was. They didn't let him play the whole year.
Family call. To Seattle.
Oh, Shador! Oh! What did you guys do to Shador?
This is great. He's going to have time to develop Ronbo, but man, this is one of the few landing spots I really liked for him. He's going to have a great infrastructure day one to just sit behind Darnold, develop, and if it becomes something by next year, he'll be the starter. Raw.
Oh, look at that throw. Tony, I don't want him. Oh.
He could be a running back. That's how special the running is. The arm talent, it's just too inconsistent. The accuracy is really bad sometimes. He doesn't.
Oh, is it really? Okay. You make me feel better already. Because I'll say, look at him run. You're right. Look at this. He looks like a little slower version of Lamar. You know what? I don't want him in our division, though. That's what I was just thinking. Oh, man.
But as long as it's not Philly, it's okay. Because they
Good point. Good point. Because that's Jalen. That's just Jalen 2.0 from what I just see there. Sam Darnold, Jalen.
Arm and Jalen was more accurate in college, but they're both the same thing. You develop them. He can get on the field one in some sub packages. I really like him. He was my quarterback 4 in the class. I'm a big fan of Jalen Milroe.
I've got Sam Howell. I got Jalen Milroe. I've got Sam Darnold. I've got Drew Lock. I'm not keeping 4 of these guys. Who's leaving?
No, you're going to cut Howell. Milroe's going to be your 3. Lock is going to be your back.
Oh, God. You guys couldn't think of anybody else to draft.
The field, he's going to be a special player. And if you get into an offense like Jalen Hurts, it's very easy for him. Hurts runs the RPO. He has his go routes to Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. A few slants here and there, a few curls. Like, it's easy. Yeah. And that's what they can do for Jalen Milroe here. I think he could be a stud. This pick scares me
Oh, God, I agree.
They're not
looking at
asking
the
him to come in
highlights.
day one and be a great player. They're asking him to come in and get developed and become the guy down the line.
And get a couple of your program, if not longer. Well, it's the first time I've seen him in action. I heard about him, but he gets off quicker than Jalen. Jalen stinks a lot. When you see the Eagles, he always takes too long to make up his mind sometimes. It's usually too late, which is to be appreciated when we play him so we can still nail him. But he usually picks the right spot to take off, and he usually gets good yardage.
I agree. He's smart that way. He's developed a great sense of when to do that, which is why
Yeah.
he's become right here in New Orleans. They took Tyler Shuck at 40 for quarterback, so they're not taking Shador.
Absolutely not.
Who
God,
would
it's
they
like
take?
this. It's like a boycott against Shador. I mean, is Milroe better than Shador?
I had him higher on my board. If you're talking pure film, day one, Shador's a lot better. High-end talent, Jalen Milroe's right below Cam Ward. Like, he's up there with Cam Ward for just pure
Ooh.
talent. Jalen Milroe, though, in terms of
Ooh.
people, again, one of my 5 favorite people in the draft. Literally, it's Will Campbell, it's Darian Porter, and then you have Jalen Milroe, a few other guys I've mentioned, but I love the person. The same way I love Jalen Hurts, his humility, the work ethic. You can just tell he lives and breathes football, and that is a skill. It really is, because 99% of guys aren't going to be as committed as you. Even if they are committed, he just lives and breathes football, and to me, that's why I think
You got to appreciate that. Yeah, I agree. God.
93 here. I could see them going a lot of different ways, Rombo. This could be where we get a running back.
Hey, Roger, when's the last time we seen Roger? Don's been out here all night.
Jonas Sanker. So, okay, I'm not high on him, so that's good for us. He's a strong safety type. And you know me, I want the Makubas where it's free safety
Yeah, I
and
know.
nickel. That for my safety. There's one guy left in the draft that can do that at an elite level, but he's smaller than Makuba, and he has 28-inch arms, and that's Billy Bowman from Oklahoma. I take him at 100. But Jonas Sanker is going to be your strong safety type where he can play split safety. You really want him in the box. He's a smart player, doesn't have the range that you're looking for, but he'll make plays on the ball. He'll be instinctive, and I can see why people like him here at 93. Not my cup of tea, but for what they want, I want to look at their depth chart in a minute here. I think it could work for them. I like it.
Well, Tony, you got 7 picks to go. Now, what are you shopping for mainly on 100?
100. Marcus Embo, we've talked about him. He's the interior offensive lineman. My goal for him would be left guard day one, and you're working as the backup center. And in a year or two, you take over for Jake Brendel at center. I think he has that.
And Tony, you have to fire Chris Forrester. I'm concerned about Chris Forrester's connection with Jake Brindle.
I'm not worried because Brendel's getting older, Ronbo. They just don't have a better option right now.
Yeah.
But you
But
make
offensive linemen can stay out there until they're 40. I don't know if I want my center staying out there that long, but God, how old is Jake?
Jake is 33, I think.
Oh, Tony, he's got 2 more seasons in that body. I don't want him out there for another year. He's got 2 more seasons before Chris Forrester finally says, "Okay, I'll let this." Because I looked at Zakel. I didn't know Zakel was that big. I just finally caught him. I was on the field. I looked at him compared to everybody else. Hey, did somebody say he could play center? They're not running through him like they run through Brindle. No way. And he has an attitude. I like the guys like, I was always been a fan of guys like Richie Incognito. And, these guys are not the people I'd want my people hanging around with after the game or anything like that. Because Incognito I really think he was a mental case. But when he was on the field, I like that.
That works for you. It works literally. Yeah.
Richie got flagged for headbutting somebody before the ball was snapped.
Can't say I'm surprised about that, Ronbo.
That's right there. I made my decision. Okay, you know what? He's an animal, but I like that on the field. And by the way, that intimidates defenders. I mean, if I know he's going to do something like drop a knee into my midsection or something crazy, it's like, come running through here. I got to think about that. That's intimidation. And if you can do that before the refs kick you out of the game, I'm okay with that.
It works because then you get in their head, and now they're not the same player. I love that so much.
And I think he eye gouged somebody one time. Yeah, Richie was special. God.
He was a Raider for a while, Miami before that. We have our own issues. I wish he could play left guard for us, but that's why I think Embo could be a good fit. He's not the same player. Incognito is more of a power guy, run you over. Embo, he finishes the plays. He's just smaller, and he's not going to be able to run through you like Incognito could. Swinson, of course, would be another player at 100. There's 20 guys here, Ronbo, that I have left that are not quarterbacks with a second or third round grade.
All right.
So,
that's a lot of guys. We got to get one of them then, Tony.
We'll see what happens here. I think we will get one, but knowing the Niners, they could just pull some crazy player out of their ass, and we wouldn't.
Tony, but look at Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco. Why won't you guys pick up Shedeur? At the end of this all, somebody's going to explain what the problem was. Why is Shedeur so toxic? I don't get it. I mean, I understand the first round. Okay, fine. You guys can pick him in the second. Here we are in the third round. We're still not going to pick him?
It is at the point where I think it's so much about the character.
I guess.
One, we saw what Devondre Campbell did. One apple can spoil the whole bunch, and I think that might be what they're scared of.
Yeah. And I also think the Deion factor bothers people. See, Deion didn't want a head coach this year, and wherever he would have went, he could have pulled his son, which he probably would have. So Jerry Jones, it was rumored that he would go into the Cowboys. There's no way Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders are going to be in the same facility with authority. Oh, here we go. The Browns hit this pick.
Oh,
that's right. We're having the same reaction. Wow. Oh, Tony, explain this. Is this guy any good?
He is my QB7, I think. Let me see my board. QB8? Yeah, QB8. So I like him. He's a smarter player, doesn't have the big arm you want, and he's small. I think for me, what you really like from him is the poise and the big games. He had to play in a lot of big games, and you see the poise show up. Do I love his deep accuracy? I think it's fine. Do I love his short to immediate accuracy? I think it's really good. For me, he's lacking some arm power, and there's going to be throws in the NFL where they're going to float on him, and they need to be NFL throws, and I don't think he's going to be able to make them all. But when you talk about him, I would not take him over McCord, who I have a second-round grade on, or Shedeur. But I can see how a team like New England, who just needs you to get the ball out, it's a West Coast offense, hand the ball off, get the ball out to our playmakers, be accurate, good decision maker. I can see why they like him. With McCord, who I think is a much better player, who can make all the NFL throws, there's some decision making where it's like head scratching sometimes. And maybe you don't want that in Cleveland if you're the Browns. So this is an indictment on Shedeur Sanders. He
it is heavy.
He's not gone. We'll see where he goes. Maybe Vegas. Maybe like the Tom Brady element. Maybe he's comfortable with Deion Sanders. But we'll see. If he doesn't go to Vegas, you have to start asking real questions.
Is he going to go undrafted?
Does he? Exactly. Does he go if he doesn't go here to Vegas?
Damn. And looking at Dylan Gabriel, I can't imagine taking him before I take Shedeur.
I can't fathom that either unless it's a character thing. But I can't fathom taking Gabriel over Kyle McCord. So, I mean, that's I'm shocked I am, Rumble. Because McCord was there and they chose him.
Wow. He's Tua 2.0. But at least Tua is like, man, this is... Tua showed me so much, though, after that first year. When the Patriots, I mean, not Patriots, but when he got the receivers after Mykel got there.
Yeah.
My God, Tua was straight money. They couldn't play. None of those guys could play in cool temperatures. But my God, in Miami, they were just ridiculous.
Yes. Oh, Jared Wilson goes here. He was one of my third rounders, Rombo. He's very raw, but he
Ah,
is
yeah.
for playing for 1 year. I was impressed at his ability to pick up stunts, see where the O line was going. I don't know if he was setting protections. I don't know that much, but he is just the raw explosiveness. He could be the best center in the draft. He has the talent to do
Whoa,
that.
really? Okay, but you
Yes.
got for Kyle Shanahan, you've got to be real cerebral about this game. You've got to be able to read that defense process and get that information to the quarterback really quickly, and the rest. You're the team. He makes the center.
I
Tony,
I was
that's
very
where
impressed
Brindle.
with him.
That's why they like Brindle. But
I think Jared Wilson would have been a guy that could have gone to 100. He's everything the Niners want. He's just a bit raw, and you can develop him this year. So, for the Patriots, you need movers for Josh McDaniels' quick game, right? The short passes, all that stuff. I was impressed with him. The third round grade because of how raw he is, but I would have
Yeah.
loved him at 100. The Falcons traded up in front of Houston. Oh,
picks in.
this is where we could see a running back go, Rombo.
Yeah, because they don't need Shador.
Or Houston, what do they need? They still need offensive line. Could it be Charles Grant? Could it be Marcus Embo? Could it be Logan Brown? We'll see. Oh,
25 draft. The Atlanta Falcons select Xavier Watts.
Why the Eagles?
oh, the safety. Interesting. They do need coverage players. Xavier
Hey,
Watts, he
did
is
they just-
one of the true. What's up?
I thought they just picked a safety though, Tony. No, that wasn't the
Yeah,
Eagles, was it?
The Eagles picked Makuba. The Seahawks got Nicky Manwari. But this guy, I felt like he's going to be a good free safety in the NFL. I think if you have him playing coverage near the box, that's where he's best. And think about who they have. They have Jesse Bates, who is single high safety king in the NFL. So this gives you the ability to rotate both of them to free safety, strong safety. I know Raheem Morris, his defense is a lot of split safety, right? Working under Brandon Staley, and he's going to be perfect for that. He has the ball skills, he has the instincts, and he's a very smart player. So I'm a fan. I am a fan. I like this guy a lot. He's a third round player for me, but I would have liked to have him on the Niners as that free safety player, if worse came to worse, because he can play some nickel.
Houston
Houston
the Falcons
moved up
got
in
two
front of
edge
us.
players. That's what I got confused by. Yeah, okay.
Houston
building
moved
that
up in front of
defense.
us.
Because that
Ronbo.
was the Falcons. That was their Achilles. They could not defend.
And now they have great players at safety. They have AJ Terrell. That's good. That's real good.
And they pulled two defensive ends, which is interesting. I guess they got enough interior linemen, I guess.
Yeah, they're good there, definitely. And they let go of Grady Jarrett, and that's kind of proof of that.
Yeah,
I
no,
think
that bothered Tony.
Texans are going to take Charles Grant. That's my.
Every time I look up, those horns are up there.
I'm telling you, Rombo, if you are moving up in front of the Niners, it's because you have a player that you like that you think they're going to take. Oh,
Probably.
okay. I like Jalen Smith. I didn't love him. I think he'll be a good nickel in the NFL. He is small. I like the man coverage. I didn't love it. I like the zone coverage. I didn't love it. This to me was a fourth, fifth round player. Let me see where I had him on my board.
He's tough. He reminds me of Jimmy Ward with those tackles. My God.
He's a great tackler.
And some guys don't real. Some of these guys, I love when players don't realize how small they are.
Yeah.
And
No, I
they'll take
love
on
that.
anybody. I love that attitude.
It's one of the redeeming elements of his game, and I do think he has the ability to become a better man player, better zone player. I just felt like a lot of it was raw, unrefined, and he's going to need a lot of work in the NFL. It wasn't to the point where he was such a great athlete like Caleb Bransaw was earlier to the Jaguars, where I love the pick here. But got to trust D'Amico Ryans. They proved me wrong last year with Kamari Lassiter, their
Yeah.
Georgia, who's playing for them now, who ran a 4.58. They proved me wrong, so I'll trust him here.
Man.
Ronbo,
It's
I'm gonna
funny.
use the bathroom.
We really watch the Miko. We watch Mykel. It's funny. We watch everybody that left us recently in the last 7-8 years. Even, and I was pulling for Salah, but I knew Salah had it. You can't go to the Jets. You can go any place, but don't go to the Jets if you just left San Francisco because you're going to be back soon or you're going to be somewhere. Because I mean, that's where coaches just go to be killed. How many coaches have they had, Tony? That's a good trivia question for football fanatics that have been around for a long time. How many coaches have the Jets had in the last 15 years? My God.
Aaron
Everybody's
Glenn,
coached over there.
You had Jeff Ulbrich as the interim, Rex Ryan, Adam Gay. I don't know.
Was it? Oh, wow. I'm thinking the guy that Belichick hated so much. That came. He was with us for a little while, very little while. Could have swore he was over there. I could be wrong. Because some of these coaches that have been with every place. See, that's why I said you can't keep getting fired from organizations. I think Mike stays with the Patriots. This is it for him. I don't think he's going to go anyplace else. That's it. But Salah could probably still go one more place soon because everybody knows if you're gonna go to the Jets, you're asking to be fired.
Yes.
So
He'll get another chance. It might be as soon as next year.
Yeah.
And you saw defense, when he left and he was fired, it went from best to worst. Ronbo, I'm gonna use the bathroom really quickly. I really gotta go. Here.
Okay. Because you got to take off. Okay.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Okay. Raider fans, man. I just don't like you guys, man. You bothered me since I was 12 or 13 years old, man. Get that off my screen. Oh. What did Sanders do, right? That's the question. What did he do? It's like they're intentionally embarrassing him. Wow, it's just scary. They're picking every quarterback available except him. So Vader, no, Sanders is now. It's like they're intentionally doing this to him, Vader. I feel sorry for him. I mean, it looks like they're avoiding him. You gonna tell me that last kid that got picked, the quarterback, was better than? Man, what was that about? Tony's back.
I'm back. I just needed to take a leak. I just had 3 large cups of water in the last.
Well, see, Tony.
4 hours.
See, I knew that when you came back with those containers. I know a few people now that are drinking buckets of water a day. I would say, guys, as long as it stops before I go to bed, I am not getting up and down because I've got too much water that can't get flushed. Hey, what's the last hour you stopped drinking water, though? Because my cutoff time is about 5 or 6 o'clock. Because I drink a lot of water, but I usually wake up drinking a little bucket of water, and it gives me all day to get rid of it. Yeah,
I have a issue with having a dry throat, so I drink it up until I go to sleep, but I try to limit it in the last few hours.
Yeah.
But I still have to go pee anyway.
Well, I mean, if you're drink the amount of water you're drinking, there's no way you're gonna sit still for more than an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Caleb Rogers is out of here, Tony.
Another reach. I like the run game stuff. He's a mover in the run game. The pass protection for me, he's slow laterally.
Yeah, we've had
in
enough
terms
of
of
that.
the pass protection, which worries me a little bit from what I saw the game I watched. It was like, if you get a guy like an Omar Norman lined up against you and you're playing guard, which is what they have him listed at, are you going to be able to recover when he hits you one way and then goes the other?
No.
That's what I worry about.
And
run
pretty soon
game's
the
tough.
defensive line
Not-
starts scheming like that. Yeah,
Exactly.
stunts.
Honestly, Ronbo, this is making me scared for pick 100. All these teams are having weird picks right now.
Big an offensive lineman that, I mean, is it that they're not that good? People are leaving out of Green Bay too. It is getting late though.
It's what 10 p.m. over there,
It got to be at least, right?
and there's only
Yeah.
4 teams picking right now, so we'll see.
Oh yeah, Tony, can you imagine leaving a venue like this and trying to get into your car? You're gonna be sitting in that car for 2 hours.
Definitely. And the best way to do it, in my experience, is to just wait until everyone leaves and talk with a few people at the end, and then
Yeah.
you go. Once the topic is
Find
clear.
an area where you can have a coffee or something, man. But just God, that's just stress sitting in traffic.
Mhm. Oh,
Oh, Tony, you mentioned Williams and Mary a little while ago.
I love Charles Grant.
The
He
49ers
is
probably
the
did
raw
too.
Specimen, raw, but he won a lot. He wasn't
This
playing
is,
great.
this is
competition.
holding, ref. Who's 75? That was holding badly too. Ah,
The
you know what?
movement for someone his size is special, Ronbo. I love the pass protection. I love the run blocking. Yes, he's playing worse players, but I was in love with all of it on film. He was an early day 3 grade, or early round 3 grade for me. And you
Another
see the
wrestler.
That
Yeah.
was something I learned, and I was like, okay, he's going to fly up my board. I love the wrestlers.
Yeah.
He is raw. He needs refinement, but he is going to be a great tackle or guard in the NFL. I personally have him at tackle, but he might be a guard. He is. I love this guy so much. And they took him a pick before the Niners. That makes me
I know.
really
See, that's what
sad.
I'm saying. One pick away. He could have just waited one more minute. All right, so the Niners have a plan B. I wonder what it is.
I
Because
don't
you know what,
think they-
Tony? I'm pretty sure you're right. I think they were going to pick him.
They might have. I think at this point, Joshua Farmer or Marcus Embo would be the two guys, and Braden Swinson as well. Those would be
Yeah.
the guys that I like. I think they're trying to trade back. That's why they're taking all this time to make a pick. Or Charles Grant was their pick, and now they're like, oh, what do we do?
They got to hustle up. No, they better not ever be in that position. You got one pick, you got the next one waiting. You cannot. You got no time, because then you're going to make a real bad mistake.
Yes.
All right, somebody say, all right, listen, just grab the running back. What? Grab the running back? We don't have a text. Yeah, that's not going to work. Somebody's got to get fired. Jed is actually in that room. So if they're not prepared, I mean, that would be bad,
I
bad.
don't know if they go running back here because all of the good guys are still on the board. Like
Yeah.
Dylan Sampson, Jaden Blue, Bashal Tootin, Cam Scattaboo, Damian Martinez. Those are all guys with the 3rd round grade or higher for me.
Hey, what you said? What was that name? Facial what?
Bashal Tootin. That's his name.
Running backs are going to be famous for having names, I guess.
No, there's a dark horse here. Tackle Logan Brown out of Kansas.
This is going to be a really interesting pick because it's
We'll see what
hard
they say.
to figure what the 49ers are going to do.
I would personally here, Embo, Swinson, Farmer. I would be happy with Logan Brown. I would. David Walker, a designated pass rusher here. I could see him going. There's a lot of great players on the board. I just would not take running back because we're picking again at 113.
No, I
and
don't
there's
want-
like 6 guys here I really like that you can
Yeah.
take.
Bad luck with round 3 running backs anyway. Let's not do that anymore.
That is true. Our best running backs were Isaac Arendo round 4, Eli Mitchell round 6. And then
Yeah,
we traded.
Elijah. Yeah, before he just got hurt a lot, but he was a good running back. But yeah, every running back we picked in round 3, he's out of here. And it only took 1 year.
Scattaboo is a running back, Red Eye. He's a running back.
Yeah.
Mac Jones signs a 2-year, $8.4 million contract. He's going to be the starter by week 2, Ronbo.
Wait, who?
Mac Jones.
By week what?
By week 2. I'm kidding. But he is a starting caliber quarterback. We'll just see how that
Oh, he is.
plays out.
But you gave Brock no time at all to bomb out week 2. Hey, Tony, if they pay Brock, I don't know if that's going to happen, though, because I'm not paying Brock $45, $50 million to sit down for the week too. All right, Tony.
We'll see if they
Rem-
pay
rem-
him, Ronbo. I don't know if they do pay him before the start of the year.
I know it doesn't look like it, does it? All right.
So we'll see. All right, Niners.
All right,
Pick
Tony.
100.
Remember. Hold on. You remember we got the delay. You got about 6 seconds. Hold on.
Oh, I'm not going to say it. Don't worry.
All right.
Denver traded up with Philly right behind us. I'm interested to see what that looks like.
I'm equally interested in Philly just stacking up picks. What's that? The third trade down for Philly?
Philly's
I
traded
thought-
down a lot. And Denver traded down a lot too, but now they're consolidating.
I thought that's
so-
what we were planning on doing. 49ers are sitting pat on every. I mean, we haven't did a trade down yet. Tried to trade up, which is really interesting.
It means their board is falling exactly how they want it to.
Plus, yeah, it's got to be right. Roger, why is Don out there again? You mentioned his name though, Tony. Liz Upton, scout. Oh, wait, 5'8", 181. This is a Robert Saleh pick all day. Tony,
So this
Doc,
Here's
explain this.
Be a safety nickel in the NFL. I think his best position is nickel, but he can be a great safety. I love the ball skills and the instincts. For me, this is too early for him. Third
Is
round,
it?
I know people say, oh, it's basically a fourth round pick. I have a fifth round grade on him. I think there's some traits you really like, and he is one of those kamikaze missiles. But again, he's 5'8" and a half. He's very small, and that does concern me. Where Makuba was already just slightly too small for me, and you're on the edge of it. He's another guy who's going to play tough. He'll be physical, great ball skills. I think the man coverage, there's some potential there. So
Oh, they're
Upton's
celebrating
out of
the-
100. I get it. Early for me, I felt like they killed the Alfred Collins pick, but Nick Martin and Stout were a bit early for me. Although I do like the players, I just don't love them where they're taking them.
Tony, what I want to know is Robert Saleh building that team for speed? You know, with the size of the guys he's got out there, this is going to be one of the quickest defenses in the game. And we've already got some quick guys now. You look at Renardo, Mustafa. These guys are all, the mold is already there. Tony, I think we're going to be that team they talked about a few years ago when other teams would look at the film and they say, man, you look at the 49ers flying around at the velocity that they do. I mean, it bothers teams. Maybe we're going back to that way of doing things. Because why would I get that tiny little body, but I figure he moves like a bullet?
You saw Salah's teams were always fast, and when he left, we got slower. Even
Yep.
with D'Amico, it wasn't slow, but we were definitely slower.
Definitely
So
slowed
I
down.
like that he's bringing speed back to this because speed kills.
I like that. Harold says, Upton Stout, cornerback to the 49ers, LFG, 49ers defense. Tony, I think we're going to be kind of happy with what they're doing. We see what they're doing. I'm just now getting it because I'm noticing we're building this defense for speed.
And that's how it should be. Like, I love what they're doing, and luckily they have foundational pieces, right? You have Lenore, you have Bosa, you have Warner. You have a foundational piece at all three levels. So
Yeah.
I'm going to put my notes right now for Upton Stout. Give me 1 second here.
I do wish we could. We could still got time. I still want one more edge rusher because right now I think Drake Jackson's done. We got 3.
Okay, here's what I had. Quick and fluid, excellent hip fluidity. That's your ability to turn your hips and go from one direction to the next.
See,
Smart player in zone, good footwork. The press is good. I want to see more. I feel like he misses punches sometimes. High motor, that was the thing I was talking about earlier. For his size, he's very physical, but again, you're 5'8". Like, there is a limitation there. And then the run
Don't
defense,
pick on him.
guys, I was impressed with. Like, if he were
Okay.
2 inches taller, 10 pounds heavier, he would be an elite run defender. He has great tackling form. He knows how to slip between blocks, get into the backfield. But again, it's just a bit early for me. I'm not in love with the player, but I do like him a lot. And I think he could move up to free safety in certain packages too, which we'll see what they want to do with him.
well, the 49ers do like that kind of diversity. Jimmy Ward didn't like it, but the 49ers do want that in their players.
Yes. Who did the Broncos take at 101?
Did the Broncos pick? Oh, they picked
Yes.
an edge rusher.
Who?
Damn.
Oh, Savion Jones. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He's the other LSU guy across from Swinson. There has to be some medical with Swinson that we don't know about because it's night and day, Swinson to Savion Jones on the same D-line. Ty Felton. Okay. This is a guy that was a late riser for me, Ronbo. He is tall. He's very skinny, but his route running is amazing. It scares me a little bit because of Troy Franklin last year, who I didn't like, who went
Yeah.
to the Broncos, that everyone loved for the same reasons. Felton is a bit more physical, and he doesn't get drowned out at the line of scrimmage like Franklin did, who was another scrawny vertical threat guy.
Oh,
But
God,
his
you're right.
yak is great. His route running is great. The fluidity is awesome. That's a great pick for Minnesota right there.
Oh,
Even
man.
if he's not the highest receiver on my board, not even close to it, he's still really good.
And you're right. The dude is lean. He looks like what's his name over with the Eagles. And I thought I said the first year when he came out of Bama, I said he'll be killed in the first season. My God, he's got to gain some size.
And
But
that's
he's
the
still
thing.
there. A lot of guys look like that. They're still kind of wiry.
Man. Rombo, that was fun.
Yeah. Well, that's right. We were last pick of the day. Huh? That's 103.
Yeah.
Well, Tony, I don't do day 3, so we're gonna hopefully I'm gonna see you sometime. So I want to get an assessment with you. I'll find an excuse to get you back because I know you're a busy guy these days. All right.
Rombo. I appreciate you having me on, and I can't wait for next year too.
Well, I appreciate you, Tony. You're always you the dude. All right, Tony. Have a great night. Good luck, Niners, huh? All right,
Go
fam.
Niners. Take care.
You too. And fam, I'm going to go set up. Get ready. Come on in. Your comments tonight on tonight's picks. Remember, making them short and sweet. It's late. And we'll do that. Thanks for the contributions, fam. Always appreciated, like I appreciate you, and you know this. All right? Let's get ready for that. Niners! Yeah. Day 2.